I collect attributes in the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676, Dealing with a Golden Eagle Python. The rule of SYNOPSIS continent is that strength is respected and the fittest survive. This is also the natural law on Earth. After reading the information through the ring, Lin Fan did not think that Zhao Quan and others were that powerful. If it was a one-on-one fight, he could be 100% sure that Zhao Quan and the other 5 were not his opponents. Therefore, as long as he found the right opportunity, it would not be a problem for him to deal with them. What's more, it can be seen from just now that Zhao Quan and the other 5 were not purely standing on the same warship. At least Ling Qingxun was very disgusted with Zhao Quan's behavior. Li Qing and Li Song remained neutral, and only Wang Xiyang fully recognized Zhao Quan. It was not easy for Lin Fan to capture so much important information in such a short time. Seeing that Lin Fan agreed so readily, Zhao Quan sneered in his heart, "Boy, I'll let you jump around for a while, and you will know the consequences of offending me later." Zhao Quan did not think that he was wrong to take the initiative to kill Lin Fan. Instead, he felt that Lin Fan had offended him, so he wanted to kill Lin Fan to relieve his hatred. However, at this time, he still had to do his superficial work well. "Okay, then you go with us to deal with the Golden Eagle Python first." Zhao Quan waved his hand and said, "Let's go. We just rested and now we are going to the canyon." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Quan walked in front. He was the strongest and he thought he was the leader of this team, so he naturally had to walk in front to show his status. Wang Xiyang was Zhao Quan's follower. When she saw Zhao Quan taking action, she hurriedly followed him without any hesitation. Then, Li Qing and Li Song looked at each other and followed him. "Lin Fan, let's go," Ling Qingxun greeted Lin Fan. Yet, Lin Fan nodded and liked Ling Qingxun a little more. It must be said that Ling Qingxun was really good looking, and she was no worse than Murenzhu and others. It's just that they have two different aesthetics. Ling Qingxun is classical beauty, while Murenzhu and others are modern beauty. It's not easy to compare different beauties directly. Lin Fan didn't want to compare such things. The most important thing in SYNOPSIS continent is survival. His primary goal is to continuously improve his strength while surviving. The group of people shuttled through the mountains and soon came to a canyon. This canyon looks very impressive. When standing outside the canyon, you can hear the sound of snakes spitting out in the canyon. Lin Fan looked into the canyon mouth and vaguely saw the existence of pythons in the canyon. That kind of python is much more domineering than the pythons on Earth. It is the Golden Eagle Python mentioned by Zhao Quan and others. The Golden Eagle Python is also a first-level monster, with strength ranging from the 5th level of the body tempering realm to the 8th level of the body tempering realm. This is a monster that likes to live in groups. There are at least 50 in a group. With the strength of their team, if they are careful, it is not a big problem to deal with it. I will deal with the leader of the Golden Eagle Python later, and you deal with the rest of the Golden Eagle Pythons. Zhao Quan glanced at everyone and ordered in a bossy tone. The Golden Eagle Python has a leader, and the leader's strength is the 8th level of the tempering body realm. No one has any opinion on Zhao Quan's pretentious behavior. After all, this is Zhao Quan's initiative to deal with the most powerful Golden Eagle Python. How can everyone stop such a thing? "What is your strength?" Zhao Quan suddenly thought of this question and stared at Lin Fan and asked. The realm of the tempering body realm is mainly reflected in the changes in the body. If you don't take action, it is difficult to see the opponent's strength. In addition, Zhao Quan and Lin Fan are very close in strength, and there is not much difference between the two. Zhao Quan naturally can't see Lin Fan's strength at a glance. Hearing Zhao Quan's question, Wang Xiyang, Li Qing, Li Song and Ling Qingxun all focused their eyes on Lin Fan. Obviously, they were also a little curious about Lin Fan's strength. After all, according to what Lin Fan said, he was separated from his family members, but he could still survive in this mountain alone, which shows that Lin Fan's strength is not simple. "The 6th level of the tempering body realm," Lin Fan replied. He didn't tell the truth and deliberately lied about his strength. You must be good at hiding your shortcomings and not expose everything. This is the survival rule in the fantasy world. When Lin Fan read novels before, he often saw the male protagonists in the novels pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. Now that he has come to the fantasy world, He must undoubtedly learn how to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers from the male protagonists in those novels. Only the 6th level of the tempering body realm? Zhao Quan heard Lin Fan's answer and couldn't help but feel more superior. Lin Fan could certainly hear the mockery in Zhao Quan's tone, but he didn't care about it at all. Lin Fan, then you will join me to deal with the golden eagle python later, so that we can take care of each other, Li Song said. Li Song is also the 6th level of the tempering body realm. He is not strong, but he is not bad either. He thinks that if he and Lin Fan stand together to deal with the golden eagle python, it will be good for both him and Lin Fan. Okay, Lin Fan nodded. Anyway, when he takes action against the golden eagle python later, he only needs to show the strength of the 6th level of the tempering body realm, and he doesn't need to use all his strength. Sighing, you also fight the golden eagle python with Li Song. The 3 of you form a triangle, and it will be easier to deal with it in the middle area. Zhao Quan stepped forward to make arrangements. As he said that, he looked at Li Qing again and said, Li Qing, you will be responsible for dealing with the golden eagle pythons in the left area later. Then, he looked at Lin Qingxun and said, Qingxun, you will be responsible for dealing with the golden eagle pythons in the right area later. As for himself, he still dealt with the golden eagle python leader as he said. Although he only had to deal with one, they all knew that the golden eagle python leader was the most difficult to deal with. Even though Zhao Quan was very confident in his own strength, he did not dare to boast too much. After making arrangements, they did not waste any more time and walked into the canyon. The closer they got to the canyon, the more obvious the sound of the snake spitting out its tongue became. The moment they entered the canyon, they could take in the scenery in the canyon at a glance. It is worth mentioning that if there were no golden eagle pythons everywhere, the scenery in this canyon would be absolutely beautiful. This is the most beautiful canyon that Lin Fan has seen since he was born, and the flowers and plants in it are all very beautiful. Hiss. The sound of the snake spitting out its tongue filled the entire canyon. Lin Fan stared at a golden eagle python carefully, his eyes slightly solemn. The golden eagle python was golden in color, and was named golden eagle python because its head was very similar to that of an eagle. Their bodies were huge, each of them was at least more than 10 meters long, and their weight was estimated to be no less than 300 kilograms. That one is the leader of the golden eagle pythons, with a strength of the 8th level of the body tempering realm. Lin Qingxun saw Lin Fan carefully looking at these golden eagle pythons, and couldn't help but introduce them to Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked in the direction of Lin Qingxun's finger, and his eyes fell on the golden eagle python at the innermost part of the canyon. That golden eagle python was no less than 20 meters long and weighed no less than 500 kilograms. It was the largest of all the golden eagle pythons here. Even if Lin Qingxun didn't say it, Lin Fan knew that it was the leader of the golden eagle python. Zhao Quan, who was standing in the front, heard Lin Qingxun talking to Lin Fan again, and the anger in his body had burned to the extreme. However, at this point, he couldn't explode here. He had to be patient and wait until he had dealt with these golden eagle pythons before settling accounts with Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't know what Zhao Quan was thinking at this moment. He only knew that these golden eagle pythons would be taken down by them. Lin Qingxun didn't know what Lin Fan was thinking either. After introducing the golden eagle python leader, she introduced Lin Fan to a kind of golden fruit growing behind the golden eagle python. Do you see the tree behind the golden eagle python leader? Lin Qingxun asked. Yes, Lin Fan nodded. The fruit on that tree is our goal this time, Lin Qingxun said. Body tempering fruit. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He took a look and saw that there were about 10 body tempering fruits on the tree. And there were 6 of them here. Even if they were distributed under normal circumstances, each person could not be allocated to. Zhao Quan will definitely attack me. He never thought of allocating the body tempering fruits here to me, Lin Fan thought to himself. He had already made up his mind. If Zhao Quan attacked him and others stood by and did not help Zhao Quan, he would not settle accounts with them and would even distribute the tempering fruit to them. After all, 4 people at the tempering realm, taking 2 of the tempering fruit was enough. Taking more would not have a better effect. But if Zhao Quan attacked him and others helped Zhao Quan, he would not mind getting rid of all the people who helped him. Lin Fan has always been like this. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will return them 100-fold. This is also Lin Fan's style of doing things. Hiss. The golden eagle python made a louder sound after discovering Lin Fan and others. Obviously, they were very angry at the intruders such as Lin Fan. After Zhao Quan noticed the anger of the golden eagle python, he did not want to waste time. He raised his hand again and waved it down, saying, "Let's do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the leader of the golden eagle python. "Lin Fan, you go to the middle area with us." Li Song glanced at Wang Xiang, then looked at Lin Fan and said, "Okay." Lin Fan responded, "No objection." So, the three of them rushed to the middle area of the canyon. "Let's move too." Li Qing looked at Lin Qingxun. "Yes." Lin Qingxun nodded in response. Li Qing immediately rushed to the left area, while Lin Qingxun rushed to the right area. A battle with the golden eagle python broke out at this time. The golden eagle python leader saw that Zhao Quan dared to attack actively, and his eyes full of murderous intent locked onto Zhao Quan's figure. The next moment, the golden eagle python leader swung his tail violently and swept towards Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan's reaction was not slow. He jumped to avoid the attack of the golden eagle python leader, and then fought fiercely with the golden eagle python leader. He wanted to take this opportunity to show his strength and let Lin Qingxun know that he, Zhao Quan, was a real genius, so that he could completely conquer Lin Qingxun. On Lin Fan's side, as mentioned before, he, Li Song, and Wang Xiang stood in a triangle position, constantly dealing with the golden eagle python attacking them. Lin Fan restrained his strength and only showed the realm of the 6th level of the body tempering realm. He even deliberately acted a little clumsy when dealing with the golden eagle python. Seeing Lin Fan's performance, Wang Xiang's beautiful eyes were full of contempt. In this comparison, she felt that Zhao Quan was more outstanding, and his status in her heart also rose sharply. However, although Lin Fan restrained his strength, the golden eagle python that came to deal with them was only the 6th level of the body tempering realm. He could still handle it. Bang! A golden eagle python's tail swept towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes condensed slightly. He did not intend to dodge, but clenched his fists and punched out. The golden eagle python's tail collided fiercely, and a dull sound was heard immediately. In this collision, the golden eagle python felt a sharp pain in its tail and took its tail back without hesitation. While the golden eagle python was retracting its tail, Lin Fan rushed forward and came to the position in front of the golden eagle python's head, and continued to punch with his fist. The golden eagle python sensed the danger and subconsciously wanted to move its head to the side to avoid it, but its speed was not as fast as Lin Fan's, and it was too late to avoid it. It could only watch Lin Fan's fist hit its head. Bang! Another dull sound spread. The power of Lin Fan's punch was not low. Even though he only showed the strength of the 6th level of the body tempering realm, this heavy punch was no worse than the general 7th level of the body tempering realm. Such a solid punch hit the golden eagle python's head. How could this golden eagle python, which only had the strength of the 6th level of the body tempering realm, resist it? It was killed in an instant and lay on the ground without a breath. Chapter 677, True Face Revealed. After getting rid of one golden eagle python, Lin Fan quickly locked his eyes on the next one and continued to fight. Li Song and Wang Xiang were not bad either. They had no problem dealing with these golden eagle pythons that were only at the 6th level of the tempering body realm. It was just a matter of time. When they found out that Lin Fan had gotten rid of a golden eagle python, they both had different emotions. Li Song felt that Lin Fan's strength was still okay. He might not be the one who performed particularly well in the Lin family in Yancheng, but he was not that bad. After all, there were many geniuses in a big family, unlike their small family in Qingshan town. Even whose strength at the 6th level of the tempering body realm was the second genius in the family, except for his brother Li Qing. Wang Xiang complained about his bad luck in her heart. In Wang Xiang's opinion, Lin Fan was able to get rid of the golden eagle python purely because of his bad luck. As for Li Qing and Lin Qingxun, both of them were not bad in strength. They had no problem dealing with the golden eagle python at the 7th level of the tempering body realm. If you look closely, you can see that Lin Qingxun is slightly stronger than Li Qing. For Lin Qingxun, if she fully unleashes her strength, she can deal with an average 8th level tempering body realm. Bang! Bang! Zhao Quan and the golden eagle python leader fought fiercely, and the collision between the two sides continued with dull sounds. Zhao Quan's fists kept hitting the golden eagle python leader, and the golden eagle python leader would occasionally sweep Zhao Quan with his tail. The strength of the golden eagle python leader is indeed very good, but Zhao Quan is already at the peak of the 8th level of the tempering body realm, and is only one step away from the 9th level of the tempering body realm. If the two sides continue to fight like this, Without any other variables, Zhao Quan will still win. The fact was not unexpected. After the battle lasted for half an hour, the result finally appeared. Zhao Quan successfully killed the Golden Eagle Python leader, and Lin Fan and others also dealt with the rest of the Golden Eagle Pythons. Looking at the corpses of Golden Eagle Pythons scattered all over the ground, Li Song smiled and said, "Finally, we got rid of these guys. Without their obstruction, we can also collect those body-tempering fruits," Li Qing said with a smile. At this time, Wang Xiang praised, "Thanks to Brother Quan for dealing with the leader of the Golden Eagle Python, otherwise, we would not have the opportunity to get the body-tempering fruit." The meaning of this was very clear, that is, she wanted to put most of the credit on Zhao Quan, and even, she just said that Zhao Quan would decide the distribution of the body-tempering fruit. But thinking that everyone was from the cultivation family of Qingshan Town, she did not express it too obviously. It was better to be more obscure. At least, that's what she thought. Zhao Quan smiled very proudly and looked at Lin Qingxun, hoping to see admiration in Lin Qingxun's eyes, but he was very disappointed. Lin Qingxun didn't even look at him more, let alone praise him like Wang Xiang did. Moreover, Lin Qingxun happened to walk towards Lin Fan at this time and asked, "Are you not injured?" "No." Lin Fan shook his head. He would not be injured against those Golden Eagle Pythons with only the strength of the 6th level of the body-tempering realm. "It's good that you are not injured," Lin Qingxun said. Zhao Quan clenched his fists immediately, angry, really angry. In this battle against the Golden Eagle Python, he obviously paid the most. He was the one who killed the Golden Eagle Python leader. Lin Qingxun didn't ask him, but asked Lin Fan. How could he bear this? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Quan temporarily suppressed the murderous intent in his body and looked at the body-tempering fruit on the tree. "You collect the demon cores of these Golden Eagle Pythons, and I will go to get the body-tempering fruit," Zhao Quan pondered. Although the demon core of the Golden Eagle Python is not very high level, it can also be sold for some price. Anyway, the Golden Eagle Python has been killed, and it would be a waste if it is not collected. This kind of work is done by the two brothers Li Qing and Li Song. While the two brothers were collecting the Golden Eagle Python demon cores, Zhao Quan also went to pick 10 body-tempering fruits. "How many demon cores are there?" Zhao Quan asked. "There are 30 demon cores of the 5th level of body tempering, 15 demon cores of the 6th level of body tempering, 6 demon cores of the 7th level of body tempering, and 1 demon core of the 8th level of body tempering," Li Qing answered. The prices of demon cores of different levels are also different. For example, the price of a demon core of the 5th level of body tempering is at least 3 times lower than that of a demon core of the 8th level of body tempering. Such a price difference is still quite obvious. We will distribute the demon cores after all the demon cores are sold for yuanxi. Now we will distribute the body tempering fruits first. "Do you have any objections?" Zhao Quan asked. "No objection," Li Qing and Li Song shook their heads first. "It is a bit difficult to distribute the demon cores in this way. If we distribute them after they are sold for yuanxi, it will be more intuitive. Yuanxi and yuandan are the universal currencies of this world. 1 yuandan is equal to 10 yuanxi. In other words, 10 yuanxi can be used to refine 1 yuandan. But in places like Qingshan Town, there are basically no yuandan in circulation, and they all use yuanxi. The monster cores they harvested today can be sold for at least 1,000 yuanxi, which is a good harvest for them. 10 body-tempering fruits, there are 5 of us, so each of us is just allocated 2, Zhao Quan said in a deep voice. "Zhao Quan, aren't there 6 of us here?" Lin Qingxun said. "There were 5 before, and now there is Lin Fan, so there are naturally 6. Zhao Quan glanced at Lin Fan and said, "I didn't say that I would allocate the spoils to him. He just came to help us deal with the Golden Eagle Python." "You're too much," Lin Qingxun frowned and said. "When dealing with the Golden Eagle Python just now, Lin Fan at least contributed. How could he not get any benefit? That's none of my business. This is our spoils. Why should we allocate it to a stranger?" Zhao Quan said lightly. "You?" Lin Qingxun's pretty face showed a strong anger. She knew that Zhao Quan was a bad person, but she didn't expect Zhao Quan to be so narrow-minded. "That's right. Why should our spoils be distributed to a stranger? He volunteered to help us deal with the Golden Eagle Python. We didn't force him to come," Wang Xiang said. She stood on Zhao Quan's side without hesitation. To use the words on earth, Wang Xiang was like Zhao Quan's licking dog, but Zhao Quan was not interested in her licking dog. Although Li Qing and Li Song felt that Zhao Quan's behavior of not distributing any spoils to Lin Fan was inappropriate, it seemed difficult for them to interrupt at this time. After all the body-tempering fruits were in Zhao Quan's hands. If Zhao Quan was angry and didn't even distribute them, then they would suffer a huge loss. Haha, don't be hypocritical here. Don't you just see that I am a disciple of the Lin family and think that I have good things on me, so you want to kill me and seize my resources? Why are you talking so high-soundingly? Lin Fan stepped out, looked directly at Zhao Quan, and sneered. At this point, there was no need to pretend anymore. If they were to fall out, they would. Anyway, with his strength, he didn't need to be afraid of Zhao Quan. The worst that could happen was that he would fight to the death with Zhao Quan. He would never let Zhao Quan get any benefits. Zhao Quan didn't expect Lin Fan to see through his thoughts. He sneered and said, "Since you have such self-knowledge, I don't think you are a fool. Do you want to hand over everything you have on your own initiative, or do you want me to take you down?" Lin Qingsun and the others knew that this was Zhao Quan's idea, and they were not surprised that Zhao Quan would do this. "You are a little too confident in your strength," Lin Fan said indifferently. Zhao Quan's eyes narrowed, and he said, "You mean, I can't take you down?" Before Lin Fan could answer this question, Zhao Quan raised his head and laughed. "Haha, it's ridiculous. You are only at the 6th level of the tempering body realm, and you dare to speak arrogantly in front of me. Well, today I will let you see how powerful I am. You will always have to look up to me." As soon as the voice fell, Zhao Quan's body shook, and a strong breath burst out from his body. This breath was naturally the display of his strength at the peak of the 8th level of the tempering body realm. "Zhao Quan, don't go too far." Lin Qingsun stood beside Lin Fan and said, "Lin Fan helped us, and it's fine if you don't distribute the spoils, but you want to kill him. If this gets out, who'll dare to be friends with you in the future?" The strength that Lin Fan showed just now was only the 6th level of the tempering body realm. Lin Qingsun knew that Lin Fan was no match for Zhao Quan. She didn't expect Zhao Quan to distribute the spoils to Lin Fan now, as long as Lin Fan could leave alive. "I don't need such a friend," Zhao Quan said domineeringly. "I must kill him today, and none of you can stop me." Zhao Quan did intend to kill Lin Fan. He felt that if he didn't kill Lin Fan, the anger in his heart would never subside. Only when Lin Fan died could he be satisfied. "Thank you for speaking for me." Lin Fan glanced at Lin Qingsun. Regardless of whether Lin Qingsun had attracted more hatred for him, Lin Qingsun had indeed stood up to speak for him several times. Then, he looked at Zhao Quan again and said lightly, "However, this person may not be able to deal with me. It is still uncertain who will win, boy. I hope you can still be as rampant as you are now." Zhao Quan laughed in anger. He didn't expect Lin Fan to dare to be stubborn at this time. It seems that there is no need to say anything more. It is the best choice to take Lin Fan directly. As he said, he didn't delay any more. He took a step and rushed directly towards Lin Fan. Lin Qingsun didn't expect Zhao Quan to start fighting immediately. He wanted to help Lin Fan, but Lin Fan had already rushed out first. Bang! Lin Fan and Zhao Quan's fists collided fiercely. With a spread of a dull sound, it can be clearly seen that Lin Fan and Zhao Quan's bodies retreated a distance to the back. This scene surprised Lin Qingsun and others. 7th level of the tempering body realm. After Zhao Quan stabilized his body, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. In the previous collision, he clearly felt that Lin Fan was not at the 6th level of the tempering body realm, but had reached the 7th level of the tempering body realm. "You actually had your strength, you must die today." Zhao Quan stared at Lin Fan with a fierce look in his eyes and said in a deep voice. The stronger the strength Lin Fan showed, the more he couldn't let Lin Fan leave alive. Otherwise, the feud today would be formed. If he let Lin Fan leave alive, then when Lin Fan came back with people to take revenge, how could their Zhao family be the opponent of the Lin family? So, he had to kill Lin Fan today no matter what. Lin Qingsun was happy about Lin Fan's behavior of hiding his strength just now. This at least showed that the strength between Lin Fan and Zhao Quan had narrowed a lot, and at least there was a chance to escape from Zhao Quan. Wang Xiang had nothing to worry about. She was full of confidence in Zhao Quan's strength. Even if Lin Fan was not at the 6th level of the tempering body realm, but at the 7th level, so what? He still couldn't be Zhao Quan's opponent. The two brothers Li Qing and Li Song still chose to remain neutral. This matter was beyond their ability to intervene. They could only stand by and watch the battle between Lin Fan and Zhao Quan quietly. "It's not me who died today, but you," Lin Fan responded. Boy! Does the strength of the 7th level of the tempering body realm make you so rampant? Zhao Quan said coldly. Killing you is no problem, Lin Fan said. Looking for death, Zhao Quan was furious. It was the first time he met someone who was weaker than him but acted more arrogant than him. It had come to this point. If he didn't take Lin Fan down, how could he survive in Qingshan Town in the future? As soon as his feet touched the ground, Zhao Quan rushed towards Lin Fan again. Chapter 678 Defeat Zhao Quan. The reason why he didn't have the upper hands in the collision just now was mainly because he didn't expect that Lin Fan was not at the 6th level of the tempering body realm, but at the 7th level. Therefore, when he attacked just now, he didn't use his full strength, and was hit back by Lin Fan unexpectedly. Now that he knows Lin Fan's true strength, he will naturally not hold back when he attacks. He can't let Lin Fan escape unscathed under his full strength attack. Zhao Quan clenched his fists again and rushed forward. Facing Zhao Quan's attack, Lin Fan's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Does this guy think his body is vegetarian? In a head-on collision, Lin Fan is really not afraid of Zhao Quan at all. After all, in the collision just now, he has already tested Zhao Quan's physical strength. It is clear that Zhao Quan's physical strength is not as good as his. It's not that Zhao Quan didn't use his full strength just now, Lin Fan didn't use his full strength either. Because he knew that Zhao Quan would be careless and attack. Bang! Lin Fan also clenched his fists and collided with Zhao Quan's fists again. A dull sound suddenly sounded. Lin Fan and Zhao Quan's bodies retreated to the back, and they stabilized after retreating a certain distance. This scene shocked Ling Qingxuan, Li Qing, Li Song and Wang Siying. If Zhao Quan was not prepared and did not attack with all his strength, it would be understandable. But this time, they believed that Zhao Quan was fully prepared. However, the result was that Zhao Quan and Lin Fan's bodies retreated at the same time again. And from the distance of retreat, Zhao Quan retreated a greater distance. What happened? As the person involved, Zhao Quan was also shocked to the point of being speechless. He had used all his strength in the punch attack just now. Logically, he should have knocked Lin Fan out with one punch, but he was beaten back by Lin Fan. This made him feel like he was dreaming. Could it be that his strength had decreased? Haha, now you know how powerful I am. Lin Fan saw Zhao Quan's extremely shocked expression and couldn't help but feel a little funny. He couldn't help but mock him. Zhao Quan's face turned very ugly. He never thought that Lin Fan, a practitioner at the 7th level of the body tempering realm, would have such a strong physical strength. This kid must have practiced some kind of body refining technique. Otherwise, his body would not be so strong. I must take him down and get that kind of body refining technique from him. In this way, my body can be tempered even more strongly. When I enter Nanluo College, the chance of being valued by the college will be greater, Zhao Quan thought secretly in his heart. In his eyes, Lin Fan's body is so strong, it must be because he practiced a body refining technique, otherwise he would never believe that Lin Fan's body can be so strong naturally. In any case, he is only one step away from the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Lin Fan is only at the 7th level of the body tempering realm, and his body is not worse than his, which is enough to explain everything. I didn't expect Lin Fan's strength to be able to compete with Zhao Quan. It seems that I worried too much before, Ling Qingxuan thought secretly in his heart. He had just thought that if Lin Fan was not Zhao Quan's opponent, then she would help Lin Fan, at least not let Lin Fan die in Zhao Quan's hands. First, she couldn't stand Zhao Quan's behavior, and second, she felt that it was not okay for Lin Fan to die here. After all, if Lin Fan was really a disciple of the Lin family, when the Lin family investigated, none of them could escape. But now that she saw that Lin Fan could compete with Zhao Quan, she felt much more relieved. At least, in this way, Lin Fan would not get into trouble here. Zhao Quan stared at Lin Fan with a gloomy face, and said word by word, although your strength is beyond my expectation, I tell you, you must die here today, and no one can change this fact. Boom. Zhao Quan's eyes sank, and the wild power in his body suddenly surged out, covering his hands. Flame fist, Zhao Quan shouted, waving his fist and rushing towards Lin Fan. It can be clearly seen that flames suddenly gathered on his fists, making both fists look like they were wrapped in flames. Be careful, he is using martial arts. Ling Qingxuan could not help but remind Lin Fan after seeing the changes in Zhao Quan's fist. This stinky woman, when you fall into my hands, I will kill you. Zhao Quan couldn't help but curse in his heart when he heard that Lin Qingxun was still helping Lin Fan at this time. He had already thought about it. When Lin Qingxun fell into his hands, he must let Lin Qingxun know how serious the consequences would be. Lin Qingxun naturally didn't know the dirty thoughts in Zhao Quan's mind. She focused her eyes on the field. Lin Fan also stared at Zhao Quan's fist. From Zhao Quan's fist, he felt an extremely strong force. Is this the power of martial arts? Lin Fan was silent in his heart. This is the martial arts of SYNOPSIS continent, a powerful force exerted with the help of wild force. SYNOPSIS continent generally has 3 criteria for determining strength. First, see who has a higher cultivation level. People with higher cultivation levels naturally have an advantage. Second, if the 2 people have the same cultivation, it depends on who practices a purer method. If the method is purer, then the wild force in the body will be purer. Third, if the cultivation and the method are the same, it depends on who practices a more powerful martial art. Whoever practices a more powerful martial art will cause more damage when the martial art is used in battle. Therefore, at this time, facing the martial arts displayed by Zhao Quan, Lin Fan naturally dared not be careless, and could not use the strength of his body to resist Zhao Quan's martial arts. In that case, the high temperature of the flame on Zhao Quan's fist would definitely cause considerable damage to the skin. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's mind moved, and he controlled the 3 daggers to fly out. Although the temperature on Zhao Quan's fist was very high, the materials of these 3 daggers were not simple, and it was absolutely impossible for them to be melted by the temperature of the fist. Lin Fan can still guarantee this 100%. When seeing the 3 daggers flying out beside Lin Fan, Lin Qingxun and others widened their eyes. Is this soul power? He actually controlled soul power. Too incredible. Lin Qingxun, Li Qing and Li Song all sighed. Even Wang Xidang, who had been standing on Zhao Quan's side, showed a deep look of astonishment on her pretty face after seeing Lin Fan controlling the 3 daggers, and she couldn't say anything to criticize Lin Fan. Soul power is another kind of power in SYNOPSIS continent. And this power is no worse than wild power. Only those who have soul power can become alchemists. Alchemists are the hotcakes in SYNOPSIS continent, and any force will welcome alchemists to join. Once you become an alchemist, it means that your status will rise sharply. This is why Lin Qingxun and the other 4 were so shocked when they saw Lin Fan controlling 3 daggers out of thin air. Zhao Quan was also shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to have such a strong physical strength before, and now he didn't expect Lin Fan to have soul power. What does this mean? It means that he offended Lin Fan today, and there are only 2 ways left. First, he killed Lin Fan, suppressed the matter, and did not allow it to be leaked. Second, he died. Yes, if Lin Fan did not die here today, but left, then sooner or later Lin Fan would come back to deal with him. At that time, not only would he be in trouble, but the entire Zhao family behind him would be implicated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fan's mind moved, and he controlled the 3 daggers to attack Zhao Quan's fist with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. He naturally knew about the power of soul force. He still had to thank the information given by Ho Qilin, which made him have too much understanding of SYNOPSIS continent. Otherwise, he would be like a fool and didn't understand anything. Bang! 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 Under Lin Fan's control, the 3 daggers collided with Zhao Quan's fist, making 3 sharp sounds. It can be seen that Zhao Quan's fist has indeed become extremely hard under the increase of martial arts, otherwise, it would have been seriously injured by colliding with such a sharp dagger. However, although this attack did not cause any harm to Zhao Quan blocked it with his fist. But you have to know that Lin Fan's speed of controlling the 3 daggers with his mind was very fast. The next moment, his mind moved again, and the 3 daggers continued to attack Zhao Quan under his control. In such a short time, Zhao Quan had no time to use martial arts again, and could only rely on speed to dodge the attack of the 3 daggers. Unfortunately, his speed was still much slower than the speed of the daggers. Swish! 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 The 3 daggers quickly slashed across Zhao Quan's body, leaving 3 eye-catching blood marks, and blood slowly flowed out of the wounds. Ah! Zhao Quan cried out in pain because of the injury. After all, the power carried by the 3 daggers was very strong. Even though his body was strong enough, the daggers still injured his bones. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he once again controlled the 3 daggers to attack Zhao Quan. This time, Zhao Quan didn't even have a chance to dodge, and was instantly knocked to the ground. Don't kill me." Zhao Quan endured the severe pain from his wound and shouted in fear. "Don't kill you." Lin Fan smiled faintly, looked at Zhao Quan, and said, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Zhao Quan said in fear, "I am the young master of the Zhao family. If you don't kill me, I can let the Zhao family give you a lot of yuanqi." "Young master of the Zhao family?" Lin Fan asked doubtfully. "Is the Zhao family very powerful and famous?" For this question, Zhao Quan really didn't know how to answer for a while. The Zhao family is indeed very powerful and famous in Qingshan town. After all, it is the first cultivation family in Qingshan town. But if the Zhao family looks at the entire Yancheng, it is not enough. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as insignificant, not to mention comparing it with a behemoth like the Lin family in Yancheng. Ling Qingxun, Li Qing, Li Song and Wang Xiang did not speak at this time. They all knew the rules of this world very well. Strength is respected, and whoever is stronger has the final say. "Now if you answer me a question honestly, I will consider whether to kill you or not," Lin Fan said with a faint smile. Ask me, as long as I know, I will answer truthfully," Zhao Quan said. "If you defeat me today, will you kill me?" Lin Fan smiled slightly and emphasized, "Remember, answer truthfully." Zhao Quan hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "Yes, that's right, then I will also kill you." Lin Fan nodded. "Don't. You just said that if you answer truthfully." Zhao Quan was interrupted by Lin Fan before he could finish his sentence. "I said that if you answer truthfully, I will consider whether to kill you or not. Now I have thought it through and I will kill you." Lin Fan smiled and said, "If you defeat me, you will kill me. If I defeat you, why don't I kill you? Don't you think this is the truth?" Puff. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Ling Qingxun couldn't help laughing beside him. She thought Lin Fan was going to let Zhao Quan go, but she didn't expect that Lin Fan deliberately played a trick on Zhao Quan. Although Li Qing and Li Song wanted to laugh, they still held back because of the strength of the Zhao family. Seeing Zhao Quan begging for mercy in such a desperate manner, Wang Xiang no longer had any good feelings towards Zhao Quan. Instead, she looked at Lin Fan with a strong admiration. She has always been such a woman, liking whoever is stronger. Now that Lin Fan is stronger than Zhao Quan, she naturally has a crush on him. "If you kill me, you will never be able to leave Qingshan town. Even if you are from the Lin family, our Zhao family will avenge me." Zhao Quan had to bring up the Zhao family, hoping to scare Lin Fan a little. Chapter 679 Absorbing the Body-Tempering Fruit. Zhao Quan had no other thoughts at this moment, he just wanted to survive. He was the young master of the Zhao family and also the genius of the Zhao family. If nothing unexpected happened, the entire Zhao family would be handed over to him in the future. He would become the future head of the Zhao family and lead the Zhao family to continue to be the dominant family in Qingshan town. But all this was premised on his survival. If he couldn't survive, then none of this had anything to do with him. "I killed you, who would know it was me?" Lin Fan asked. "They all know, unless you kill them all." Zhao Quan immediately looked at Ling Qingxun, Li Qing, Li Song and Wang Xiang, wanting to tie Ling Qingxun and the other four together with him. Ling Qingxun and the other four didn't expect Zhao Quan to be so shameless that he wanted to drag them to be buried together. "We don't know anything," Li Qing said quickly. "Yes, we don't know," Li Song followed. Since Zhao Quan was so shameless, they decided not to give Zhao Quan any face. Ling Qingxun did not speak, but her meaning was very clear. After all, she had been arguing with Zhao Quan from the beginning, so how could she help Zhao Quan? "Zhao Quan, you are too disgusting. You are going to be killed, and you want to drag us down with you. I have never seen such a disgusting person as you," Wang Xiang said hurriedly. While speaking, she looked at Zhao Quan with a disgusted look. "You?" Zhao Quan was not surprised by Li Qing and Li Song's attitude, but Wang Xiang's change of attitude undoubtedly gave Zhao Quan a heavy blow. "You know, before, Wang Xiang was what he said, and did whatever he asked her to do, and never violated any of his arrangements. This can't be blamed on Wang Xiang, mainly because they have seen Lin Fan's strength and know that Lin Fan is very powerful. Even Zhao Quan, who is at the peak of the 8th level of the tempering body realm, is not Lin Fan's opponent, let alone them. If Lin Fan wants to deal with them, they will definitely not be able to survive." "Did you see it?" Lin Fan said calmly. "They don't know anything. Now, tell me, what do you rely on?" Zhao Quan took a deep breath, glared at Lin Fan, opened his mouth, and wanted to continue to say a few words to threaten Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan did not intend to give Zhao Quan another chance to speak. Whoosh! Lin Fan's mind moved, and a dagger flew out. Swish! The dagger was very fast, and it passed in front of Zhao Quan's neck, and a line of blood suddenly spurted out. Zhao Quan's breath quickly disappeared at this time. Lin Fan's eyes condensed, and he said in a deep voice, "Go to another world," and regretted slowly. Seeing Zhao Quan's death, Lin Qingxun and the other four sighed in their hearts, but they didn't say much. This was nothing more than Zhao Quan's own fault. If Zhao Quan didn't have the intention to kill Lin Fan, I think Lin Fan would not kill Zhao Quan. So, this is Zhao Quan reaping the consequences of his own actions, and they can't stop it. You can tell others what happened here, but I have to say it in advance. If I know who leaked it, I will not show mercy. Lin Fan glanced at Zhao Quan's body, and then looked at Lin Qingxun and the other three. After he finished speaking, Lin Fan ignored the expressions of Lin Qingxun and the other three, and bent down to pick up the 10 body-tempering fruits that Zhao Quan had placed in his arms. We will distribute these 10 body-tempering fruits according to 2 per person, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Lin Qingxun and the others thought they had heard wrongly. Lin Fan killed Zhao Quan and was stronger than them, but he still wanted to distribute body-tempering fruits to them? This was completely beyond their expectations. After all, Lin Fan and they were not very familiar with each other, so even if he did not distribute any to them, it was completely reasonable. Lin Fan knew that for a cultivator at the body-tempering realm, taking 2 of the body-tempering fruits would reach the saturation effect, and there was no point in continuing to take more. In this case, why not do a favor and give it to Lin Qingxun and the others, so that he could get closer to Lin Qingxun and the others? In this way, it is naturally much easier to get information. Lin Fan did what he said and quickly distributed the tempering fruit to Lin Qingxun and others. After getting the tempering fruit, Lin Qingxun and others realized that this was true. They really didn't expect Lin Fan to be so generous. After all, if you can't use the tempering fruit, you can still sell it and still sell it at a good price. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have squeezed you before. Wang Xiang took the tempering fruit and apologized to Lin Fan sincerely. You had your position before, it doesn't matter. Lin Fan shook his head. Naturally, he would not care about people like Wang Xiang. He also believed that after the means he showed just now, Wang Xiang would not be arrogant anymore. This is also the case. People like Wang Xiang are easy to change their minds according to the situation and listen to whoever is stronger. Now in Wang Xiang's eyes, Lin Fan is an absolute genius. Of course, in the eyes of Lin Qingxun, Li Qing and Li Song, Lin Fan is also a peerless genius. Especially since Lin Fan possessed soul power, it seemed to them that they had seen the future alchemist. If they could become friends with a future alchemist in advance, they would be very happy. Mr. Lin, are you going back to Yanchang next? Wang Xiang asked. Not really. Lin Fan shook his head and said, I'm going to Nanluo College to participate in the enrollment, but I'm trapped in this mountain range and can't get out. I have to leave this mountain range first. Are you going to Nanluo College? Wang Xiang was stunned. Yes, Lin Fan nodded. That's great, we are going to Nanluo College too, so we can go together, Wang Xiang said with a smile. Really? Lin Fan pretended not to know that they were going to Nanluo College. Yes, Wang Xiang nodded and said, Nanluo College's enrollment will start in a week. We came to this mountain range with the intention of going to Nanluo College. After getting the tempering fruit, they did think so. After getting the tempering fruit and taking it, they improved their strength and went to Nanluo College to wait for the enrollment to start, so that they could enter Nanluo College. By the way, do the families behind you know that you guys came to this mountain range? Lin Fan asked. If the families behind Lin Qingxun and others knew, then Lin Qingxun and the other 4 went back, but Zhao Quan did not go back, and the Zhao family behind Zhao Quan would definitely ask about it. At that time, they would have to make up a lie. Know it, Lin Qingxun replied. Since you know it, after you go back. If the people from the Zhao family ask about it, you have to give a unified statement, so as not to suspect you at that time, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. Lin Qingxun nodded and said, we will say that after Zhao Quan and we entered the mountain range, he left alone and did not continue to walk with us. As for what he did there, we don't know. Lin Fan glanced at Lin Qingxun and nodded, yes, that's fine. Anyway, the people of the Zhao family must know how strong Zhao Quan is, and they also know that you can't join forces to kill Zhao Quan. What if they must ask clearly? Li Qing asked. Sometimes, an ambiguous answer is enough. The family behind you is not a pushover. You all gave a unified answer. Can you rely on the Zhao family to deal with the family behind you? Lin Fan looked at Li Qing. Li Qing felt that what Lin Fan said made sense. Although the three major families behind them were not as strong as the Zhao family in terms of overall strength, if the three major families united together, the Zhao family would definitely not be the opponent of the three major families. I think the Zhao family would not dare to do anything too extreme, because that would only force the three major families to join forces to resist. This is not a meaningful thing for the Zhao family. Do you plan to absorb the body-tempering fruit here before leaving the mountain, or absorb it after leaving the mountain? Lin Fan asked. Absorb it here. Lin Qingxun and the other three looked at each other and answered in unison. It just so happens that the golden eagle pythons here have been dealt with, so it's quite safe. We can absorb it here. Lin Fan nodded. Then, the five of them did not waste any time and began to sit cross-legged on the ground to absorb it. To absorb a medicinal material like the body-tempering fruit, you can't just hold it in your hand, you have to take it into your body. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, took the body-tempering fruit in his hand and took a look at it, then opened his mouth and took it into his body. As soon as the body-tempering fruit entered his body, it turned into rich energy in his body and spread out. This energy spread throughout his body, making Lin Fan feel warm all over. Soon, this energy was transformed into wild power and stored in his body. After absorbing one body-tempering fruit, Lin Fan continued to absorb the second body-tempering fruit without delay. Boom! When the second body-tempering fruit was absorbed, a sound of energy suddenly sounded in his body, and his cultivation level was also raised to the 8th level of the body-tempering realm. Lin Fan's speed of absorbing the body-tempering fruit was obviously faster than Lin Qingxun and the other four, which also indirectly showed that Lin Fan's cultivation talent was stronger than Lin Qingxun and the other four. When he absorbed the second one, Lin Qingxun and the other four were still absorbing it. Lin Fan did not disturb the absorption progress of Lin Qingxun and the other four. He stood up and waited quietly. After a while, Lin Qingxun was the first to absorb it. Lin Fan could feel that Lin Qingxun's cultivation level also made a breakthrough and reached the 8th level of the body-tempering realm. After Lin Qingxun's breakthrough, Li Qing's cultivation level also broke through, then Li Song, and finally Wang Siying. The cultivation levels of the five of them were equivalent to successfully breaking through with the help of the body-tempering fruit. You don't have anything else to do in this mountain range? Lin Fan asked. No, Lin Qingxun and the other four shook their heads. Okay, then you take me away from this mountain range, and I will go out with you, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. Okay, Lin Qingxun and the other three naturally had no different opinions. Along the way, Lin Fan also chatted with Lin Qingxun and the other three, and took the opportunity to inquire about some information. Of course, the information he inquired about could not be too simple. After all, his current identity in the eyes of Lin Qingxun and the other four was that of a member of the Yanchang Lin family. Chapter 681 Bao Inn. Qingshan Town is a small town under the jurisdiction of Yancheng. It is called a small town, but in fact its area is also very vast. A small town here, if placed on Earth, is larger than some cities on Earth. When Lin Fan and the other five arrived at Qingshan Town, Lin Fan asked, "When will you leave for Nanluo College?" "Tomorrow," Lin Qingxun replied. "Then I will find an inn to stay in first. Remember to come find me when you leave tomorrow. We will go to Nanluo College together." Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Okay," Lin Qingxun and the other four nodded. "By the way, which inn is the best in Qingshan Town?" Lin Fan asked. Li Qing and Li Song looked at Lin Qingxun tacitly. Lin Qingxun said, "There is an inn outside my house. It is the best inn in Qingshan Town, then please take me there," Lin Fan said. He was not familiar with this place at all. Since there was an inn outside Lin Qingxun's house, he could just stay in the inn outside Lin Qingxun's house. Okay, Lin Qingxun did not refuse. Wang Siying wanted to chat with Lin Fan for a while and try to get close to him, but at this moment, she was too embarrassed to show it too obviously. The main thing was that on the way back to Qingshan Town from the mountains, she had already discovered that Lin Fan had no interest in her. After they parted, Lin Fan followed Lin Qingxun on the street, attracting the attention of many people. Who is the man following the eldest daughter of the Lin family? How come I have never seen him before? Yes, I haven't seen him either, but they look like a perfect match. Could he be the man that the eldest daughter of the Lin family likes? I don't know. Anyway, I have never seen the eldest daughter of the Lin family walking alone with a man before, everyone started to discuss. Hearing these discussions, a faint blush appeared on Lin Kingsun's pretty face. The Lin family is one of the 4 major families in Kingshan Town, and she is the eldest daughter of the Lin family. She has an excellent figure, appearance and talent, so she is naturally the focus of attention in Kingshan Town. What these people said was also true. She had indeed never walked alone on the street with a man before. This was her first time walking with a man. Therefore, it is normal for others to have such misunderstandings. But what she herself did not realize was that she did not feel any aversion to such misunderstandings. If it was someone like Zhao Quan who caused the misunderstanding, she would definitely feel aversion. Lin Fan naturally heard the voices around him. In order to prevent the embarrassment from continuing, he could not help but say, "By the way, I want to trouble you with something." "Ah. What is it?" Lin Kingsun was obviously stunned. She did not expect Lin Fan to trouble her with something. "It's just," Lin Fan said awkwardly, "I suddenly realized that I forgot to bring yuanxi with me. Can you lend me some? Otherwise, when I stay at the inn." Yes, Lin Fan was embarrassed by this question. Staying at the inn would definitely cost money, but he did not have any yuanxi on him, and the tempering fruit he got was also distributed. Otherwise, he could sell the tempering fruit in exchange for yuanxi. As for those demon callers, they just gave them to the 2 brothers Li Qing and Li Song, asking them to deal with them and then distribute the yuanxi. Lin Kingsun was stunned again. And she did not expect that Lin Fan was bothering her with yuanxi. However, she was a considerate girl. In her opinion, Lin Fan had already lost face by asking her to borrow yuanxi. If she still showed hesitation, Lin Fan would feel even more embarrassed. Men are all face conscious. She knew this truth. Thinking of this, she nodded immediately and said, "You have allocated the tempering fruit to us, which is already worth a lot of yuanxi. I can just give it to you directly, and it won't be counted as borrowing." "No, it must be counted as borrowing, otherwise I don't want it." Lin Fan shook his head. He proposed to distribute the tempering fruit himself, not Lin Kingsun and others, so he would not count it in. Everyone is their own, and they must be clearly divided. Seeing Lin Fan's firm attitude, Lin Kingsun knew that there was no point in saying anything else. "Okay, then when you pay me back, how many yuanxi do you want?" Lin Kingsun said with a smile. "How many yuanxi does it cost to stay in that inn for one night?" Lin Fan asked. "A good room is 100 yuanxi, plus food. 200 yuanxi should be enough," Lin Kingsun replied. "Okay, then lend me 200 yuanxi." Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Okay," Lin Kingsun responded, and immediately took out a small bag from his body and handed it to Lin Fan without delay. This small bag contained 200 yuanxi. In the following time, Lin Fan and Lin Kingsun continued to walk on the street, chatting about many topics, but they didn't pay much attention to the sounds around them. Lin Kingsun's embarrassment was instantly relieved a lot. Not long after, the 2 came to the outside of the inn. This inn is called Wanbao Inn, which is opened by Wanbao Pavilion in Kingshan Town. On the way here just now, Lin Kingsun also talked to Lin Fan about Wanbao Pavilion. Wanbao Pavilion is the largest chamber of commerce organization in Yancheng, and it has a lot of profits every year. "Miss Ling, thank you for leading the way," Lin Fan thanked. "Mr. Lin, you are too polite," Lin Kingsun shook his head. "Haha, then I'll go into the inn first. Remember to call me when you leave for Nanluo College tomorrow," Lin Fan said. "Okay," Lin Kingsun nodded. After the words fell, Lin Fan did not waste time and turned to walk into the Wanbao Inn. Although the consumption of Wanbao Inn is not low, there are still many customers here. As soon as you enter, you can feel the lively atmosphere. Seeing Lin Fan enter the inn, Lin Kingsun did not stay and returned to the Ling family. Her home is only 1 street away from Wanbao Inn, and she returned to the family after a while. "Sir, what do you need?" In front of Lin Fan, a man in his 20s asked politely. This man is the waiter of the inn. Lin Fan glanced at the waiter and said, "Stay in the hotel. Are there any rooms?" "Yes, sir. Please follow me here." The waiter took Lin Fan to check in. As Lin Kingsun said, a good room in Wanbao Inn costs 100 yuan stones for one night. Lin Fan paid a total of 200 yuan stones, 100 for the hotel, and 100 for food. He hasn't had a good meal since he came to this world, so it's a good time to taste the delicious food here. Of course, for powerful practitioners, they don't need to eat, but before they are strong enough, They still need to eat every day. When I reach the level of Huangdan realm, I won't need to eat anymore, Lin Fan said secretly in his heart. Originally, his strength had made him the strongest person on Earth, but when he came to Cyanitan continent, he found that there were too many strong people here. If he, the strongest person on Earth, was ranked according to his strength in Cyanitan continent, he would have no idea how high he would be ranked. Walking into the inn room, Lin Fan looked around. It was indeed a place that he spent 100 yuan stones to stay in. The decorations and other aspects were very exquisite. Sir, we have already started to prepare your dishes. We will send them to you when they are ready, the waiter bowed and nodded to Lin Fan, saying, you can call me at any time if you have any instructions. Okay, Lin Fan nodded. Then I'll go down first, the waiter said, turned around and left the room. It must be said that the speed of serving dishes in this inn is still very fast. After only 20 minutes, the dishes were prepared for Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a look and sighed in his heart. It's quite cost-effective to eat such rich delicacies for only 100 yuanshi. If some ordinary people knew this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. After all, for ordinary people, they may not be able to earn 100 yuanshi in a year of hard work, but Lin Fan ate 100 yuanshi in one meal, which is completely incomparable. In a place like Cyanitan continent, people with rich assets are all cultivators. The lives of ordinary people are worthless in the eyes of cultivators and can be killed at will. Of course, under the same circumstances, alchemists are richer than cultivators. Even the lowest level first-level alchemists can sell a lot of yuanshi or yuandan for the first-grade elixir they refine. Lin Fan did not know these specific information. He just wanted to taste some of the delicacies on the table in front of him. Sir, you eat first, I will come to clean up later, the waiter still said politely, and then left the room. Okay, Lin Fan glanced at him. After the waiter left the room, Lin Fan ate even more unceremoniously. The food was indeed quite delicious. Slowly, the whole table was eaten up by Lin Fan. Delicious. After finishing eating, Lin Fan touched his stomach inside. With such delicious food, he could eat more. The waiter seemed to have calculated the time. Not long after Lin Fan finished eating, he knocked on the door outside. Sir, are you done? If you are, I will clean up the table, the waiter said politely. If you are done, come in and clean up, Lin Fan responded. The waiter pushed open the door and walked in, and began to clean up the table. After the table was cleaned up, the waiter came to Lin Fan again, looking at Lin Fan with a smile in his eyes. Lin Fan looked up at the waiter, and he seemed to sense something unusual in the waiter's eyes. What? Is there anything else? Lin Fan asked. Sir, do you need any other service? The waiter asked. What service? Lin Fan didn't react for a moment. That's it, the waiter blinked. What? Lin Fan still didn't understand what the waiter meant. The waiter didn't know whether Lin Fan really didn't understand or was just pretending, so he took a deep breath and said directly, Sir, we have some high-quality women in our inn. If you need them, we can arrange for them to come and serve you. After hearing what the waiter said, Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect the waiter to mean this. No wonder he looked at the waiter with a strange look. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681 The Zhao family moves out. Lin Fan felt a little amused. He didn't expect that this Cyanitan continent was the same as Earth, and such services still existed in the inn. However, he really didn't need this special service. First, he didn't like it, and second, he didn't have any extra yuanshi. No, I don't need it. Lin Fan shook his head and responded to the waiter seriously. Seeing Lin Fan's answer so straightforward, the waiter knew that Lin Fan might really have no interest in this kind of service. He left the room without hesitation. At night, Lin Fan didn't go out to wander around, but stayed in the room of the inn to practice. He sat cross-legged on the bed, and with a slight sense, he could sense the wild force existing in the world around him. When he was an evolver on Earth, he couldn't actively practice, and had to rely on the ring to pick up attributes and absorb energy crystals to improve his strength. But in the Cyanitan continent, because of the wild force between heaven and earth, practitioners can actively absorb the wild force into their bodies to improve their cultivation. After sensing the wild force of heaven and earth around him, Lin Fan began to absorb it. Those wild forces, with his body as the center, continued to flow into his body. After I arrive at Nanlo Academy, I have to find a suitable cultivation method in the academy. With a cultivation method, I can absorb the wild force faster, Lin Fan thought secretly in his heart. The function of the cultivation method is to speed up the practitioner's absorption of the wild force and make the wild force more pure. Lin Fan has no cultivation method for him to master now, but it is obvious that there must be a cultivation method in Nanlo Academy. When the time comes, he just needs to choose a suitable one for him to practice. While Lin Fan was practicing to absorb the wild force, the atmosphere in the Zhao family had changed a little. In the hall of the Zhao family, a group of people gathered here. The first one was an old man in his 60s. He was the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji looked at the people in the Zhao family and asked loudly, "Still no news about Zhao Quan?" The Zhao Quan mentioned by Zhao Wuji was naturally Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan was his grandson and the most outstanding genius in the third generation of the Zhao family. With Zhao Quan's cultivation talent, if he continues to develop normally, he can definitely surpass everyone in their Zhao family and become the strongest person in the Zhao family. Therefore, the whole family was very concerned about Zhao Quan and would not allow Zhao Quan to make any mistakes. Not long after, a man dressed in Zhao family uniform walked in from outside the door. This man was about 40 years old. As soon as the man entered the door, Zhao Wuji could not wait to ask, "Gangayan, have you found out?" "Master, I found out. I asked the people of Ling family, Li family and Wang family. They all said that Zhao Quan left alone after entering the mountain range with him. He did not tell them where he was going. The four of them left the mountain range together," Zhao Gangayan replied. Left alone, this answer made Zhao Wuji and others frown. "Why did Zhao Quan leave alone?" the eldest elder of the Zhao family asked in confusion. "I don't know. The four of them said that Zhao Quan did not tell them the reason. Anyway, Zhao Quan left alone," Zhao Gangayan shook his head. "Could it be that the four of them lied?" the second elder of the Zhao family asked. "But what is the reason for their lie?" the eldest elder of the Zhao family asked back. "Could it be that the four of them killed Zhao Quan? Did they take the things from Zhao Quan?" the second elder of the Zhang family made a bold guess. His guess instantly made the atmosphere in the hall solemn. After all, if this guess is true, it means that the Wang family, the Ling family and the Li family are provoking the Zhao family. Yes, this possibility cannot be ruled out. The four of them were greedy for money and thought that Zhao Quan had good things on him, so they joined forces to deal with Zhao Quan. Naturally, they dared not tell us. Not bad, not bad. I also think this possibility is very high. We must catch the four of them and interrogate them. Yes, Patriarch, give the order. I will catch the four of them now, Patriarch. I will go too. We must not let them get away with it. The rest of the Zhao family expressed indignation. Although they usually quarreled with each other, they still remained consistent on such major issues. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Wuji at this time. As long as Zhao Wuji gave an order, they would immediately take action. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, calmed down, and swept his eyes over everyone, saying, "Zhao Quan has reached the peak of the 8th level of the tempering body realm, and is only one step away from the 9th level. When he bursts out with all his strength, it is not a problem for him to deal with ordinary 9th level practitioners in the tempering body realm. With such strength, even if Ling Qingxuan and the other four join forces, do you think Ling Qingxuan and the other four are Zhao Quan's opponents?" Zhao Wuji is always the head of the Zhao family. He is much more mature than them in terms of thinking about things, and he will not make a conclusion without thinking it through. What's more, this kind of thing involves a wide range of things. If you make a conclusion without thinking it through, it is easy to cause irreversible consequences. Hearing what Zhao Wuji said, everyone calmed down a lot. What the head of the family said is true. Zhao Quan's strength is infinitely close to the 9th level of the tempering body realm. It is no problem to deal with ordinary 9th level practitioners in the tempering body realm. Even if Ling Qingxuan and the other four join forces, they can never be Zhao Quan's opponents. The eldest elder of the Zhao family nodded. To defeat Zhao Quan and not give him a chance to escape, one must be at least at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, which Ling Qingxuan and the other four cannot achieve. The second elder of the Zhao family also nodded. The others also nodded, as they had not considered this link just now. Zhao Wuji swept his eyes over the crowd again and said in a deep voice, "Moreover, you have to know one thing, that is, There are only 4 major cultivation families in Kingshan Town. If you go directly to the other 3 families to capture the geniuses in their families, will the 3 major families let you do it? At that time, if it is handled well, it will be fine, but if it is not handled well, it will be easy for the 3 families to join forces to deal with our Zhao family. The strength of our Zhao family is not yet stronger than the 3 families joining forces. As the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Wuji has a clear understanding of the overall strength of the Zhao family. Among the 4 major families, the Zhao family ranks first in strength, and there is no problem with this. Even if the Zhao family tries its best, it is not impossible to deal with a combination of 2 of the families. But if the 3 major families join forces, the Zhao family will not be able to cope with it. For this kind of problem, the answer is known without even considering it. Therefore, Zhao Wuji could not let the Zhao family go to the 3 major families to capture people, which would be tantamount to seeking death. Patriarch, what should we do now? Xiao Quan has not come back yet. He was supposed to go to Nanluo College tomorrow. If he misses the enrollment of Nanluo College, he will have to wait for the next time. A middle-aged man from the Zhao family frowned and said, Nanluo College only recruits once every 2 years. If you miss this time, you will have to wait 2 years for the next time. You know, 2 years is enough for young geniuses to get a great improvement in Nanluo College. Arrange everyone in the family to go out and look for him. Zhao Wuji thought for a while, and quickly made a decision. He said in a deep voice, the problem now is not whether we can catch up with the enrollment of Nanluo College, but to find Xiao Quan first. As long as Xiao Quan is alive, it is more important than anything else. Yes, everyone in the Zhao family answered in unison. They also felt that what Zhao Wuji said made sense. Regardless of whether the enrollment of Nanluo College would be missed or not, the premise was that Zhao Quan would come back alive. If Zhao Quan could not come back alive, what would happen even if the enrollment of Nanluo College was delayed? The Zhao family members acted quickly. In less than 10 minutes, they all gathered together, and then, under Zhao Wuji's arrangement, they were divided into 10 teams, entering the mountains from different directions to look for Zhao Wuji. Why are all the people of the Zhao family out? Did something big happen? I don't know. But the Zhao family's deployment of such a large number of people must be a big deal. I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true. What rumor? Tell me now. It seems that Zhao Quan, the young master of the Zhao family, has disappeared. Disappeared? What does that mean? He didn't show any signs of coming out of the mountains after entering. Is that so? No wonder all the people of the Zhao family went into the mountains. Don't let the young master of the Zhao family get into danger. It will be a big loss for the Zhao family. That's right. Zhao Quan has such a strong talent. If Zhao Quan gets into trouble, the Zhao family will definitely suffer a huge loss. What's more, it's almost a day for Nanluo College to enroll students. With Zhao Quan's talent, he will have a good development after entering Nanluo College. When the people of Kingshan Town saw that the Zhao family had sent so many people into the mountains, they also started to discuss it. No matter what, the Zhao family is the first family in Kingshan Town. Such a large-scale action by the Zhao family will definitely affect the mood of everyone in Kingshan Town. Li family. In the hall, the head of the Li family looked at Li Qing and Li Song, frowned and asked, do you really not know where Zhao Quan went? Li Qing and Li Song looked at each other and shook their heads slowly. Although they knew the truth of the matter, at this time, they felt that they still couldn't say it out. If it got out, it would offend Lin Fan. The head of the Li family squinted his eyes and looked at the 2 of them carefully. He saw some clues from their eyes and couldn't help but said angrily, do you want to hide it from me, head? Li Qing and Li Song looked embarrassed. Li Qing finally said helplessly, head, we promised others not to tell. I knew you knew it. The head of the Li family snorted coldly and said, what? You think you can't even trust me? This, Li Qing gritted his teeth and said, okay, head, I'll tell you, but you must not tell anyone, otherwise Li Song and I won't be able to face Lin Fan at that time. Chapter 682 The Thoughts of the 3 Major Families. Lin Fan, the head of the Li family caught the name and said, you mean Zhao Quan's disappearance is related to this person named Lin Fan, right? Yes, Li Qing nodded. Tell me everything in detail, don't miss any details. Otherwise if something happens, don't expect the family to protect you with all their strength, the head of the Li family said sternly. Head, this is what happened. At this point, Li Qing dared not hide anything, so he could only honestly explain. When we were training in the mountains, we met Lin Fan. Lin Fan is from the Lin family in Yancheng. Li Qing spent 10 minutes telling the whole story, telling every detail. After hearing what Li Qing said, the head of the Li family couldn't help but show a touch of surprise in his eyes. So, this Lin Fan can become an alchemist in the future. Yes, he has soul power. My two brothers saw it clearly. We saw him use soul power to control the dagger to kill Zhao Quan. Moreover, his dagger should also be made of a special material, very sharp. I'm sure he is definitely from the Yanchang Lin family. Otherwise, how could he have such a strong talent and such a good weapon? Li Qing said excitedly. In his eyes, Lin Fan is the real genius, and they can't compare with Lin Fan at all. From your description, it can be seen that his identity and background are indeed not simple. The head of the Li family frowned and said, but what I can't understand is that a future alchemist, the people of the Lin family should look for him everywhere after knowing that he is lost. Why didn't the people of the Lin family find him in the mountains? Head of the family, we don't know about this. Maybe the people of the Lin family think that he can walk out of the mountains and return to the Lin family. Li Qing thought for a while and said, after all, the area of the mountain is so large, and there may not be many people from their Lin family who have come out to practice. It would be too difficult to search the entire mountain. That makes sense. The head of the Li family nodded. Head of the family, Lin Fan is still a good person. With his strength, there were only a few of us there at the time. He has soul power to control the dagger. Even if he wanted to kill us, we would have no chance to escape, but he didn't do it, and he also distributed the body-tempering fruit to us, Li Song said. He would do this, which only means that his identity and background make him not care about these things. Of course, he didn't kill you, which is equivalent to giving you a way out, the head of the Li family said in a deep voice. Yes, anyway, if he wants to kill us, we will definitely not be able to escape. Li Song nodded. You said he stayed in Wanbao Inn tonight, asked the head of the Li family. It should be. When we separated, he asked Lin Qingxun to take him there, Li Song replied. Okay, anyway, you are all going to Nanluo College. If you can get along well with him, then continue to get along well with him. You can even follow him in the college. The head of the Li family's eyes flashed, and said, this is a future alchemist. If this relationship is well grasped, it will only benefit the future development of our family. There is no harm, don't worry, head of the family, we will definitely get along well with Lin Fan. Li Qing and Li Song looked at each other and answered in unison. If he didn't know that Li Qing and Li Song promised not to leak the matter, the head of the Li family would have been unable to resist visiting Lin Fan. After all, he also wanted to get to know a genius like Lin Fan. Okay, there's nothing to do. Let the Zhao family go into the mountains to look for him. They won't find anything anyway. The head of the Li family put away his thoughts, waved his hand at Li Qing and Li Song, and said, you still have to rush to Nanluo College tomorrow. Go back early to rest and adjust your mental state. Yes, head of the family, Li Qing and Li Song answered again, and then the two of them left the hall without wasting time and returned to their rooms to rest. The head of the Li family also walked out of the hall, looking in the direction of Wanbao Inn, and whispered, Lin Fan, Lin Fan. No one knew what he was thinking. Wang's hall. The head of the Wang family and Wang Sidang stayed here. Wang Sidang just told the truth of the matter under the questioning of the head of the Wang family. I didn't expect you to have the luck to make friends with this future alchemist. Good, very good, the head of the Wang family said good 3 times in a row. Then, he fixed his eyes and said, Sidang, if possible, you should take some special measures to get a better relationship with Lin Fan. To win over a genius like Lin Fan will be a very good result for you and for our Wang family as a whole. You should understand what I mean, right? The meaning of the Wang family's head was already very clear, so how could Wang Sidang not understand? Head, I understand. I will do my best to get a good relationship with Lin Fan and win him over. Wang Sidang nodded. Well, it's good to understand. The future of the family may fall on your head, so you have to work hard and try not to let the family down. The head of the Wang family said in a serious tone. Okay, head, Wang Sidang nodded again. Then you should go back and rest first. You have to leave for Nanluo College tomorrow, the head of the Wang family said. Well, Wang Sidang responded, and without further delay, she walked out of the hall and walked back to her own room. However, before entering the room, her eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of Wanbao Inn. She looked for a few seconds before retracting her gaze and returning to the room. After taking off her clothes, Wang Sidang came to the mirror, looked at her body in the mirror, and whispered, Will Lin Fan be interested in me? If he is interested in me, that would be great. This is what the head of the Wang family meant just now, so that she can seduce Lin Fan with her body. This is the best weapon for women. Ling's family, in the study. The head of the Ling family and Ling Qingxun are staying here. Qingxun, according to what you said, this Lin Fan is not simple at all. The head of the Ling family side, a future alchemist, will become a key training target even after he goes to Nanluo College. You should have a good relationship with Lin Fan. When he becomes an alchemist, he may give you some of the pills he refines, so that your strength can be improved faster. The head of the Ling family is Ling Qingxun's grandfather, so he naturally hopes that Ling Qingxun can improve his strength faster. After all, in this world where strength is respected, if a woman is beautiful but has no strength to protect herself, it is actually a very dangerous thing. Grandpa, I don't know if I can get along well with Lin Fan. He gives me a different feeling. Ling Qingxun pondered. Oh? How is he different? The head of the Ling family asked curiously. That's it. Ling Qingxun thought about it, and finally shook his head and said, I can't say exactly what's different. Anyway, it's different. For this answer, the head of the Ling family could only say that he had nothing to say. Anyway, even if you can't be good friends with him, try not to become his enemy. After all, it's not a wise move to become an enemy with an alchemist, the head of the Ling family said in a deep voice. Grandpa, don't worry, I still know this truth. Ling Qingxun nodded lightly. It's good to know. You will go to Nanluo College tomorrow. When you get there, if you have something, write a letter to your family, the head of the Ling family reminded. Well, I will. Ling Qingxun nodded again. Then you should go and rest first. If possible, go and ask Lin Fan to come to your house for breakfast tomorrow morning, and then you can go to Nanluo College together, the head of the Ling family said. Okay, Grandpa, I'll go back first, Ling Qingxun responded, and immediately turned around and walked out of the study without any further delay, and returned to her own room. She had a good impression of Lin Fan, but she didn't know whether Lin Fan had a good impression of her. If Lin Fan also had a good impression of her, it would be easier for her to get closer to Lin Fan. If Lin Fan didn't have a good impression of her, it would be more difficult for her to get closer to Lin Fan. Therefore, Ling Qingxun was not very sure about this matter now, and she would have to wait until she had a specific contact with Lin Fan later to know. That night, the people of the Zhao family were looking for Zhao Quan in the mountains. The next morning, after Ling Qingxun got up, washed and packed up, she didn't waste time and walked towards Wanbao Inn. Miss Ling, the waiter saw Ling Qingxun walking into the inn and hurried forward to greet her. Ling Qingxun can be said to be the #1 beauty genius in Qingshan Town. She is very famous in Qingshan Town. The waiter naturally knows Ling Qingxun. I'm here to find someone, Ling Qingxun said. Excuse me, who is the person Miss Ling is looking for? The waiter asked politely. Lin Fan, he checked in here yesterday, Ling Qingxun said. Lin Fan, the waiter thought for a moment and said quickly, Oh, I remember, I know him, I received him yesterday. That's great, please take me to find him, Ling Qingxun smiled. Okay, the waiter nodded and asked casually, is he your friend, Miss Ling? Yes, Ling Qingxun also nodded. The waiter asked this because he wanted to gossip. In a place like an inn, news is very circulated. The news that Ling Qingxun and Lin Fan walked on the street together yesterday has begun to spread, and the waiter also learned about this news. He was also curious about the relationship between Lin Fan and Ling Qingxun like everyone else. Of course, he was just a waiter in the inn, so he didn't dare to ask too much. If he angered Ling Qingxun, he would not have a good time. After a while, the waiter brought Ling Qingxun to the outside of Lin Fan's guest room. The waiter reached out and knocked on the door, saying, Mr. Lin, wait a moment. Lin Fan was practicing, and when he heard the shout outside the door, he replied, then jumped off the bed, walked over and opened the door. Miss Ling, Lin Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ling Qingxun to come to him so early. Mr. Lin, did I disturb your rest? Ling Qingxun asked apologetically. Chapter 683 Heading to Nanluo College. Coming here so early, Ling Qingxun really didn't know if she had disturbed Lin Fan. If she had, she would really feel bad. No, I didn't disturb you. Lin Fan shook his head and said, Miss Ling, come in and sit down. Well, okay. Ling Qingxun nodded and walked into the room. You two can chat slowly. If you need anything, call me at any time, the waiter said, and then turned around and left without delay. He was only responsible for bringing Ling Qingxun to find Lin Fan, and he didn't have to stay here any longer. However, this gave him a very good news. That is, Lin Qingxuan entered Lin Fan's room alone. He knew very well that if this news spread, it would definitely cause a lot of commotion in Qingshan town. Of course, he didn't dare to spread this kind of news casually. The Ling family was one of the 4 major families in Qingshan town after all. If he provoked the Ling family, he would naturally have no good results. In the room, Lin Qingxuan sat on a chair and asked with a smile, "Mr. Lin, are you used to living here?" "I'm used to it. It's pretty good here." Lin Fan smiled and nodded. There was no need to lie. The rooms and food in this inn met his standards. In short, they were much better than the delicacies on Earth. "That's good," Lin Qingxuan responded. "By the way, are we leaving now?" Lin Fan asked. They had agreed yesterday to call him to go to Nanluo College today. Lin Qingxuan came to find him, which really made him think of this matter. "No, we won't leave until noon," Lin Qingxuan said quickly. "My grandfather knows you are here, and asked me to come and invite you to have a meal at home, to show my hospitality." "That's too polite." Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Qingxuan to come and invite him to have a meal. "Mr. Lin, is it convenient for you?" Lin Qingxuan asked cautiously. She didn't know if her asking this question was offensive to Lin Fan. It's convenient, but I have to disturb you." Lin Fan nodded. He still had a good impression of Lin Qingxuan. Not only is Lin Qingxuan good looking, but the most important thing is that at the beginning of yesterday, when Zhao Quan was squeezing him, it was Lin Qingxuan who first stood up to help him speak. Although there was a reason why Lin Qingxuan also hated Zhao Quan, it at least showed that Lin Qingxuan was a man who dared to act and take responsibility. After the two reached an agreement, they did not delay in the room. They went downstairs together and came to the lobby of the inn. Many people saw Lin Qingxuan and Lin Fan walking together, and immediately started discussing again. These voices were naturally still speculating about the relationship between Lin Qingxuan and Lin Fan. Fortunately, they did not stay here for too long. They said something to the waiter and left the inn. Otherwise, it can be imagined that Lin Qingxuan would fall into an awkward atmosphere again. Wanbao Inn is very close to the Ling family, and Lin Qingxuan quickly took Lin Fan back to the family. Ling Tengayan, the head of the Ling family, knew that Lin Qingxuan would definitely succeed if he came forward to invite Lin Fan to the family for dinner, and he had already arranged for everyone in the Ling family to wait for Lin Fan's arrival. Lin Qingxuan did not expect Ling Tengayan to gather all the senior executives of the Ling family together. You know, the behavior of summoning the senior members of the Ling family is basically done when the Ling family holds a very important meeting or receives someone of great status or strength. It can be seen that in Ling Tengayan's eyes, Lin Fan is already very important. Lin Fan was also surprised by the Ling family's scene. He thought it was just a casual meal, but he didn't expect it to be so grand. He took Lin Fan into the Ling family hall. Before Lin Qingxuan could introduce him, Ling Tengayan walked towards Lin Fan. "Haha, Mr. Lin, welcome to our Ling family." Ling Tengayan walked in front of Lin Fan and greeted him warmly. "Lin Fan, this is my grandfather, and the head of our Ling family," Lin Qingxuan hurriedly introduced. "Hello, Mr. Ling, thank you for your invitation," Lin Fan responded. "You're welcome, Mr. Ling, please take a seat." Ling Tengayan stretched out his hand and looked at the first seat below the right side of the main seat. It was originally the seat of the eldest elder of the Ling family, but because Lin Fan was coming, the eldest elder of the Ling family also gave up the seat to Lin Fan. "Thank you." Lin Fan walked over and sat down. Many people in the Ling family looked at Lin Fan. If Ling Tengayan had not told them that Lin Fan had soul power and would become an alchemist in the future, they would not believe that Lin Fan had such great potential. "Mr. Lin, I heard that you are also going to Nanluo College," Ling Tengayan asked with pretended uncertainty. "Yes, Master Ling, I will go to Nanluo College with Miss Ling today," Lin Fan nodded. "Then I will ask Mr. Lin to take care of Qingxuan," Ling Tengayan said politely. "Master Ling, don't worry," Lin Fan pondered. The two sides continued to chat in the hall for a while, and after the delicious food was arranged, they moved to the restaurant to eat. During the meal, Ling Tengayan specially took out the liquor he had collected for a long time to entertain Lin Fan. This was the first time Lin Fan tried the white wine in the fantasy world, and it still tasted better than the one on Earth. Moreover, if you sense it carefully, you can also sense that this white wine contains a faint energy. Although this energy was very weak, it still could not escape Lin Fan's induction. As expected, this energy was exactly the wild force that practitioners needed. Integrating wild force into white wine does require certain means to achieve this. It must be said that Lin Fan still made a lot of effort to treat Lin Fan to this meal. As the saying goes, a man who eats someone's food will be soft-hearted, and a man who takes someone's money will be short-handed. After Lin Fan ate the meal arranged by Lin Fan, he would naturally take good care of Lin Fan. After the meal, Lin Fan said goodbye to Lin Fan and Lin Fan. After all, it was almost time, and they should set off for Nanluo College. Lin Fan and Lin Fan walked out of the Ling family and quickly joined Wang Siying, Li Qing, and Li Song. "Let's go," Lin Fan said. Yet, Wang Siying, Li Qing, and Li Song naturally had no objections and nodded. The five of them left Qingshan Town and rushed towards the direction of Nanluo College. The Zhao family was still looking for Zhao Quan in the mountains. However, they searched for a whole day and night, but did not find Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan's body had long been eaten by the monsters in the mountains, so they certainly could not find him. In desperation, the Zhao family had to give up the search and return to Qingshan Town. After all, there were many monsters in the mountains, and if they searched separately, they would be easily attacked by powerful monsters. Within a day and a night, many people in their Zhao family were injured, and even several died in the mouths of monsters. In order to prevent this loss from continuing to expand, Zhao Wuji dared not continue to search the mountain. The loss of Zhao Quan, a genius, was a great blow to the Zhao family. Any family or any force that wants to grow and develop must have fresh blood to supplement it. If this family or this force does not have fresh blood, then the decline of this family or this force is an inevitable trend. It can be expected that one day in the future, the Zhao family will be completely surpassed by the other three families. Zhao Wuji is very clear about this dilemma, but he has no way to reverse it, so he can only take one step at a time. Lin Fan and the others were no longer paying attention to what was happening in Qingshan Town. At this moment, they were still rushing towards Nanluo College. Qingshan Town was not very close to Nanluo College. Even if they were traveling at a fast speed, it would still take several days to arrive. By the way, Mr. Lin, we sold the monster cores before, and sold them for a total of 1,000 yuanqi. When they reached a gravel area, Lin Fan and the others stopped to rest, and Li Qing spoke. The monster cores obtained that day were handed over to the two brothers, and they were asked to be responsible for selling them. Li Qing did not lie about the price of 1,000 yuanqi. Of course, he did not dare to lie in front of Lin Fan. He already knew that Lin Fan was a future alchemist. In this case, it would be too unwise to offend Lin Fan for a few yuanqi. 1,000 yuanqi, Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, "Then the five of us will each get 200 yuanqi." Li Qing and the others were surprised again. They did not expect Lin Fan to choose to share it equally with them again. However, they also knew Lin Fan's character, and there was no point in saying anything else. Each of them was given 200 yuanqi in their hands. "Miss Ling, I'll give you these 200 yuanqi." Lin Fan walked to Lin Qingsun with the 200 yuanqi and handed it over with a smile. He had not forgotten the 200 yuanqi he owed Li Qingsun. "Then I'll take it." Lin Qingsun knew that it was meaningless to be polite to Lin Fan. Lin Fan said he would give it back to her, so he would definitely give it back to her. If she didn't take it, it would seem hypocritical. "You must take it," Lin Fan smiled. Lin Qingsun didn't delay any longer and reached out to take the 200 yuanqi. This surprised Wang Siying, Li Qing and Li Song. They didn't expect Lin Fan to borrow 200 yuanqi from Lin Qingsun. Of course, they wouldn't ask any detailed questions. They wouldn't say anything that they shouldn't ask. The five people continued to rest in the gravel area. After resting for about an hour, they stood up and prepared to continue their journey to Nanluo College. However, at this moment, a team appeared in their sight. "It's a mercenary team." Seeing the team, Lin Qingsun frowned slightly. "Our luck seems to be not very good. We actually met a mercenary team here," Li Song whispered. "Don't worry, let's wait and see, maybe they are not the kind of greedy mercenary team," Li Qing pondered. Mercenary teams are a kind of force in this world. To put it bluntly, some practitioners gather together and often go out to hunt monsters to earn yuanqi. Or they will take on tasks issued by some people and get rewards after completing the tasks. Chapter 684, Kill with One Punch. Of course, these are all regular mercenary teams. Some mercenary teams are very immoral. After gathering together, they specialize in burning, killing and looting. This is why Li Qing said to wait and see. If they encounter a regular mercenary team, there is nothing to worry about. That mercenary team obviously noticed Lin Fan and his 5 companions. They did not delay and quickly walked towards Lin Fan and his 5 companions. Lin Fan's eyes swept over the other party. There were a total of 15 people on the other side. Judging from their age, most of them were men around 30 years old. These men did not look kind. At first glance, they were people who drank blood on the tip of a knife all year round. Lin Fan used the ring to read the information of the people in front of him. The leader was the captain of this team, and his strength was at the 9th level of the tempering body realm. There were 2 people in the 8th level of the tempering body realm in the team, and the rest were at the 7th and 6th levels of the tempering body realm. Overall, the strength of this mercenary team was not very strong. Ding Chenggai's eyes swept over Lin Fan and his 5 companions, and immediately fell on Ling Qingsun and Wang Xiang. Deep in his eyes, a deep evil color soon emerged. Haha, Captain, I didn't expect that we could meet such a good thing here, a mercenary said. As soon as his voice spread, they opened up the topic completely. Yes, such a good thing, we must enjoy it. If we want to enjoy it, the captain should enjoy it first. Only after the captain enjoys it can we enjoy it, of course. How can we enjoy it before the captain? Everyone started to discuss. Anyone could hear that the enjoyment they were talking about was referring to Ling Qingsun and Wang Xiang. Although Wang Xiang was not as pretty as Ling Qingsun, Wang Xiang's figure was still very good. What's more, in the eyes of these mercenaries, Wang Xiang was also a real beauty. Ding Chengai smiled and said, "Be quiet, don't scare them." These mercenaries still listened to Ding Chenggai's words. After Ding Chengai said this, they immediately became much quieter and did not dare to continue to shout at this time. After all, Ding Chengai is the strongest, and his temper and personality are also very hot. If they make Ding Chengai angry, they will not have a good result. What do you want to do? Li Qing frowned and said, "We are just passing by this place and have no intention of conflicting with you, little brother. Of course I know that you have no intention of conflicting with us, but the problem is that we want to conflict with you." Ding Chengai grinned and said, "Let's not beat around the bush. If you are sensible and surrender obediently, then the punishment you will receive may be lighter, but if you are not sensible and still want to resist, then you will fall into our hands later. I promise to make you know how it feels to regret coming to this world." Lin Fan and the other 5 people look young, and Ding Chengai doesn't think they are very strong. Hearing what Ding Chengai said, Li Qing, Li Song, Ling Qingsun and Wang Xiang's faces changed. From the momentum of Ding Chengai and others, they knew that Ding Chengai and others were not simple, and their number was far greater than theirs. If Ding Chengai and others really attacked them, they would not have any advantage at all. Ling Qingsun and Wang Xiang knew very well that if they fell into the hands of Ding Chengai and others, their fate would definitely be more miserable than Li Qing and Li Song. Wang Xiang plucked up the courage to say, "I warn you, we are all from the 3 major families in Qingshan Town. If you dare to touch us, you will not be able to escape no matter where you are." At this time, Wang Xiang could only pray that she could bring out her background to scare Ding Chengai and others. Although the 3 major families in Qingshan Town did not have a strong reputation, they were definitely more famous than these mercenary teams. "Haha, little sister, we have never thought about how long we can live since the first day we came out. It's really boring for you to threaten us with these. Don't say that you are from the 3 major families in Qingshan Town. Even if you are students of Nanluo College, what does it matter? We are still not afraid of anything," Ding Chengai said with a big laugh. People like them who drink blood on the tip of a knife really don't think about how long they can live. They live one day at a time. They don't even worry about losing their lives, so how can they be afraid of some identity and background? What's more, they dealt with Lin Fan and others here, who would know that it was them who did it. By then, this kind of thing will only be forgotten in the wheel of time. Hearing this, Wang Xiang's face turned a little pale. She originally wanted to bring out her identity and background to shock the other party, but she didn't expect that the other party didn't care at all. What should I do now? Will I really be insulted by these obscene and wretched people today? Thinking of this, Wang Xiang was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Ling Qingsun's beautiful eyes turned. She also didn't think they were the opponents of Ding Chengai and others, and she was already thinking about how they should escape from here. However, at this moment, Lin Fan took a step forward and stood in front of the 4 of them. "So, you are definitely going to attack us today?" Lin Fan asked calmly. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, a prompt sound rang. Task: get rid of the mercenary team in front of you, and you will be rewarded with a level increase in cultivation. Hearing this prompt, Lin Fan's eyes were suddenly filled with smiles. He had originally planned to attack Ding Chengai and others, and now there was no reason to change the fact of the attack. Unexpectedly, getting rid of Ding Chengai and others would also give him the benefit of a level increase in cultivation. This is simply a pie in the sky. Boy, that's right, we are going to attack you today. Will you surrender or fight to the end? Ding Chengai looked at Lin Fan and said arrogantly. He was full of confidence in their strength and did not take Lin Fan and others seriously at all. Surrender? Fight to the end? Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, I think these two choices are not suitable for us. On the contrary, you want to die faster or slower, you can tell me, I will satisfy you. Wow. As soon as Lin Fan said this, there was a burst of uproar all around. The members of the mercenary team looked at Lin Fan one by one, wondering if they had heard it wrong. Soon, the voice of taunting and anger spread. Boy! You are blatantly seeking death, you dare to talk to us like this when you are about to die. Captain, we must not let this boy die too easily. We must torture him well, otherwise he will not know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. Yes, we must not let this boy die easily. We must cut off his fingers one by one and see if he dares to be arrogant at that time. Captain, leave this boy to me. I will take care of him. The members of the mercenary team spoke one by one. In their opinion, Lin Fan's behavior was too stupid. At this time, even if he didn't admit his defeat, he shouldn't stand up and be a scapegoat. Ding Chengai also felt that Lin Fan was too arrogant. He fixed his eyes and nodded to the teammate just now. After receiving Ding Chengai's signal, the teammate showed a grim smile on his face, took a step forward, and walked towards Lin Fan. Boy, in your next life, you should learn to be low-key. Being high-profile without strength will only get you killed. Ding Chengai's tone was full of murderous intent. In his opinion, Lin Fan was almost a dead man. After all, he didn't think Lin Fan was his opponent. He was at the 7th level of the tempering body realm, and was only one step away from breaking through to the 8th level of the tempering body realm. Lin Fan looked so young, and he couldn't believe that Lin Fan's strength was stronger than his. Well, I agree with you, it's well said. Being high profile without strength will only get you killed, like you, Lin Fan said lightly. Looking for death, the man snorted coldly, and then he didn't delay anymore. He quickly rushed towards Lin Fan, clenched his fists suddenly, and punched Lin Fan's head. Because Lin Fan was too arrogant and didn't take him seriously at all, he didn't hold back the power of this punch at all, and wanted to smash Lin Fan's head with one punch. Facing the man's attack, Lin Fan stood there calmly, without even dodging. Lin Fan knew the other party's cultivation level very well through the ring. With such strength, he could deal with it even if he had not broken through before, not to mention that he had broken through to the 8th level of the tempering body realm. When the other party's fist came over, he clenched his fist and smashed it out. Bang! Lin Fan had no intention of bumping fists with the other party. He was much faster than the other party. Before the other party could react, his fist directly hit the other party's face at a faster speed. There was only a dull bang. Then, the other party screamed and flew backwards. In an instant, he flew more than 10 meters before landing in midair. When he landed, the other party had no breath of life. Dead. Ding Chengai and others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Fan to kill their teammate with one punch. You know, this is a cultivation level of the 7th level of the tempering body realm. Killing with one punch, doesn't it mean that Lin Fan's cultivation level has at least reached the 8th level of the tempering body realm? Ling Qingxun, Wang Siying, Li Qing and Li Song were also stunned. They also didn't expect Lin Fan to be so powerful. He could defeat a person in the 7th level of the body tempering realm with one punch. It was really scary. Good boy. I didn't expect you to have the 8th level of the body tempering realm. I was wrong. Ding Chengai took a deep breath and his eyes fell on Lin Fan again. He admitted that he had been wrong before and didn't expect Lin Fan to be so powerful. However, if you think you can be arrogant in front of me because you have the 8th level of the body tempering realm, then I can only say that you are too naive, Ding Chengai said, and the murderous intent in his eyes burst out. Obviously, next, he will personally take action against Lin Fan. He must not give Lin Fan the opportunity to be arrogant again, which will hurt his face. Chapter 685, about 5,000. He has the 9th level of the tempering body realm, so what if Lin Fan has the 8th level of the tempering body realm? He has absolute confidence in taking down Lin Fan. At that time, he will let Lin Fan know how cruel the methods of these mercenaries are. After the voice fell, Ding Chengai did not waste time, stepped on the ground, and rushed directly towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not expect Ding Chengai not to order the other teammates to attack Lin Qingsun and others. It seems that this is because Ding Chengai is too confident. However, this is better for them. When he defeats Ding Chengai, the rest of the people will be a mess without Ding Chengai's leadership. It is true that the mercenary team lives a life of drinking blood on the tip of a knife every day. It is true that they are not afraid of death, but when there is no one to lead them, they lose their core. Facing Ding Chengai's attack, Lin Fan did not care less. He also clenched his fists and collided with Ding Chengai. Bang! The collision between the fists immediately made an extremely dull sound. At the moment of collision, Ding Chengai's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Lin Fan's body to be so tough. The members of the mercenary team were also a little surprised. They thought that Lin Fan would be injured by Ding Chengai's attack. Even if he was not injured, he should at least retreat, right? But the result was that they neither saw Lin Fan injured nor retreated. Instead, they saw Ding Chengai's expression became more solemn. This made them have to be surprised. Ding Chengai is their captain. Can't the 9th level of the body tempering realm deal with this brat? Lin Fan did not give Ding Chengai too much time to think. He changed his fist into palm and continued to attack Ding Chengai. Ding Chengai didn't expect Lin Fan's speed to be so fast. He didn't have time to think about anything else. He quickly retreated his body and avoided Lin Fan's attack. The members of the mercenary team were even more shocked when they saw Ding Chengai being forced back by Lin Fan. Go! Take them all down, Ding Chengai shouted hurriedly. They are out there, and they don't care about face or not. From the strength displayed by Lin Fan, it is obvious that Lin Fan is not simple. If he cannot deal with it, but the people around Lin Fan are captured by them, then they can force Lin Fan to surrender. He knows that among the 5 people, Lin Fan is the strongest. Because, just now, Lin Qingsun, Wang Sidying, Li Qing and Li Song all showed fear, but Lin Fan never showed fear. This is enough to show that the strength of Lin Qingsun, Wang Sidying, Li Qing and Li Song is not very strong. Yes, Captain. Hearing Ding Chengai's order, the rest of the people answered in unison, and then focused their eyes on Lin Qingsun and the other 4, and surrounded Lin Qingsun and the other 4 directly. You just hold them back, don't fight them hard. I will come to help you after I deal with this person. Lin Fan's eyes condensed slightly, and said to Lin Qingsun and the other 4. Okay, Lin Qingsun and the other 4 nodded in response. With their strength, they really couldn't deal with these members of the mercenary team. Being able to hold them back was the best result. When Ding Chengai heard Lin Fan say such arrogant words, the anger in his body could not help but burn more vigorously, and he shouted, Boy, do you really think you are my opponent? Lin Fan said lightly. This sentence is also what I want to ask you, humph. Ding Chengai snorted coldly, his body shook, and the wild force in his body burst out, quickly covering his fists, and attacked Lin Fan again. At the same time, the rest of the mercenary team also fought with Lin Qingsun and the other 4. The battle between the two sides was very fierce. As Lin Fan said, Lin Qingsun and the other 4 did not fight with the other side head-on, but were always in a state of avoidance, trying to delay the time. After all, in a head-on battle, they are definitely not the opponents of the mercenary team. Ding Chengai used the wild force. Although Lin Fan could also use the wild force to fight Ding Chengai, in order to avoid problems with Lin Qingsun and the other 4, Lin Fan did not intend to use the wild force. He wanted to use the soul force to control the dagger to solve it. Only in this way can the battle be ended at the fastest speed and in the shortest time. Whoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh! Lin Fan's mind moved, and 3 daggers flew out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and attacked Ding Chengai like lightning. Soul power! You actually have soul power. Seeing the 3 daggers flying in the air, Ding Chengai was shocked. He never thought that Lin Fan still had soul power. He knew very well that having soul power meant that he could become an alchemist. They actually set their sights on a future alchemist, which was really crazy. However, things had come to this point and could not change the situation. There was only one way left for them, to kill Lin Fan and others. Apart from this way, there was no other way for them to choose. Facing the attack of the 3 daggers, Ding Chengai's face also showed a deep solemnity. From the 3 daggers, he had already felt an extremely sharp aura. It can be imagined that if these 3 daggers attacked him, it would definitely leave him with extremely serious injuries. Therefore, at this time, the first thing he had to do was to prevent the 3 daggers from attacking him. If he could not attack him, he could find a chance to counterattack Lin Fan. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fan continued to control the 3 daggers to attack. Although Ding Chenggai's speed and reaction were not slow, they were still a little worse in comparison. Not long after, Ding Chengai was scratched by a dagger. After being injured, Ding Chenggai's attention naturally could not be so focused. After a while, he was injured again, and the injury became more and more serious. Blood continued to flow from Ding Chenggai's body, and his clothes were soaked with blood. After a while, Ding Chenggai's face became extremely pale. Such a serious injury has already made him lose a lot of fighting power. Swish! Lin Fan's mind moved again, and a dagger flew over and slashed across Ding Chenggai's neck. Now, a line of blood shot out, and Ding Chenggai's breath was also constantly weakening at this time. He stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes, stretched out his hand to cover the wound on his neck, opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't speak. 3 seconds later, Ding Chenggai's body also fell to the ground. His life was completely ended in Lin Fan's hands. Captain, the members of the mercenary team saw Ding Chenggai's body lying on the ground motionless, and their faces changed drastically. They didn't expect Ding Chengai to be killed by Lin Fan so quickly. Run! A teammate reacted and shouted at the top of his voice. Ding Chengai was their captain, with the 9th level of the Tempering Body Realm. Such strength was not Lin Fan's opponent, so how could they beat Lin Fan? However, at this time, Lin Fan would not give them a chance to escape. Although they might never meet these members of the mercenary team in their lifetime, they should cut the grass to the root. No matter whether they could meet them later, they should not give them a chance at this time. Swish! 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 Lin Fan's mind moved, and 3 daggers began to attack the members of the mercenary team. Facing the attack of 3 daggers, the members of the mercenary team naturally could not resist. In addition, with the obstruction of Lin Qingsun and the other 4, it was not so easy for them to escape. Therefore, with the cooperation of Lin Fan and Lin Qingsun and the other 4, the members of the mercenary team were quickly eliminated. Congratulations, you will be rewarded with a level up. At the moment when the last member of the mercenary team fell to the ground and died, a voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind again. Then, he could clearly feel that the aura in his body had risen, and his cultivation had successfully been promoted to the 9th level of the Tempering Body Realm. This means that in the next period of time, he can sprint towards the earthly wasteland realm with all his heart and soul. The Tempering Body Realm is only the basic stage of cultivation. Only after reaching the earthly wasteland realm can it be considered to have truly entered the threshold of cultivation. See if they have any of the previous things on them. If they do, put them away. If not, forget it. Lin Fan looked at Li Qing and Li Song and said with a smile. Okay. Li Qing and Li Song looked at each other and nodded with a smile. For the 2 brothers, they were happy to be told by Lin Fan to do such a thing. After all, they had learned from the previous 2 times that what Lin Fan got would be shared equally with them. Equal distribution means that they can also get a lot of benefits, so what's wrong with asking them to help clean up? In any case, this kind of work can't be left to 2 girls, Lin Qingsun and Wang Xiang, right? Although they didn't have much good feelings for Wang Xiang, they were now in the same team after all. If they behaved diligently, they could leave a good impression on Lin Fan. What's more, the family itself asked them to have a good relationship with Lin Fan, which in their eyes was also a means to have a good relationship. The 2 brothers quickly explored Ding Chengai and others. 5 minutes later, their exploration ended. Ding Chengai and others were a mercenary team. This time, they should have just returned from training outside and had not had time to sell what they had harvested, so the harvest was still good. Mr. Lin, after comprehensive calculation, it shouldn't be a big problem to sell their things for 5,000 yuanqi, Li Qing roughly estimated and gave a number. 5,000 yuanqi, Lin Fan nodded and smiled faintly. That's not bad. We can each get 1,000 yuanqi. Sure enough, after hearing what Lin Fan said, Li Qing and Li Song knew that Lin Fan would share it with them equally. Even though they didn't contribute much in the battle just now, Lin Fan would not take advantage of them, and they would not get less than what they should get. Suddenly, the 2 brothers felt that following someone like Lin Fan was the right path. And following someone like Lin Fan would have a future. Thinking of this, The two brothers secretly made up their minds to stay with Lin Fan and help him do something. Lin Fan didn't know what Li Qing and Li Song were thinking, but he felt that Li Qing and Li Song were still very reliable in doing things, especially doing these things about exchange. The two brothers were obviously very proficient and suitable for training to become business talents. Coming from Earth to this world, Lin Fan naturally brought the business thinking of Earth. Although this world respects strength, it is also necessary to earn yuanxi and yuandan. Yuanxi and yuandan can not only help practitioners improve their cultivation, but also are the circulating currency of this world. To buy things, you have to rely on them. Therefore, Lin Fan thinks that he can develop the business in this world. Even if he can't become the strongest in this world, it seems to be a good choice to become a business tycoon in this world. Since you want to develop business, you must have people you trust around you, so that you won't be cheated. The two brothers Li Qing and Li Song can be observed carefully first. If they perform well later, they can be trained. Li Qing and Li Song never dreamed that their future life trajectories would be turned upside down because of Lin Fan. Take a rest first, adjust your state, and then we will continue on our way. Lin Fan looked at Li Qingxun and the other four and said with a smile. Although he didn't consume much in the battle just now, Lin Qingxun and the other four still consumed some. I don't know if I will encounter danger on the road next. If conditions permit, it is definitely right to try to stay in peak condition. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Lin Qingxun and the other three had no objection and they all sat cross-legged on the ground to practice and recover. Chapter 686 Competition for Vacant Rooms. The process of repairing and restoring did not take too much time. After all, Lin Qingxun and the other four had yuanxi on them, so they just needed to take out the yuanxi to absorb and restore the wild power consumed in their bodies. Half an hour later, the group of 5 people were on the road again and continued to rush towards Nanluo College. Nanluo College is located in the central area of the Dafan dynasty, whereas Nanluo City, a city named after Nanluo College. The enrollment of students by Nanluo College is an extremely lively event for the entire Dafan dynasty, and it can be said to be a sensation in the Dafan dynasty. Those young people who want to join in Nanluo College came from all over the Dafan dynasty and gathered in Nanluo City in the past few days, waiting for the enrollment of Nanluo College to begin. The influx of so many people has made Nanluo City very lively. Lin Fan and the other 5 walked on a wide avenue. After walking for more than an hour, their pace slowly slowed down, and their eyes all looked forward. At the end of their sight, a huge city was lying on the ground. What a big city! Even with Lin Fan's temperament, he couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the city. He didn't expect these people to be able to build such a city. Compared with those cities on the ancient Earth, this is definitely much more spectacular. Lin Fan roughly estimated that the height of the city wall of Nanluo City alone is no less than 100 meters, and the thickness of the city wall is probably a full 10 meters. The most important thing is that you can't see where the edge of this city is at all, as if it is endless. That's Nanluo City. I came here once with my grandfather when I was a child. Lin Qingxun looked at the city with her beautiful eyes and said with shock in her tone. When she was a few years old, she did come to Nanluo City with her grandfather Ling Tengayan, but she was younger at that time and couldn't remember it clearly. In short, she can be sure that the city is Nanluo City. It's so magnificent, Li Qing exclaimed. It's so magnificent, Li Song exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen such a big city, Wang Xiang also said. Mr. Lin, it is said that the area of Nanluo City is 10 times larger than that of Yancheng. Is that true? Li Qing suddenly thought of this question and turned his head to ask Lin Fan. Hearing this, Lin Fan smiled and nodded, saying, I think so. I don't know the details. Anyway, I just heard rumors from others. If you want to know the specific data, I'm afraid you have to measure the areas of the 2 cities to draw a conclusion. How could Lin Fan know about this kind of question? He is not from Yancheng, and he has not even been to Yancheng. But since Li Qing asked this, he could only continue to lie. That's true, Li Qing smiled, but he didn't dwell on this question. Let's go into the city first, Lin Fan smiled lightly. The 5 people continued to walk towards Nanluo City. The closer they got to the city gate, the more people were around. The enrollment of Nanluo College is really an annual event. These people are either here to join in the fun or to participate in the enrollment. The popularity is terrible, Wang Xiang said with emotion. Yet, I don't know if we can find an inn to stay in after we enter the city, Lin Qingxun said. We'll see when the time comes. If we can't find it, there's nothing we can do. Anyway, it's just one night. Tomorrow, the enrollment of Nanlo College will start. It won't have much impact on us. Lin Fan shook his head. Chatting and moving forward, the 5 people quickly walked into Nanlo City. As soon as they entered the city, all kinds of noisy sounds rang in their ears. Looking around, there were all black heads. It must be said that the popularity of Nanlo City has reached a terrifying level. Nanlo College is located in the center of Nanlo City, so the inns around it must be full. We are in a hurry to come here, and it's a bit late. Let's see if there are any empty rooms in the inns on the edge of the city, Lin Kingsun said. Okay, Lin Fan nodded. Tomorrow is the enrollment of Nanlo College. They just arrived today, and it's indeed a bit late. There is no need to guess that the inns near Nanlo College have been overcrowded. Even if they go there now, there are no empty rooms to live in. So, instead of wasting time there, it is better to find a place to stay here. It must be said that the flow of people in Nanlo City is too terrifying. They found many inns on the edge of the city, but there were no vacancies. This is the last inn in this area. I hope there are vacancies to live in. Otherwise, it will be dark soon and we will have to sleep on the street, Li Qing said helplessly. As they said that, they walked into the inn. There were also many people in the inn, which was in line with the lively atmosphere of Nanlo City. When the waiter saw Lin Fan and the other 5 people coming in, he hurriedly stepped forward and greeted them. Hello, guests. Is there anything I can help you with? Although Lin Fan and the others were not dressed gorgeously, they were not ordinary ones. At least they could still see some grade. Therefore, the waiter was still very polite when facing them. Are there any vacancies? We want to stay here, Li Qing asked. There is just one last room, the waiter said. Is there only one room? Li Qing was slightly startled. There are 5 of them, and there is only one room. It seems a bit inappropriate. Seeing that Li Qing was a little hesitant, the waiter quickly added, Sir, this room is very big, there will be no problem for the 5 of you to live in it. You have to believe that the inns in Nanlo City are very full these days. If you miss our place, you may not be able to find a vacant room in other inns. The waiter is a very good businessman and knows not to miss every business. That's right, we have found so many inns, and none of them have vacancies, Li Song whispered. How about staying here for one night? It's enough to have a place to stay, at least it's better than sleeping on the street, Wang Xiang said. Lin Fan nodded. He didn't have any objections to these things. 5 people in one room, at most they can practice for one night, and they don't really need to rest. However, just when Li Qing was about to tell the waiter that he had taken the room, a voice came from behind. Waiter, the vacant room has been booked. The sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. Lin Fan and others also turned around and looked at the person who spoke. The person was a teenager who looked about 19 years old. The young man was dressed in brocade clothes, and he looked like a nobleman. There were 3 people following him, a team of 3 men and 1 woman. They had also found many inns in Nanlo City, but they didn't expect that this inn still had vacancies. How about we go first? Wang Xiang couldn't help complaining. Haha, you guys go first? You've been hesitating for a long time and you haven't booked yet. Do I have to wait for you to continue hesitating? The young man in brocade clothes said arrogantly. We didn't say we didn't book, Wang Xiang retorted. Then did you say you booked it? The young man in brocade clothes argued. Waiter, do you think this vacant room should be given to them or to me? The young man in brocade clothes immediately looked at the waiter and asked in a condescending manner. Judging from the current situation, the waiter must think that the young man in brocade clothes and others are not easy to mess with. But the problem is that Lin Fan and others did come to ask first. According to the rules, he can only arrange for the young man in brocade clothes if Lin Fan and others are sure that they don't want to book a room. After all, Lin Fan and others didn't say they didn't want to book a room just now. The waiter was in a dilemma for a moment, looking around and not knowing what to say. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and used his ring to read the cultivation information of the young man in brocade clothes and others. The strength of this young man in brocade clothes is not bad. He has reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. The other 2 men and 1 woman also have the 8th level of the body tempering realm. It can be seen that the 4 of them are here to participate in the enrollment of Nanlo College. Forget it, I won't embarrass you. The young man in brocade clothes glanced at the waiter and said lightly, you tell me, what is the reserve price of the last room? I will compete with them, and whoever bids the highest will book it. The young man in brocade clothes actually knew that the inn had a first-come first-served rule. If he continued to argue like before, he would not have any reason. Therefore, he quickly thought of the means of bidding. He didn't believe that Lin Fan and others could outbid them. As the young man in brocade clothes finished speaking, Lin Fan took a step forward and said, "First of all, we are not afraid of bidding, but everything must be done according to the rules. Since we came here first, we should decide whether to order or not. You can only order if we don't." The young man in brocade clothes looked at Lin Fan, with anger flashing in his eyes. "Boy, do you know who I am?" the young man in brocade clothes said lightly. "Sorry, I am not interested in who you are at all," Lin Fan also said lightly. Lin Fan really had no interest in the other party's identity. He came to this world from Earth, not to be timid, but to move forward. If he could not beat an opponent who was much stronger than him, it would be fine, but the young man in brocade clothes in front of him was not much stronger than him. If he had to admit defeat in front of such a person, then he would have lost the heart of a strong man. People who have lost the heart of a strong man are destined to not become strong in this world. The young man in brocade clothes was immediately angry. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so arrogant and dare to look down on him. Seeing that the young man in brocade clothes had the urge to fight, the waiter quickly stepped forward and apologized. "Sir, I'm really sorry. The rules of our inns are indeed first come first served. They came before you. I'm really sorry. The vacancies this time have to be decided by them first." Sorry. If Lin Fan and others agree to bid, it will certainly be a good thing. In this way, the price of the room will be raised, and you can also get more commission. But it is obvious that Lin Fan and others know the rules of the inn, because if this matter gets to the point of fighting, the inn will also lose face, and the loss will be even greater. Therefore, the waiter must stand up to resolve this matter before Lin Fan and the other party fight, and cannot let things develop to the worst point. "Okay, very good," the young man in brocade clothes nodded, staring at Lin Fan and others fiercely, and said in a heavier tone, "I will remember you, especially you. Wait for me, I won't let you have it easy." The last words of the young man in brocade clothes were obviously directed at Lin Fan. "I'm waiting." Lin Fan smiled slightly, not caring about the threats of the young man in brocade clothes. He had come all the way to today, and he was not scared. If the young man in brocade clothes really dared to come to him for trouble, he would not mind helping him to face the reality. "Humph," the young man in brocade clothes snorted coldly, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go." After the voice fell, they did not waste time and turned to leave the inn. Seeing that the two sides did not fight in the end, the waiter also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qing said, "Waiter, we have booked that empty room." "How much is it, sir?" 500 yuan stones, the waiter replied. 500 yuan stones? This price surprised Lin Fan and others. From the appearance, the scale of this inn is obviously not as good as Wanbao Inn in Qingshan Town. But the upper-class rooms of Wanbao Inn are only 100 yuan stones. An empty room here, and I don't know what it looks like, costs 500 yuan stones. It's really expensive. Sir, I'm sorry. Due to the high volume these days, the price of accommodation has increased compared to usual. Please forgive me. The waiter saw the surprise of Lin Fan and others and quickly explained. No problem, 500 yuanxi is 500 yuanxi, we'll order it. Lin Fan nodded. Then, he looked at Ling Qingsun, indicating that Ling Qingsun should pay the yuanxi first, and he would give it to Ling Qingsun later. Ling Qingsun did not delay and directly took out 500 yuanxi from his pocket and handed it to the waiter, saying, "Here, count it." Chapter 687 The Strong One Appears. The waiter took the yuanxi and quickly counted them. 500 yuanxi, just the right amount. Dear guests, please follow me. After counting the yuanxi, the waiter did not delay and immediately took Lin Fan and the other four to the room. Soon, they arrived at the room. This room was not big or small. There was only one bed in total, and the living room was also simply decorated. In short, if it were not for the fact that the customer base was full, this room would not be worth 500 yuanxi a night, no matter how you looked at it. Dear guests, if you have any needs, you can call me at any time. If there is nothing else now, I will go down first, the waiter said politely. Okay, go down. Lin Fan waved his hand. Hearing this, the waiter turned around and left the room. Lin Fan glanced across the room and smiled faintly. We can only make do with this for one night. Then he looked at Ling Qingsun and Wang Xiang and said, if you two want to rest at night, Then you can rest on the bed, and the three of us will be in the living room outside." "Yes." Li Qing and Li Song looked at each other and nodded, indicating that they had no objection. Lin Qingsun and Wang Xiang are still girls, so it is still necessary to get some special care, which can also show their gentlemanly demeanor. "By the way, let's give you the yuanxi just now." Li Qing suddenly thought of this problem. The 500 yuanxi for accommodation just now was given by Lin Qingsun, and the five of them just need to share it equally and give Lin Qingsun 100 yuanxi each. Without any delay, Li Qing, Li Song and Wang Xiang all gave the yuanxi to Lin Qingsun. Lin Fan glanced at Lin Qingsun and smiled and said, "I'll owe you mine first and give it to you later, Mr. Lin. If you don't have any yuanxi with you, I'll give it to you first," Li Qing said. He forgot about this question and added, "If we sell the things we got from the mercenary team, we can probably get about 5,000 yuanxi. Anyway, each person gets 1,000 yuanxi, and I have some." "That's fine," Lin Fan nodded. Li Qing quickly took out 1,000 yuanxi and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took out another 100 yuanxi and gave it to Lin Qingsun. "Let's go out for a walk and deal with those things by the way," Li Qing said. "Okay, be careful." Lin Fan nodded again. Li Qing and Li Song didn't waste time and walked out of the room. Lin Fan wanted to go for a walk, but when he thought about not having many yuanxi to spend, he gave up the idea. It wouldn't be too late to go out after he had more yuanxi. Anyway, they will stay in Nanluo City for the rest of the time, so they have a lot of time. Lin Qingsun and Wang Xiang stayed in the room, while Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the living room outside and began to practice. There was nothing else to do at this time, so he could only practice to pass the time. Now that he has reached the 9th level of the Tempering Body realm, it would be good to reach the Earthly Wasteland realm earlier. An hour later, Li Qing and Li Song came back from outside. As expected, the things they got from Ding Qinggai and others were sold for 5,000 yuanxi. This made Lin Fan think more highly of Li Qing and Li Song's business judgment. These two brothers are indeed very suitable for business development. On the other side, the young man in brocade clothes and others finally found an inn with vacancies and spent 1,000 yuanxi. After entering the room, the young man in brocade clothes sat on a chair. His expression was not very good. "Mr. Zhu, don't be angry. When we meet them next time, we must make them look good," the girl in the team comforted him. She knew what the young man in brocade clothes was angry about. "I just don't know if I can meet them again," a boy said. Looking at their age, they must be here to participate in the enrollment of Nanluo College this time. "It is impossible not to meet them," another boy pondered. "That's right. They must also be here to participate in the enrollment of Nanluo College. If I don't have the opportunity to deal with them during the enrollment, then even if they enter Nanluo College, I will let them know how powerful I am. If they dare to offend me, they will have to pay a bloody price." The young man in brocade clothes clenched his fists and said. He still hated Lin Fan and others. In his opinion, Lin Fan and others' previous behavior had completely offended him. Since Lin Fan and others did not take him seriously, he would let Lin Fan and others know what the consequences were. "Those 5 people are simply looking for death," the girl also said angrily. "Okay, let's not think about them now, so as not to affect our mood. Let the inn send us some food. After eating, have a good rest for a night. We must perform well in tomorrow's enrollment," the young man in brocade clothes pondered. "Yes, Master Zhu, I will ask the inn to arrange food right away," a young man responded. Then, he quickly notified them to arrange food for them. After eating, they all began to rest. The only bed in the room was naturally occupied by Master Zhu. As for the girl in the team, she climbed onto Zhu Xiao's bed without hesitation, leaving the other 2 boys in the living room outside. Lin Fan practiced for a whole night, and stopped practicing the next morning when it was just light. The enrollment of Nanluo students started in the morning, and they had to rush over to sign up. "Let's go," Lin Fan said as he glanced at Lin Qingsun and the other 4. They are now in the edge of the city, and it will take a lot of time to get to Nanluo College from here, so it's right to go there early. Yet, Lin Qingsun and the other 4 naturally had no different opinions, and each nodded. Then, they walked out of the inn and went straight to Nanluo College without hesitation. Although it was still early, the atmosphere in Nanluo City had already become noisy. Everyone knew that today was the day when Nanluo College officially enrolled students. This was a grand event that shocked the entire Dafan dynasty, and they all wanted to see it. Whether those who wanted to participate or those who just wanted to watch, they all rushed to Nanlo College with excitement. 2 hours later, Lin Fan and the other 5 also arrived outside the gate of Nanlo College. The gate of Nanlo College is very imposing. Just looking at the 4 big characters of Nanlo College can give people a sense of shock. The enrollment place is in the square next to it. We have to go to the square, Li Qing said. Enrollment is not conducted in Nanlo College, so many people cannot watch. Because, not everyone can enter and exit Nanlo College. They must be students or internal staff of Nanlo College. In addition, to enter Nanlo College, you must either be accompanied by someone or be a strong person with high status and strength. Otherwise, it is better to stay outside and don't provoke Nanlo College. Lin Fan and the other 5 walked towards the square next to it. This square, commonly known as the Enrollment Square, is a place specially built by Nanlo College for the convenience of enrollment. The area of the square is quite large, and it is not a problem to accommodate 500,000 people. The square has been surrounded by people from Nanlo College. These people are responsible for keeping an eye on the safety issues here. If anyone dares to fight and make trouble here deliberately, they will stop it. Of course, in today's situation, there would be no blind person who would not give face to Nanlo Academy. That would undoubtedly be asking for trouble. Lin Fan looked towards the entrance of the square. There were many people wearing Nanlo Academy uniforms standing at the entrance. They clearly divided the entrance into 2 passages, one for the audience and the other for the enrollment. It was very simple. The onlookers would go through the audience passage, and the people who participated in the enrollment would go through the enrollment passage. Lin Fan and his 5 companions would naturally go through the enrollment passage. The enrollment passage was open to anyone who had reached the 3rd level of the temporary body realm. There was a stone tablet for testing strength in the enrollment passage. If you punched the stone tablet with your fist, it would light up, proving that your strength had reached the 3rd level of the temporary body realm or above. Lin Fan and his 5 companions walked over and punched the stone tablet, and the stone tablet kept lighting up. Pass, the staff of Nanlo Academy said to Lin Fan and his 5 companions, and they walked in through the enrollment passage. They soon walked into the square and could clearly see that many people had gathered in the audience. Generally speaking, there are at least 400,000 people watching here every year. You 5, come over here, a man in his 30s waved at Lin Fan and the other 4. Tutor's uniform. Li Qing saw the uniform the other person was wearing and couldn't help but say, "This is the tutor of Nanlo College." It is said that in Nanlo College, even the tutors of the outer courtyard must have a cultivation level of at least the desolate pale realm, Li Qing pondered. Yes, the most ordinary tutors of the outer courtyard cannot be lower than the desolate pale realm, otherwise they are not qualified to be tutors of the outer courtyard, Lin Qing nodded. Hearing the conversation between Lin Qing and Li Qing, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly and read the information of the middle-aged man with his ring. As expected, the cultivation level of the middle-aged man has indeed reached the early stage of the desolate pale realm. This Nanlo Academy is really not simple. Even the most ordinary outer courtyard tutor has the cultivation of the early stage of the wild pill realm. I wonder what level of cultivation the inner courtyard tutors and the dean have reached, Lin Fan thought secretly in his heart. There is also Chen Fenghua, who Hokilin asked me to find. This person can be recommended by Hokilin. I think he is also an extraordinary person. Maybe he is in a high position in Nanlo Academy. However, if he can pass the assessment and join in Nanlo Academy from here, Lin Fan does not want to go through the back door. Chen Fenghu's relationship may be useful to him in the future, but there is really no need for it at the moment. It will not be too late to find out who Chen Fenghu is after joining Nanlo Academy. Lin Fan and his 5 companions did not delay and walked towards the middle-aged man and soon stood in front of the middle-aged man. Of course, there are not only the 5 of them here, but also other students who came to participate in the enrollment. What Lin Fan did not expect was that the 4 young men in brocade clothes who had a verbal conflict with him yesterday were also in this group. The arrival of Lin Fan and his 5 companions undoubtedly attracted the attention of the other party. Boy, we are really enemies on a narrow road, the young man in brocade clothes looked at Lin Fan and said in a gloomy tone. Haha, so what? Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, did you find an inn to stay in yesterday? If not, you should have to sleep on the street, right? At this time, you still dare to be stubborn here. A strong ruthlessness flashed across the eyes of the young man in brocade clothes, and he said, you will regret what you said later, really? Then I am really looking forward to it. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. This young man in brocade clothes is only the 9th level of the body tempering realm. He doesn't have to fear anything at all. After all, he still has soul power. Once the soul power is exerted, the young man in brocade clothes will definitely not be his opponent. The young man in brocade clothes knew that he would not gain any benefit if he continued to talk to Lin Fan. He secretly took note of Lin Fan and had already thought about how to deal with Lin Fan severely in the enrollment later. Time passed slowly, and the number of people entering the big square, whether in the audience seats or the enrollment platform, increased. About an hour later, the time limit came, and the 2 entrances to the square were closed, and no one was allowed to enter. Whoosh! At this moment, a very piercing sound of breaking through the air sounded in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a figure flying from the direction of Nanluo College. The figure was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it came from the horizon to Zhang Shangfang's position in the square. Only then did everyone see clearly that this person was about 50 years old, wearing a white robe. His appearance was not very outstanding, but his whole body exuded a feeling that made people unable to see through. The most important thing was that the momentum emanating from him made everyone feel a lot of pressure. Elder Bai from Nanluo College, someone spoke up, as if recognizing the other party. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688 Changing the Rules. It is said that the elders of Nanluo Academy have the cultivation of the creation realm. They are truly powerful. Yes, a powerful person in the creation realm can wipe us out with just a flick of his finger. Not just a flick of his finger, but a thought can wipe us out. Why would it be so troublesome to move a finger? The strength of a powerful person in the creation realm is beyond your imagination. Don't speculate here. In short, you will never reach such a realm in your lifetime. You still have to have dreams. What if they come true? Other dreams may come true, but forget about this kind of dream. When the man appeared, a heated discussion suddenly broke out in the square. Some people who knew him immediately recognized that the other party was the elder of Nanluo Academy. Elder Bai's full name is Bai Xianayu. He is indeed a person with the cultivation of the creation realm. He ranks among the top in strength in Nanluo Academy. Lin Fan's eyes also fell on Bai Xianayu, and he immediately read Bai Xianayu's information with a ring. After reading it, he found that Bai Xianayu's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the creation realm, and it was estimated that he was not far from the late stage of the creation realm. Creation realm? Lin Fan murmured in his heart, and he was somewhat yearning for this realm. After the desolate pale realm is the creation realm. And the creation realm is further divided into the form creation realm, the key creation realm, and the creation realm. It can be seen that the position of elder of Nanluo Academy is not so easy to obtain. After all, without the cultivation of the creation realm, it is not qualified to become an elder of Nanluo students. After Bai Xianayu appeared above the square, his eyes swept over everyone, and then he landed from mid-air and stood steadily on the high platform. Meet Elder Bai. The members of Nanluo Academy here immediately bowed respectfully to Bai Xianayu. Bai Xianayu nodded slightly and said loudly, "Everyone, today is the day for our Nanluo College to recruit students. Thank you all for coming from afar to support us and watch. I will not say any extra polite words. Now I will announce the rules for recruitment. The rules this time have changed from the past. In the past, we adopted a competition method, but this time we changed to a challenge method. I believe you all have seen that we have specially built a circle around the high platform in this square. We will place some monsters in this circle later. The starting point is this place, and the end point is this place. It is also very simple to become a student of Nanluo College. As long as you can walk from the starting point to the end point, you will be considered to have passed the assessment. In the process, as long as you do not use some illegal means, you will be considered to have passed even if you pass with others, but you can attack each other, as long as you do not hurt their lives and stop when you reach the limit. Did you understand? Bai Xianayu's voice, wrapped in the power of the wilderness, spread throughout the square. Everyone heard it clearly and truly. Understood. The people who were going to take the test responded in unison, their voices reaching the sky. I didn't expect that the rules of this test would be changed so much. Yeah, this change is a bit unexpected, but with this change, it seems to be more interesting. It's worth mentioning that there may be a big fight in the process of breaking through the level. Haha. Yes, it's exciting to watch a big fight, otherwise where would the excitement come from? I like this changed rule. Yeah, I like this new rule too. Next, let's enjoy a visual feast. People in the audience also began to discuss. Although many people were a little surprised by the sudden change in the rules, most of them supported the new rules. After all, the new rules sounded much more interesting than the traditional competition. This would bring them more freshness and excitement. Bai Xianyu glanced at the participants without saying anything. He waved his hand and said, "Since you all understand, then you should get ready. In 3 minutes, enter the starting point from here." After the voice fell, Bai Xianyu looked at some people from Nanluo Academy and nodded to them. After receiving Bai Xianyu's signal, those people did not delay for a moment and immediately began to act according to the plan, placing all the monsters they had prepared before in the circle. Although this circle was built in the square, the length of this circle is not small at all. It extends out in a winding way. Even if a person with the 9th level of the tempering body realm runs at full speed without encountering any monsters, it will take at least 10 minutes to run. What's more, there will be obstacles from monsters and other participants. So, it seems simple, but it is actually complicated. Of course, as one of the 3 major forces of the Great Sealing Dynasty, Nanluo Academy must select excellent students when selecting students. They would rather not have those who are not excellent. This rule is imaginable. The battle will be very chaotic. Li Qing frowned and said, "Yes, there are more than 10,000 people who want to take the test here. I don't know how many chaotic battles will happen. It's okay, don't worry too much. We just need to do what we should do. If no one attacks us, we just rush forward. If someone attacks us, we can't let them have an easy time." Lin Fan smiled lightly. He had just used the ring to read the strength of most of the people who took the test. These people were basically below the 9th level of the tempering body realm, and only a few reached the initial stage of the desolate pale realm. And they didn't offend people in the initial stage of the desolate pale realm, so the other party didn't have to target them specifically. The most important thing is that these people are more arrogant. Once they enter the circle, they will probably rush forward with all their strength, wanting to win the attention of the whole audience and become the first person to reach the finish line. Therefore, there is no need to worry about anything. In fact, Lin Fan's guess was not wrong. At this age, those who have reached the initial stage of the desolate pale realm must have a proud heart. How could they stop to deal with people in the tempering body realm? Unless someone in the body tempering realm is courting death and wants to provoke them, that's about right. As for the monsters that Nanluo Academy arranged in the circle, Lin Fan also took a rough look. Their strengths were between the 3rd and 8th levels of the body tempering realm, and there were no monsters that exceeded the body tempering realm. They didn't have to think too much about the monsters. The only thing to consider was the melee. Sometimes, once a melee breaks out, they might also be involved. 3 minutes passed quickly, and Bai Xianyu looked at Lin Fan and the others again. His voice rolled out under the wrapping of wild power, saying, "Time is up, now enter the starting position." Everyone didn't delay, and jumped into the circle and stood behind the starting line. Bai Xianyu waved his hand and said, "Start." As Bai Xianyu's voice fell, the atmosphere in the entire square was ignited, and everyone cheered harshly, looking forward to this visual feast. Many participants did not delay, and ran forward desperately. In their opinion, if they ran faster, they might not encounter a big fight, and they might be closer to passing the test. Especially those who stood closest to the starting line at the beginning, they had already run hundreds of meters away, and they still wanted to stay far ahead. But soon, a figure suddenly rushed out from the back and attracted the attention of many people. The person continued to burst out at full speed and showed his momentum. Early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. This kid is really good. He has already reached the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. Yes, he looks like he's about 18 years old. At the age of 18, he has the cultivation of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. He is definitely a true genius. After entering Nanluo College, he will definitely be valued by Nanluo College, and then he will rise up. Not bad, not bad. It seems that this enrollment did not disappoint us. I thought that we could not even see geniuses with a cultivation of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. Haha, how is it possible that we can't even see geniuses with a cultivation of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm? It's just a matter of how many there are. After everyone felt a momentum emanating from the young figure, The discussion became much more intense. The young figure ignored these voices, but continued to rush forward. When he caught up with those who were running before, he also injured many of them. To him, these people were like ants, and he could knock them down as he wanted. At this time, some people reacted. Fortunately, they did not rush so fast just now, otherwise they would have been injured. You know, if you get hurt in this situation, you may not be able to pass the test. After all, there are so many people behind you, and there are also many monsters in the circle. You can't just pass it if you want to. After half of the people rushed out, Li Qing couldn't help asking, Mr. Lin, when are we going to act? Don't worry, there's no rush. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, the rules this time don't involve restrictions on the number of places. Did it Elder Bai just say that? If you can successfully reach the end, you will pass the test, so, the people who pass first and the people who pass later are actually the same. Let them run to the front, they can still deal with those monsters, and then we will be more relaxed. After hearing what Lin Fan said, Li Qing reacted. He slapped his forehead and said, yes. I didn't think of this link just now. Elder Bai didn't say that the first few people will stop, but he said that it's okay to pass successfully. Why do we have to rush so fast? That's right, so we don't need to rush. Lin Fan smiled slightly. If he was alone, he could have set off earlier, but he was accompanied by Li Qing, Li Song, Ling Qingxun, and Wang Siying. They were already a small team, and he had to take Ling Qingxun and the other four with him to pass the assessment. In this case, rushing too far ahead would not be a wise move. In addition, there are people watching us nearby. Others may not attack us, but the people nearby will definitely attack us, Lin Fan added. Hearing this, Ling Qingxun and the other three looked to the side, and indeed saw that the four young men in brocade clothes did not rush out to act, but were always paying attention to them. It can be imagined that these four people will definitely attack them in the circle. It's really hateful, Wang Siying said angrily. I don't know what their cultivation is. Ling Qingxun frowned slightly. With their strength, they really couldn't see the cultivation of the four young men in brocade clothes. Don't worry, it's okay, Lin Fan said with a smile. Of course, Lin Fan's strength was not enough to see it directly, but he had already understood clearly through the ring that the four young men in brocade clothes were not their opponents. To be precise, he is not his opponent. He alone is enough to deal with the four young men in brocade clothes. After hearing what Lin Fan said, Ling Qingxun and the other three naturally had nothing to worry about. They all believed in Lin Fan. Time passed quickly, and 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Basically, everyone who participated in the assessment had taken action. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Fan also said, let's go, let's break through. Yes, Ling Qingxun and the other four had no objection to Lin Fan's arrangement and nodded. Lin Fan rushed in first, and Ling Qingxun and the other four followed closely. Mr. Zhu, they are leaving, the girl next to the young man in brocade clothes reminded him. Let's go too, catch up and attack them directly, there is no need to give them any time to relax, the young man in brocade clothes sneered. Chapter 689 One person stays behind to wait. They had not taken action just now, in order to wait for Lin Fan and the other five to act first. After all, even if they wanted to attack Lin Fan and the other five, they had to do it in the circle, not here. It was obvious that if they attacked here, they would be punished by Nanluo Academy, and it was entirely possible that they would be disqualified from continuing to participate. Although the young man in brocade clothes hated Lin Fan and the other five very much, he did not want to lose the opportunity to enter Nanluo Academy because of this. They are chasing us. Li Qing looked back and saw that the eyes of the four young men in brocade clothes were fixed on them. Let's slow down a bit and let them catch up. We will deal with them first, Lin Fan smiled lightly. Okay, Ling Qingxun and the other four nodded. They believed that Lin Fan was sure of it. However, at this moment, Lin Fan suddenly thought of a more critical problem. That is, his speed was much faster than Ling Qingxun and the other four. He could deal with the four young men in brocade clothes by himself, and there was no need for Ling Qingxun and the other four to stay and help. In this case, why not let Ling Qingxun and the other three continue to run forward, and wait until he has dealt with the four young men in brocade clothes before chasing after Ling Qingxun and the other three? Anyway, in such a selection, it is not impossible for him to seize the opportunity to make a splash. It just so happens that the elders and many instructors of Nanluo College are here. In this way, It is also good to leave a good impression in the hearts of these people. With a good impression, he will get more attention after entering the college, and it will be more convenient to inquire about the existence of Chen Fenghui. After all, no one knows when Ho Kilin existed. What if Ho Kilin knew Chen Fenghui too long ago, and Chen Fenghui did something to let down Nanluo College later, and he said that he knew Chen Fenghui? Wouldn't it be easy to be targeted? For such things, it is better to find out clearly first, and not be too impulsive. After having this idea in mind, Lin Fan did not delay and immediately said to Lin Qingxun and the other three, "By the way, you don't have to wait for me, just keep running forward, I will deal with them alone." What? Lin Fan's words startled Lin Qingxun and the other three. They looked at Lin Fan in shock. "Don't wait for me, I will deal with them alone," Lin Fan repeated. Lin, the strength of these four people is not bad at first glance. If you deal with them alone, won't it be a bit risky? Lin Qingxun said worriedly. "Yes, Mr. Lin, if the five of us attack together, won't we have a better chance of success?" Li Qing said. Lin, let's deal with them together, Wang Xiang also said. In this matter, they still know very well what choice they should make. "Don't worry, I won't do anything that I'm not sure of. If I say I can deal with it, then I can deal with it. You just keep running forward. After I deal with them, I will chase you immediately. You just need to pay attention to the monsters and other people," Lin Fan emphasized. This, Lin Qingxun and the other four were still a little hesitant. "You won't even give me this little bit of trust," Lin Fan smiled and said confidently, "I won't risk my own safety. I will still be a student of Nanluo College with you, okay? We believe you." Lin Qingxun nodded and said, "Then we'll go to the front and wait for you. Go ahead, I'll catch up soon." Lin Fan nodded. "Let's go." Lin Qingxun looked at Li Qing, Li Song and Wang Xiang. Lin Fan had already said so. If they still insisted on staying to help Lin Fan, it would be a lack of trust in Lin Fan's strength. In this case, they should still choose to trust Lin Fan. Yet, Li Qing, Li Song and Wang Xiang looked at each other and each gave Lin Fan a warning. Then, the four of them no longer hesitated and continued to run forward. As for Lin Fan, he stopped running and turned around to wait for the four young men in brocade clothes to catch up. Look at that kid, why didn't he run away? Not only did he not run away, but he turned back. Is he waiting for others to join him? He seemed to be looking at those four people. They must be together. No, if they were together, there would be no anger flashing in the eyes of those four people when they looked at him. Could you observe more carefully when you were observing? You didn't notice it until you said it, but it's true now. The eyes of those four people looking at that kid are indeed full of anger. It seems that the kid stopped and waited for a fight. Since Lin Fan and others were running behind, it was easy to attract a lot of people's attention. In addition, Lin Fan deliberately stopped and turned around to wait for the four young men in brocade clothes, which attracted even more attention. Not only did some people in the audience notice Lin Fan, but even some instructors of Nanluo College looked at Lin Fan. These instructors did not speculate too much about Lin Fan's purpose. They just needed to keep an eye on him and make sure no one died. "Master Zhu. That guy knew we were chasing them, but he dared to stop and wait for us alone. He was so arrogant," the boy next to the young man in brocade clothes said. "I guess he knew they were no match for us. He thought that if we caught up with them, they would all be injured by us and would not be able to continue to rush forward." The girl thought for a while and said in silence, "So, he stayed alone to delay us and give the other four people a chance." Yes, it might be true. The boy felt as if he had suddenly realized something. Humph. No matter what tricks he played, he is no match for us. As for the four people in front, after we finish dealing with him, it will not be a problem to catch up with them. The young man in brocade clothes snorted coldly. He had made up his mind about Lin Fan and the other five. He would deal with Lin Fan and the other five people today no matter what. Especially Lin Fan. He hated Lin Fan the most. Half a minute later, the four of them appeared in front of Lin Fan together. "Kid, you know you can't win, so you stayed here alone to delay us?" A young man stared at Lin Fan and asked. "You got it wrong." Lin Fan shook his head and smiled, saying, "I think that it is totally unnecessary for us to attack all four of you together. I alone is enough, asshole." The young man didn't expect Lin Fan to answer like that. He was so angry that his face turned blue. He had seen many arrogant people, but it was the first time he had seen someone as arrogant as Lin Fan. "Stop talking nonsense." The young man in brocade clothes focused his eyes, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He said, "I will let you know right away how serious the consequences of offending me are." Chapter 690, Showing Off His Talent. The young man in brocade clothes is named Zhu Guangwei, and he comes from a good family. Although he is not the strongest genius in their family, nor the most talented genius in the family, he has been spoiled since childhood. It is also the first time that he has met someone like Lin Fan who doesn't take him seriously. If he doesn't beat Lin Fan severely, then Lin Fan will easily become a demon in his heart, which will have a great impact on his future cultivation. Lin Fan naturally disdained Zhu Guangwei's words and said, "If you want to beat me, you have to see if you have the ability. If you don't have that ability, you will just make people laugh." Looking for death, Zhu Guangwei cursed angrily, and then clenched his fist, and the wild power in his body quickly gathered towards his fist. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly to Lin Fan and punched with both fists. From the strength and speed of his punches, it can be seen that he has no intention of holding back. Zhu Guangwei didn't know Lin Fan's specific cultivation level, but the instructors of Nanluo Academy were much higher than Lin Fan, so even if Lin Fan didn't burst out his aura, they could sense Lin Fan's cultivation level. In other words, they all knew that Lin Fan had reached the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. With such a realm, like Zhu Guangwei, there was no need to worry that Lin Fan would be killed by Zhu Guangwei's punch. Facing Zhu Guangwei's double fist attack, Lin Fan raised his mouth slightly, his mind moved slightly, and he also gathered the wild power in his body to his right leg. Then, he raised his leg and kicked it out fiercely. Bang! Bang! The fist and leg collided, and two dull sounds were heard immediately. The two men and one woman originally thought that they could see Lin Fan being blown away, but they didn't expect that Lin Fan actually blocked Zhu Guangwei's attack. Even Lin Fan's body remained motionless, and Zhu Guangwei's body retreated a distance. What's going on? Zhu Guangwei's three companions were stunned when they saw this scene. They originally thought that Zhu Guangwei could defeat Lin Fan with one punch, but they didn't expect that Lin Fan still had the upper hand in this confrontation. Moreover, judging from the aura that Lin Fan had just revealed, he had obviously reached the 9th level of the tempering body realm. This kid is also powerful. The 9th level of the tempering body realm is only one step away from the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. Yes, both of them are very powerful. The kid who attacked suffered a loss. He probably didn't expect that the other party also had such powerful strength. This is what makes it interesting. If it was a pure one-sided crushing, it wouldn't be that interesting. Not bad, not bad. I'm looking forward to their next battle. The people in the audience started discussing. Zhu Guangwei stared at Lin Fan, his eyes fixed, and said, "Boy, I am surprised that you have the 9th level of the tempering body realm, but today, no matter what, you are the one who loses. It is destined to be you. If you can defeat me by talking, it can only mean that your words contain great energy." Lin Fan mocked unceremoniously. "Unfortunately, your words do not have such energy." Zhu Guangwei was so angry that his face turned blue. He found that Lin Fan was too eloquent, and he could not gain any advantage from Lin Fan by talking. Heavenly Wind Palm. Zhu Guangwei decided not to say more, stretched out his hands and swung them up, and the rich wild power quickly gathered on his palms. Then, he shouted, waving his hands while rushing towards Lin Fan. This Heavenly Wind Palm is a mid-level martial art of the ordinary level. With Zhu Guangwei's 9th level of the tempering body realm, it is quite powerful. Whoosh! The palm wind swept up, and the whistling sound of the wind was endless. Lin Fan was helpless. He had not mastered any martial arts at the moment. Facing the martial arts displayed by Zhu Guangwei, he could not use martial arts to attack back. He could only use soul power. After all, the power of martial arts should not be underestimated. He could not handle it with his own strength. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fan's mind moved, and 3 daggers flew out, bringing 3 sounds of breaking through the air, and went straight to Zhu Guangwei. Soul power. This kid actually has soul power. Oh my god. This is a future alchemist. Too unexpected. Too unexpected. I didn't expect him to have this skill. Seeing the moment when Lin Fan controlled the 3 daggers, the people who were paying attention to the battle between Lin Fan and Zhu Guangwei were boiling at this moment. As their voices spread, they naturally attracted more people's attention. The instructors of Nanluo College were all very surprised. Even Bai Xianyu's eyes turned to Lin Fan at this time. Soul power, interesting, this little guy has unlimited potential, Bai Xianyu said in his heart. A young man with soul power, first of all, is destined to become an alchemist after training. Secondly, he can feel that Lin Fan's soul power is not weak at all. Having such soul power at such an age is enough to show that Lin Fan's talent in soul power is not bad. In this way, after Lin Fan becomes an alchemist, he will definitely go a long way on the road of alchemy. Alchemist, the darling profession of Xianitan continent, Nanluo Academy still has a great need for alchemists. Including the participants who were running in front, many of them looked back at this time. Regardless of whether they can successfully join in Nanluo Academy, they all want to know this person who can become an alchemist in the future. If there is a chance to become friends, it will be a huge benefit for them. Of course, even if they can't become friends, they have to remember Lin Fan's face and try not to develop an enemy relationship with Lin Fan. Being remembered by a potential alchemist in the future is a very bad thing. Soul power. Zhu Guangwei's eyes widened. He would never have thought that Lin Fan had soul power. If he had known earlier, he would definitely not offend Lin Fan again. But things have developed to this point. It is useless for him to regret. He can only continue to fight with Lin Fan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 daggers came through the air. Zhu Guangwei's expression was particularly solemn. He waved his hands and slapped 2 of the daggers with palm wind, successfully slapping the 2 daggers away. Just when he was about to deal with the 3rd dagger, his speed was too late. Lin Fan had already controlled the 3rd dagger to fly in front of him. Swish! The dagger passed through Zhu Guangwei's body and immediately cut a wound. The moment the wound appeared, blood also spurted out. Lin Fan knew that he couldn't kill him here, so when he controlled the dagger to attack Zhu Guangwei, he also deliberately controlled it and did not attack Zhu Guangwei's vital points. The dagger only cut a wound on Zhu Guangwei's thigh. Of course, pain is inevitable. Zhu Guangwei screamed and half knelt on the ground. The dagger had cut into his bones, causing him considerable damage. Mr. Zhu, the other 3 saw Zhu Guangwei kneeling on the ground injured, and they couldn't help but look anxious. They hurried to Zhu Guangwei's side and helped him up from the ground. What a strong strength! This is the charm of soul power. How great would it be if I also had soul power? Don't dream. Seeing Lin Fan beat Zhu Guangwei so quickly, they couldn't help but envy him. Unfortunately, many of them could only envy him for a while. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fan didn't intend to waste too much time with Zhu Guangwei and the other 4. He moved his mind again and controlled 3 daggers to attack. This time he didn't attack Zhu Guangwei, but the 3 people around Zhu Guangwei. Be careful, Zhu Guangwei shouted. When the 3 saw the daggers flying towards them, their brows knitted together, and they quickly stood up and retreated to the back. Although their retreat speed was not slow, it was still much slower than the speed of Lin Fan controlling the dagger. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 daggers flew towards the 2 men and 1 woman. They were unable to dodge and were also cut on the thighs by the 3 daggers, causing them to scream and fall to the ground. Lin Fan glanced at Zhu Guangwei and the other 4 and said, "If it weren't for the rules that required us to stop at a certain point, you would have become corpses now. You should be grateful for the rules this time. It was the rules that saved your lives." After the voice fell, Lin Fan did not delay anymore and turned around to continue running towards the finish line. Arrogant. Many people were in their hearts that Lin Fan's words were arrogant. Zhu Guangwei looked at Lin Fan's departing back, and his anger burned to the extreme, but at this time, he had no way to defeat Lin Fan with his strength, so he could only let Lin Fan act arrogantly in front of him. Of course, for him, the most hateful thing is to lose face in front of so many people. "Boy, I won't let you go. I will make you pay the price." "Definitely," Zhu Guangwei said hatefully in his heart. "If he doesn't get back the face he lost, he will have no face to continue to mix with others in the future. He has already thought about it. Even if he can't enter Nanluo College to practice, he will make Lin Fan pay the full price. He will go back to the family to find helpers, and when the students of Nanluo College go out for training, he will find a chance to take revenge. He knows very well that the students of Nanluo College will be arranged to go out for training every once in a while. This is something that students must go through. And this is also a good opportunity for him to take revenge." Lin Fan didn't know what Zhu Guangwei was thinking, but he was telling the truth. If it weren't for the rules this time that didn't allow killing, he would definitely get rid of Zhu Guangwei just now, and it would be impossible for Zhu Guangwei to live. Since there is such a rule, then he thought that the assassin would also be stopped. These instructors of Nanluo Academy are not vegetarians, Not to mention that there is a Bai Xianyu who has the cultivation of the middle stage of the creation realm on the high platform. He wanted to kill Zhu Guangwei and the other four, but Bai Xianyu could stop him with just a thought. My performance just now should have left a deep impression on the people of Nanluo Academy, Lin Fan thought to himself. Soon, Lin Fan caught up with Ling Qingxuan and the other four. Seeing Lin Fan catch up so quickly, Ling Qingxuan and the other four were also a little surprised. Because there were many turns in the circle, they could not see what kind of battle happened between Lin Fan and Zhu Guangwei and the other four at that time. Mr. Lin, you defeated them so quickly, Li Qing asked in surprise. Yes, Lin Fan nodded. This was an obvious fact, and he didn't need to deny anything. Hearing Lin Fan's answer in person, Ling Qingxuan and the other four were shocked again. Awesome, it's really amazing, Li Qing praised. Lin Fan smiled faintly, and then continued to rush forward with Ling Qingxuan and the other four. Just as he said before, if they walked behind, the people in front would solve many monsters. In this way, those who walked behind would be more relaxed. As for the participants, there were many melees as expected, and the fighting between them was very fierce. When Lin Fan and others passed by, they did not have the extra energy to come and take care of them, which saved Lin Fan and others a lot of time and energy. It is good to walk behind, Li Qing said with some sighs. If Lin Fan was not with them, they would definitely rush to the finish line at the first time, and in this way, they would also face the problems faced by these people. Yes, fortunately, Master Lin reminded us, Wang Xiang said with a smile. She wanted to have a good relationship with Lin Fan the most now. After all, the potential shown by Lin Fan has been getting bigger and bigger. Having a good relationship with someone like Lin Fan will only benefit her future development. Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, let's go. We should keep moving forward. There shouldn't be any obstacles behind us. After he finished speaking, under the leadership of Lin Fan, the group of 5 continued to rush forward. Chapter 691 Becoming a Student. At this moment, the first person has arrived at the end of the circle. This person is wearing expensive clothes and is obviously a young master from a wealthy family. Of course, his strength is also very impressive. He has reached the peak of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm and is only one step away from the middle stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. Is that kid from the Yan family? Yes, he is the young master of the Yan family. His name is Yan Zhangping. Although his name sounds very ordinary, he is indeed a true genius with extremely strong talent. He seems to be only 18 years old. Yes, he just turned 18 this year. At the age of 18, he has the peak of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. Such talent is really terrifying. It can be expected that it will not take long for the name Yan Zhangping to spread throughout Nanluo College. Such a talent will definitely be trained as a key player when entering Nanluo College, and the speed of his rise will be very fast. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the source of students in this year's Nanluo College is very reliable. Everyone's eyes fell on Yan Zhangping and they began to discuss. Yes, not only Yan Zhangping has the cultivation of the Earth Wasteland realm, but several others also have the cultivation of the Earth Wasteland realm. Another thing, you may have forgotten, the boy with soul power just now. Yes, and the boy with soul power, he is also a talent. This is the future alchemist. I want to have a good relationship with him, and get close to him. Haha, who doesn't have this idea? When everyone talked about geniuses, someone soon shifted the topic to Lin Fan. Obviously, compared to Yan Zhangping, many people are still willing to pay attention to Lin Fan, the future alchemist. After all, if you have an alchemist as a friend, then the road ahead will definitely be much easier. Time passed slowly, and after Yan Zhangping, more students arrived at the finish line one after another. Lin Fan and the other 5 quickly ran up from the back and stepped into the finish line. Although Lin Fan and the other 5 started last, they were not the last to arrive. On the contrary, when they arrived, there were still many participants struggling in the circle. They either got entangled with the monsters or fought with other participants. In short, their efficiency was not as high as that of Lin Fan and the other 5. At this moment, a young man who was not much different from Yan Zhangping came to his side. The young man looked at Yan Zhangping and said with a smile, your strength should soon break through to the middle stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, right? Why? Yan Zhangping also looked at the young man and asked back. The two of them came from the same place and knew each other before. The young man's name was Liu Qing, and he was also a complete genius. Like Yan Zhangping, His cultivation was in the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm, but it was not long before he broke through to the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. Liu Qing's eyes flashed, and he suddenly looked at Lin Fan and said lightly, "Just now, your limelight was stolen a lot by this guy." Hearing this, Yan Zhangping also looked over along Liu Qing's gaze and also noticed Lin Fan. "Who is this guy?" Yan Zhangping asked with some doubts. Before, he did not pay attention to other people's discussions, so naturally he didn't know Lin Fan. "He has the 9th level of the body tempering realm," Liu Qing said. "What's so special about the 9th level of the body tempering realm?" Yan Zhangping said calmly. He was only one step away from the middle stage of the earthly wasteland realm, and obviously would not take the 9th level of the body tempering realm seriously. If it was just the 9th level of the body tempering realm, then it would not be so special. However, he also has soul power, which is worth taking seriously, right? Liu Qing said with a smile. "He also has soul power." Yan Zhangping frowned, a little surprised. "Yes, he has already shown soul power, and easily defeated a person with the 9th level of the body tempering realm," Liu Qing nodded. Now, Yan Zhangping looked at Lin Fan with a solemn look in his eyes. A person with only the 9th level of the body tempering realm was indeed not worthy of being taken seriously by him, but if it was a person with both the 9th level of the body tempering realm and soul power, then the situation would be different. Such a person will become an alchemist sooner or later. Even with his talent and family background, he cannot easily make enemies with alchemists. Of course, this does not mean that he or his family cannot afford to offend alchemists. The key is whether it is necessary. If necessary, there is no way. If not necessary, then of course, it is better not to offend as much as possible. In short, for Yan Zhangping, at this moment, Lin Fan's face was firmly remembered in his heart. When Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing looked over, Lin Fan noticed it. He also looked at Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing and looked at them. However, Lin Fan did not pay much attention to it. After all, he could know the cultivation data of Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing at once with his ring, and there was no point in staring at them. As time passed, the number of people arriving at the finish line began to increase. Zhu Guangwei and others were severely scratched on their legs by Lin Fan's dagger. Therefore, at this time, they could no longer pass the circle and could only be forced to be eliminated. With the help of the members of Nanlo Academy, Zhu Guangwei and his 4 companions have left the circle. "Master Zhu, that kid has reached the finish line. It seems that they are destined to become students of Nanlo Academy," a young man said. Zhu Guangwei took a deep breath, a venomous revenge flashed across his eyes, and he pondered, "I will avenge this revenge no matter what, and I will never let them be so arrogant." "Wait until they go out for training?" the young man asked. "Yes, we will go back after the wounds are healed," Zhu Guangwei nodded. "Okay, Master Zhu, we will follow your arrangements," the young man said respectfully. Zhu Guangwei is not only the strongest among the 4 of them, but the strength of the Zhu family is not comparable to that of their families. Since Zhu Guangwei is here to arrange the revenge, all they have to do is follow Zhu Guangwei. On the high platform, Bai Xianyu swept his eyes across the people at the finish line and said loudly, "Everyone, the enrollment this time has ended now. Participants who are still in the circle, you can stop now." Wow! When Bai Xianyu's voice spread in the square, a burst of uproar resounded. They thought there were no restrictions before, but they didn't expect there were still restrictions. Of course, this kind of restriction, to be precise, is not something that is put on the table, but is decided by Bai Xianyu. If Bai Xianyu did not announce the end at this time, but continued to wait, then the participants in the circle could continue. Unfortunately, Bai Xianyu has already announced the end, and even if they still have the chance to reach the finish line, there is no time for them to perform. Bai Xianyu said the end, not casually, but he just counted it, and now the number of people who have reached the finish line has reached 5,000. Enrolling 5,000 people has achieved the purpose of enrollment. Perhaps the people in the circle now are stronger than the people at the finish line in terms of cultivation and strength. But they did not reach the finish line, and they did not reach the finish line. No matter whether others are lucky or other factors, they are destined to be eliminated. After all, talent is important on the road of cultivation, but luck is also important. Talent without luck is not necessarily how far you can go on this road. It's a pity that some participants were eliminated, yes, especially the 4 people who were just dealt with by the boy with soul power. Among them, 1 is in the 9th level of the tempering realm and 3 are in the 8th level of the tempering realm. They are definitely qualified to join a Nanlo college, haha, that can only blame their bad luck, otherwise, they can naturally become students of Nanlo college. However, since they failed to join a Nanlo college, they can try to see if the other 2 major forces can join. There is still a chance, yes, it just depends on whether they can seize the opportunity. The 3 major forces of the Defan dynasty recruit students within the territory of the Defan dynasty every year. Many young people are like this. If one force does not join, they will try another force. In short, there are many opportunities for true geniuses. Bai Xianai looked at Lin Fan and the others again and said, "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment and officially become students of Nanlo College. Although you are only students of the outer courtyard now, I believe that after some hard work, you will become students of the inner courtyard of Nanlo College. Now, our college instructors will take you back to the college. At that time, you must understand some of the college's rules and regulations. You must not violate the rules and regulations, otherwise you will be severely punished. These punishments may expel you from the college." Yes, everyone answered in unison. Then, Bai Xianai looked at the instructors of Nanlo College and said, "I leave it to you." Yes, all the instructors also answered in unison. Whoosh! Bai Xianai's mind moved, and he flew into the air, breaking through the air directly, bringing with him an amazing sound of breaking through the air, and disappeared from everyone's side in the blink of an eye. Such a speed made Lin Fan a little envious. The strong people in the realm of creation can have such a fast speed, and those who are stronger than the realm of creation can really be unimaginable how fast, Lin Fan said in his heart. Although his strength is still far from the realm of creation, he believes that as long as he works hard to improve, he will sooner or later be able to have the cultivation of the realm of creation, and at that time he will even be able to touch the realms after the realm of creation. This is what he should do in Xianitan continent. After Bai Xianai left, the instructors of Nanlo Academy also came to Lin Fan and others one after another. "We have 50 instructors here, and each instructor's team should stand in 100 people first," a instructor stood up and said. "Yes," everyone responded. Then, they did not waste time and went to the instructors to stand in line. 50 teams were assigned very quickly. Of course, the assignment here does not mean that they will follow the instructor in front of them. This is just to make it easier to take them back to the academy. After they all return to the academy, they will have to be randomly assigned again. Otherwise, every instructor wants to select the best students under his name, and those who are not excellent will not be accepted by any instructor. Under the leadership of the instructor, everyone quickly returned to Nanlo Academy. Entering Nanlo College, a sense of grandeur immediately hits you. It must be said that Nanlo College is indeed quite spectacular. Compared with those schools on Earth, whether it is a middle school or university, there is a world of difference between them. The two are not at the same level at all. "I heard that Nanlo College covers an area of 1,000,000 acres, Li Qing whispered beside Lin Fan. 1,000,000 acres. Hearing this, Lin Fan was also slightly surprised. He had just guessed in his mind that the area of Nanlo College was not less than 300,000 acres, but he did not expect that the area of Nanlo College was so large. Yes, the students here, even the students from the outer courtyard, have independent courtyards to live in, and the treatment can be said to be very good, Li Qing said with some expectation. "That's pretty good," Lin Fan smiled slightly. Half an hour later, the instructor took Lin Fan and others to a large square. "Everyone, this is the outer courtyard square. Any important matters in the future will be held here," a tutor said loudly. "Of course, we will introduce these things in detail in the things we send to you. You must read them carefully and remember them seriously when the time comes." After the words fell, all the tutors waved their hands, and small packages that had been packaged appeared in the side of Lin Fan and others. Chapter 692 Finding the Courtyard. This small package contains your clothes and some other things. I want to emphasize to you that there is a booklet recording the various rules of Nanlo College. You must read it carefully and not be careless. You must abide by the rules of the college. If you violate them, you will be punished, the instructor said loudly. Yes, everyone answered in unison. After they answered, the instructor called other instructors together. 2 hours passed. The instructors had completed the distribution of the college. As for how to distribute, that is the distribution rule between instructors. It has nothing to do with Lin Fan and others. All Lin Fan and others have to do is to obey the arrangement. A mentor called Lin Fan and other 100 people together. What made Lin Fan and the other 5 happy was that during the distribution process, the 5 of them were not separated and belonged to the same mentor. Hello, students, I am your mentor. My name is Zhang Xianmu. You can call me Zhang instructor from now on. In the next period of time, I will always accompany you in your cultivation. Zhang Xianmu glanced at Lin Fan and others and said with a smile. Lin Fan took a closer look and found that Zhang Xianmu's cultivation was at the early stage of the Desolate Pale Realm, which was the lowest level among the outer courtyard instructors. Of course, when the outer courtyard students reached the Desolate Pale Realm, they would become inner courtyard students. The instructors of the inner courtyard students were much better than those of the outer courtyard students. At that time, Zhang Xianmu's cultivation level would no longer be qualified to be their instructor. Hello, Instructor Zhang, everyone shouted in unison. Zhang Xianmu nodded slightly and said, I think you are all tired from today's admission assessment. I won't say much else. You can go back to your room in the accommodation area and have a good rest. I will be waiting for you here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I hope you will all come to the assembly on time. If you are late, you will face punishment. In addition, if you have any questions, you can also come to me. I live in room 136 in the tutor area. Where's the tutor area? There will be an introduction on your ID card. Now, you can go back to the accommodation area according to the ID card and find your own room. Don't make a mistake. The ID card Zhang Xianmu mentioned is a kind of wooden card, specially made for students in Nanluo College. This wooden card contains a lot of information. Students can recognize the owner of the wooden card by dripping blood on it. At that time, they can get the information from the wooden card. Yes, everyone answered again. Then, they didn't waste any time. One by one, they took out the wooden card and began to drip blood to recognize the owner. Lin Fan also took out the wooden sign from the package and dripped blood on it. It can be clearly seen that the blood was absorbed by the wooden sign at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moment the blood was completely absorbed by the wooden sign, Lin Fan could clearly feel that there was a certain connection between him and the wooden sign. It was difficult for him to describe this connection in words. But it is worth mentioning that the wooden sign seemed to have become a part of the body, and it could be checked at any time. As the instructor said, there was a lot of information in the wooden sign, such as the detailed map of Nanluo College, which was clearly introduced in it. They could clearly find various places in Nanluo College based on this detailed map. Of course, there were still restrictions. Their current identity was that of an external college student, so the activity area could only be the external college, and they could not go to the inner college. If they had to go to the inner college, it would be a violation of the rules and they would be severely punished, including but not limited to being beaten by the inner college students. Lin Fan had a very detailed understanding of the other information. Let's go to the accommodation area first. Lin Fan put away his things and looked at Lin Qingxun and the other 3. Okay, hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Qingxun and the other 3 also put away their things. They were also checking the information just now. However, their speed of checking was obviously not faster than Lin Fan, who was the first to finish. At this time, they had only read less than half of it. Since they were very familiar with the map of Nanluo College, Lin Fan directly led Lin Qingxun and the other 4 to the residential area of the outer court. This residential area, from the direction, is directly east of the outer court square. Leaving the outer court square, there is a road that leads directly to the residential area, which is not difficult to find. In fact, anyone who has stayed in Nanluo College for a period of time will be very familiar with this place. After walking for about 20 minutes, Lin Fan and the others slowed down. In front of them, there were independent courtyards. This is the residential area for the students of the outer court. I'm 1112, what's yours? Lin Fan looked at the rows of courtyards, then looked at Lin Qingxun and the other 3, and asked with a smile. The 1112 Li mentioned was the number of the courtyard where he lived. Nanluo College provided very good benefits to students. Even students from the outer courtyards had their own courtyards. I'm 1113, Lin Qingxun said. I'm 1114, Wang Xiang said. I'm 1115, Li Qing said. I'm 1116, Li Song said. Then we're all next to each other. Li Song's eyes lit up slightly. According to the numbers, we should be next to each other. It seems that when we were assigned ID cards and accommodation, It was expected, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. Indeed, when the instructors were assigned and arranged, they had very precise calculations, so that the 100 students under each instructor lived together in a row. In fact, it was not arranged like this in the past. It was very casual, equivalent to a random arrangement. But later, the academy found that such random arrangement would lead to many conflicts between students from different instructors. After all, the distance is relatively close, and it is inevitable that there will be many times when they don't like each other. Therefore, the academy adjusted the rules for arranging courtyards, no longer arranging randomly, but arranging the students under each instructor together. Let's go to the room first and change into the academy's clothes, Lin Fan pondered. Okay, Lin Kingsoon and the other 4 naturally had no objection, and then they each walked towards their courtyards. When they came to the gate of the courtyard, Lin Fan noticed that the gate was tightly closed. He pushed the door open and walked in. And then he could clearly see everything inside the gate. Originally, I thought that arranging an independent courtyard for them was already very good, and the layout inside should not be too good. But what I didn't expect was that the layout inside was also very good. Not only are there gardens and rockery, but also small ponds. Moreover, it seems that the water in this small pond is still the kind of flowing and circulating. It really deserves to be Nanlo College, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. One of the 3 major forces of the Defan dynasty is awesome. However, he did not delay here for too long and returned to the room soon. The layout of the room was also not disappointing, and it was no worse than those rooms in the inn. Lin Fan came to the bed and put on the clothes of the academy as quickly as possible. The clothes were very fitting, not too big or too small, and felt just right. After putting the things down, Lin Fan went to find Lin Kingsoon and the other 4. Let's all have a good rest tonight, and don't go out to wander around. It won't be too late to get familiar with all aspects of the academy later, Lin Fan reminded. Yet, Lin Kingsoon and the other 4 nodded, and they had no different opinions on Lin Fan's arrangement. After all, they also felt that there was no need to go out tonight. First, they were not familiar with Nanlo Academy, and second, they had to gather at the outer courtyard square tomorrow morning. At that time, they might have to carry out some training, and adjusting their own state was the most important thing. The few of them continued to chat for a while, and Lin Fan did not delay, turned back to the room, and began to enter the state of cultivation. When a practitioner is practicing in meditation, even if he is not sleeping or resting, he can still achieve the purpose of adjusting his state. Lin Fan only wants to improve his cultivation strength as quickly as possible, so he naturally has to seize all the time he can use. Now he has reached the 9th level of the tempering body realm, and he is only one step away from being promoted to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. For him, even without the help of the ring, he can make a breakthrough as soon as possible through his own practice. After all, his talent is very strong. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, when the sky was bright, Lin Fan stopped practicing. He opened his eyes, looked out the window, then retracted his gaze, jumped off the bed, and simply washed up. After finishing all this, he opened the door and walked outside. At this time, Lin Kingsoon and the other 4 were almost ready, and they gathered together. Let's go to the outer courtyard square together. Lin Fan glanced at Lin Kingsoon and the other 4 and smiled slightly. Not only Lin Fan and the others were going to gather at the outer courtyard square, but the rest of the students also had to gather at the outer courtyard square this morning. After all, this was when they had just entered Nanlo College, and the instructor would often assist them in their cultivation. After they became familiar with the situation, the instructor would naturally not ask them to gather every day. Not long after, Lin Fan and the others stood in the outer courtyard square. Of course, on the way to the outer courtyard square, Lin Fan also saw Yan Xiangping and Liu Qing. What surprised Lin Fan was that the 2 guys looked at him several times, as if they were thinking about him. Zhang Xianmu also quickly came to Lin Fan and the others and asked, "You all read the rules and regulations of the college carefully yesterday, right?" "Yes," everyone answered in unison. "Very good," Zhang Xianmu nodded and said, "Then I won't say much else. Now you all sit cross-legged on the ground and start practicing. On the road of practice, if you have any questions, you can ask me, and I will do my best to answer them for you. Today's practice class is 4 hours. After you finish, you can leave here and move freely." Chapter 693 Earth Condition. Earth. Training Base. Murong Zhu, Murong Shan, Mu Hongling, and Li Zihan were training here. It was already evening, and they had been training for a whole day. By now, everyone was already wet with sweat. Although they were very tired, they were gritting their teeth and persisting, especially when they thought of Lin Fan being by their side. Lin Fan's persistence made them feel like they had been injected with chicken blood. Persist. Persist again. Everyone kept telling themselves in their hearts. In front of them, Chu Hongsun and Fen Kang stood there, their eyes kept scanning them. The perseverance of these little guys is really getting stronger and stronger. Fen Kang couldn't help but sigh after watching for a while. Yes, compared to when they first came to the training base, the increase in perseverance is simply incomparable. Chu Hongsun nodded. Of course, the speed of their strength improvement is also very fast, which makes me look at them with new eyes, Fen Kang said with a smile. Chu Hongsun also smiled slightly. During this period of training, the strength of Murinzu and others has improved. This speed of improvement is very fast for their level. Even Chu Hongsun and Fen Kang can only admire this. But soon, another figure flashed in Chu Hongsun's mind. He took a deep breath and whispered, speaking of the speed of growth, I think of Lin Fan again. Yes. Lin Fan is the most talented person we have ever seen. His growth rate is unmatched. Fen Kang also lowered his voice and said, I don't know what the situation is for them in the ruins. Yeah, I don't know what the situation is. I hope they are all okay. Chu Hongsun nodded with empathy. They didn't know what happened in the ruins, but they all prayed for Lin Fan in their hearts, hoping that Lin Fan could come back alive. By the way, I heard the chief say that he will leave for the ruins today to understand the situation. Do you remember this? Chu Hongsun suddenly asked. Remember, I guess after we finish training, the chief will be leaving soon. Fen Kang nodded. It's a pity that we have to stay here and watch everyone train, otherwise, I really want to go to that island with the chief, Chu Hongsun said helplessly. To train them to grow up, this is the responsibility on our shoulders, and we must take up the responsibility, Fen Kang said solemnly. Although he also wanted to go to that island to see it, there was no way, neither of them could leave their posts at will. The two continued to chat for 10 minutes. Seeing that it was almost time, Chu Hongsun stepped forward and said loudly, Okay, everyone, today's training ends here, and your performance is very good. However, training must be a combination of work and rest, and it must be relaxed and tense. Don't rush it. It must be gradual. You still have to rest when it's time to rest. Hearing this, Murinzu, Muringshan, Mu Hongling, Li Zihan and others stopped training. They stood up one by one, sweating and looking at Chu Hongsun and Fen Kang. Chu Hongsun said again, Go back and rest. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will gather here again. Do you understand? Understood, Murinzu and others answered in unison. Disband, Chu Hongsun said. Murinzu and others did not hesitate, turned around and left here, and walked back to the accommodation area. Although there were many casualties in the previous training, some young talents were recruited to the training base later. However, these young talents who were recruited later have been assigned new mentors to train them. Chu Hongsun and Fen Kang are only responsible for training Murinzu and others. After all, a mentor with the strength of a level 5 evolver is enough to train the young talents who have just come in, and there is no need for a mentor with the strength of a level 6 evolver. In any case, during the training process, the mentors will almost improve their strength, and they will naturally become level 6 evolvers at that time. Murinzu and others were walking on the road. As they walked, Muringshan looked down at Andy and smiled at Andy. Alice. I don't know how long Brother Lin Fan will stay in that ruins. I miss him so much, Muringshan said helplessly. During the days when Lin Fan didn't come back, she did miss him every day. Of course, she was not the only one who missed Lin Fan. Murinzu and others also missed him, but she mentioned Lin Fan more often every day. Especially after training, she would basically mention Lin Fan. I guess they found a lot of good things in the ruins, and they will not come out until they have consumed those good things in the ruins, Li Keishu said with a smile. I hope so, Murinzu nodded, and suddenly made a bold guess. Do you think that when Brother Lin Fan comes out of the ruins, will his strength have reached the level of a 7th level evolver? 7th level evolver, Mu Hongling murmured, and then nodded. I think it is very likely. After all, Lin Fan's talent and growth potential are far beyond ours. Yes, when he came out, he had the strength of a 7th level evolver. We shouldn't be surprised. On the contrary, when he came out, he didn't have the strength of a 7th level evolver. We should be surprised, Li Keishu said. He now completely admired and respected Lin Fan, otherwise, he would not be able to get along with Murinzu and others. After all, he knew very well that Murinzu and others were proud of Lin Fan. Murinzu thought for a moment and said, with Lin Fan's talent and growth potential, even if he didn't enter the ruins to explore, he could reach the level of a 7th level evolver. It's just a matter of time, but since they have entered the ruins to explore, and haven't come out for so many days, it's enough to show that they did get a lot of benefits from it. I think it's not surprising that he has the strength of a mid-level 7th level evolver when he comes out. Not bad, not bad, Li Zihan nodded. After hearing Murinzu's analysis, they felt that Murinzu was right. There was no way they couldn't look at Lin Fan with a conventional perspective. That would only be a devaluation of Lin Fan. It's a pity that they didn't know that Lin Fan was no longer on Earth, but on the SYNOPSIS continent. Of course, Lin Fan's current 9th level cultivation in the tempering body realm, if compared with the strength of the evolvers on Earth, is equivalent to the strength of a 9th level evolver, and he has long become the strongest on Earth. This can also explain a problem, that is, the platform is very important for people's development. For example, if Lin Fan continued to stay on Earth, he would definitely only have the strength of a level 7 evolver at this stage. But after he went to SYNOPSIS continent, in a short period of time, he had grown to the 9th level of the body tempering realm, comparable to a level 9 evolver. Such strength, on Earth, is something that no one dares to think about, but Lin Fan easily achieved it on SYNOPSIS continent. This is also the main reason why Lin Fan felt that when he had the strength to return to Earth to find Murinzu and others, he would take Murinzu and others to SYNOPSIS continent. Only by going to a place like SYNOPSIS continent can the strength of Murinzu and others continue to improve. In fact, the speed of improvement will be many times faster than on Earth. Murinzu and others walked back to the accommodation area while chatting. After training for a whole day, they were indeed very tired. Everyone did not waste time and returned to their rooms. After washing up, they began to rest. At the same time, in the training base, in the office, Dong Xianzhou, Chu Hongsun, and Feng Kang, the three of them were sitting on the sofa and talking. First, Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang gave Dong Xianzhou a brief report on the training of Murinzu and others during this period. After listening to the report, Dong Xianzhou nodded and said, "It seems that the training effect during this period is very good." "Yes, Brother Dong, I don't know if they were inspired by Lin Fan. In short, they were very persistent during training. There were several times when Lao Feng and I felt that they had reached their limits, but we didn't expect them to be able to persist," Chu Hongsun said. "Yes, this is true," Feng Kang nodded beside him. "This is indeed the case. When he and Chu Hongsun trained several times, the estimated time had reached the limit of Murinzu and others, but Murinzu and others' performance was completely beyond their expectations. They continued to exceed their limits and created new limits. This made the two of them have to look at them with new eyes. Such a factor cannot be ruled out," Dong Xianzhou nodded and said, "After all, people with such strong talents and potential as Lin Fan are working hard to improve, and they are not enemies with Lin Fan, so they will naturally be inspired by Lin Fan." Dong Xianzhou knew very well that spiritual encouragement could also bring a lot of strength to people. Perhaps it was this kind of strength that made Murinzu and others train harder. "Brother Dong, are you going to the Ruins Island soon?" Hearing what Dong Xianzhou said, Chu Hongsun asked curiously. "Yes, it has been so many days since I came back last time. Now that global communications have been interrupted, it is really inconvenient without telephone contact. I must take a helicopter to check it myself," Dong Xianzhou pondered and said, "Although someone has been arranged to wait there, I still feel uneasy if I don't go and take a look." Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang both nodded. They continued to talk to Dong Xianzhou about a lot of training-related things. Half an hour later, Dong Xianzhou stood up and said, "Okay, it's getting late. You two still have to train them tomorrow, so go back and rest. I'm also leaving for the Ruins Island." "Okay, Brother Dong." Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang looked at each other, and without further delay, they walked out of the office and returned to their respective rooms to rest. As for Dong Xianzhou, he took a helicopter to the Ruins Island. Chapter 694, Different Thoughts. The 5 major countries have arranged people to watch over the Ruins Island. Although everyone does not hold much hope for Lin Fan and others to come out, they still have to arrange people to be stationed here anyway. If Lin Fan and others come out and do not see anyone waiting outside, they will not be able to leave the island. After all, this island is in the Pacific Ocean, surrounded by the ocean, and there is no other landing place. The people gathered here are quite bored every day. Some play cards, some compete, and some sleep. This is what they do every day. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared in the sky, and they all looked at the helicopter. Then, one by one, they remained alert and prepared to take action at any time. The helicopter quickly flew over and landed on the island from midair. After the helicopter landed, they looked closely and saw clearly that it was a Chinese helicopter. There is no doubt that this is Dong Xianzhuo's helicopter. Chief, when the Chinese personnel saw Dong Xianzhuo coming out of the helicopter, they saluted and greeted him. Dong Xianzhuo nodded, walked towards them, and asked, "Have you found anything during this period?" "No, it's the same as the first day we came here, nothing has changed," a 35-year-old man stood up and answered. This man is the little leader stationed here, and his strength has reached the level of the initial stage of the 5th level evolver. It can also be seen from here that China attaches great importance to the manpower arranged to watch here. Hearing this answer, Dong Xianzhuo was not surprised. He nodded and said, "You have worked hard during this period. I know you are very bored staying in this place, but there is no other way. Someone must be stationed here. You are too kind, Chief. We are not tired, it is all right," the little leader replied. Dong Xianzhuo nodded again and asked, "There haven't been any conflicts with other countries, have they?" "We haven't," the little leader shook his head and said, "There were conflicts between people from 2 countries a few days ago, but we all persuaded them to calm down." "Well done, you stay here to live in harmony, and you can't have conflicts over trivial matters. You all have to be calm," Dong Xianzhuo praised. "Yes, Chief, we will remember it," the little leader's attitude was very good. "Then you continue to rest, I'll go to the stone gate to take a look," Dong Xianzhuo said, without wasting any more time, and walked towards the stone gate. He had not been able to push the stone gate open before, so he came here this time to try to push it open. For Dong Xianzhuo, if a genius like Lin Fan was lost, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a huge loss. If the stone gate could be pushed open, then Lin Fan and others might have a chance to get out. Dong Xianzhuo came to the stone gate, took a deep breath, and then stretched out his hands to push the stone gate. He pushed the stone gate with great force, but found that the stone gate was still motionless. After trying for a few minutes, the stone door still did not respond at all. Dong Xianzhuo could only withdraw his hand and sighed helplessly, "It still can't be opened. Lin Fan, are you still safe in there?" At this time, he was already regretting it in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he really shouldn't have let Lin Fan enter the ruins to explore. Lin Fan's talent and growth potential are so strong that he doesn't need to enter the ruins to grow. Unfortunately, there is no regret in this world, and regret alone is useless. Just as Dong Xianzhuo was about to leave the ruins island, another helicopter flew in the sky. The speed of the helicopter was also very fast, and it landed on the island after a while. Dong Xianzhuo looked at it and saw that it was a U.S. helicopter. There was no need to guess that the person inside was a U.S. boss. As expected, after the helicopter was parked, the U.S. boss walked out of the helicopter. The U.S. boss himself came to see if there were any changes here, and he didn't expect Dong Xianzhuo to be here. He walked over and said hello to Dong Xianzhuo, and Dong Xianzhuo also said hello. "I just tried the stone door again, and it was still very tightly closed. There was no way to push it open." Dong Xianzhuo shook his head. He now has the strength of a peak level 6 evolver, but he can't push it open. This kind of thing is not something he can change with his willpower. The American boss nodded and said, "My strength has broken through to the early level of the 7th level evolver. I'll try it again." "Oh? Has it broken through to the early level of the 7th level evolver? Congratulations." Dong Xianzhuo's eyes showed a touch of surprise. He didn't expect that the American boss's strength had reached the level of the 7th level evolver. If it were normal, he would naturally not want to see such a situation. In any case, the two sides are in a competitive relationship. It is definitely not a good thing for him that the American boss is the first to break through to the 7th level evolver. But at this time, he is still looking forward to this news. After all, the strength of the American boss has broken through, which means that his own strength will become much stronger. In this way, if the stone door can be pushed open, wouldn't Lin Fan and others have a chance to get out? Therefore, His congratulations came from the bottom of his heart. The American boss looked at Dong Xianzhou and said, "I'll go over and try again." "Okay." Dong Xianzhou nodded and walked towards the stone door with the American boss. The American boss came to the stone door, gathered his own strength in his hands, and pushed the stone door hard. Bang! Bang! The contact between the hands and the stone door immediately made a dull sound. However, what made Dong Xianzhou and the American boss helpless was that the stone door still did not change. "It still doesn't work." A touch of disappointment appeared in Dong Xianzhou's eyes. He didn't expect that this stone door was so difficult to open that even the 7th level evolver was helpless. "It's too heavy. There must be some power blocking it inside, otherwise it wouldn't be so hard to push it open," the American boss said in a deep voice. "Yes, I just don't know what power is inside." Dong Xianzhou nodded. The American boss tried again, but still couldn't push the stone door open. This made the American boss completely give up. "No, I guess even the peak power of the 7th level evolver can't push the stone door open. We have to wait until we reach the 8th level evolver level before trying again," the American boss said. 8th level evolver. Hearing this strength, Dong Xianzhou was also a little moved. Reaching the 7th level evolver level is something they can do with their talent. But if they want to reach the 8th level evolver level, it's a bit hard to say. First of all, there may not be so many 7th level zombies among the zombies for them to hunt, so that they can obtain the 7th level energy crystals to absorb, and thus increase their strength to the 8th level evolver level. What's more, the strength of the 7th level zombies is very strong, and it's not easy for them to deal with them. Thinking of this, Dong Xianzhou sighed again. "I don't know if they will be safe inside when we reach the 8th level evolver level." Dong Xianzhou was also telling the truth. They didn't know what situation Lin Fan and others were facing in the ruins, let alone whether Lin Fan and others were in danger. The American boss took a deep breath, looked at Dong Xianzhou, and said, "No matter what, all we can do now is to hold on to hope. I think we can unite." "Unite? What do you mean?" Dong Xianzhou didn't understand what the American boss meant. If it is understood literally, does it mean that China and the United States should join forces? I mean, our 5 countries can join forces, or in other words, our 5 leaders can join forces to find level 6 zombies and level 7 zombies to hunt and obtain energy crystals, the American boss said in a deep voice. "Only in this way can we increase our strength to the level of level 8 evolvers at the fastest speed and in the shortest time. The sooner we reach the level of level 8 evolvers, the less danger there will be for the people in the ruins. In short, we must open this stone door." The American boss didn't want their genius to be lost in the ruins. Of course, he did this for a selfish reason. That is, among the 5 of them, only he has reached the level of a level 7 evolver. When he finds a level 7 zombie and kills it, the level 7 energy crystal will naturally belong to him. In this way, he will absorb the level 7 energy crystal earlier than Dong Xianzhou and the other 4. His talent and growth potential are not necessarily worse than Dong Xianzhou and the other 4. When Dong Xianzhou and the other 4 become level 7 evolvers, he will still be one step ahead of them. If he keeps this state, he will be the first to reach the level 8 evolver. Once he has the strength of an level 8 evolver, he will be an absolute supreme being. Who dares not to obey his arrangement at that time? Although he now has the opportunity to kill Dong Xianzhou, he wants to use Dong Xianzhou and others to help him improve his strength. This is his main purpose. Dong Xianzhou does not know what the American boss is thinking. He only knows that the method mentioned by the American boss is indeed beneficial for them to improve their strength. Since there are benefits, such measures should be taken. After all, he wanted to open the stone door and take a look. As long as China has Lin Fan, why would it be afraid of others? He believed that Lin Fan's growth rate would be faster than anyone else, and even the American boss could not be compared with Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Dong Xianzhou nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, I think this method is okay. I agree, but I don't know if the other 3 people agree or not." "It's okay, as long as you agree. I think they will agree too. Now we will take a helicopter to talk to them about this matter." The American boss was very satisfied with Dong Xianzhou's answer, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Okay, let's go without further ado." Dong Xianzhou nodded again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695 Beautiful Elder. Dong Xianzhou and the American boss quickly decided that they would implement this matter as soon as possible. I'll tell our people, the American boss said. Then I'll tell them too, Dong Xianzhou said. Then, neither of them wasted time and walked towards their own people. Chief, do you have any other instructions? The little leader asked hurriedly when he saw Dong Xianzhou coming. Dong Xianzhou waved his hand and said, it's not an order, but I'm here to tell you that we are leaving here now, and you have to stay and stay. Yes, Chief, don't worry, we will stay here forever, the little leader saluted. In addition, are the food and water resources you brought sufficient? Dong Xianzhou asked. Sufficient, the little leader replied. How long will it be enough for you to eat and drink? Dong Xianzhou asked again. At least enough for 3 months, the little leader thought about it and gave a rough answer. When they came over, they drove 3 helicopters over, and 2 of them were loaded with food and water resources except for the pilots. Therefore, this area is indeed very sufficient, enough for them to eat and drink for a long time. That's good, Dong Xianzhou's eyes condensed, nodded, and said, it may take a long time for us to come here next time. Don't have any conflicts here, and you must stay calm. Yes, the little leader promised. Okay, then I'll go first, Dong Xianzhou said, turned and walked towards the helicopter. The American boss, after instructing the American people, also returned to the helicopter. He waved to Dong Xianzhou, indicating that Dong Xianzhou could take off. The 2 helicopters took off and left the island, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Just as the American boss said, Dong Xianzhou agreed to this matter, and the people of the 3 countries did not refuse. There is no way. Now everyone knows that the United States and China are the 2 most powerful countries. This also means that the American boss and Dong Xianzhou are the 2 strongest people they know at present. Even the American boss and Dong Xianzhou are on the same front. If the 3 of them still express their opposition, they will probably be targeted by the American boss and Dong Xianzhou at that time. This is not the result they want to see. What's more, they also thought about it carefully. Joining forces to find level 6 zombies and level 7 zombies will also have considerable benefits for their strength improvement. In this way, their strength can also be quickly improved to the level of level 7 evolvers. Since it is a good thing, there is really no reason to refuse. After the 5 people reached a unanimous decision, they did not waste any time and started to take a helicopter to the African savannah. Moreover, they were not on the outer and middle of the African savannah, but were going directly to the depths of the African savannah to find level 6 zombies and level 7 zombies. Of course, level 6 zombies and level 7 zombies are not only found in the depths of the African savannah all over the world, but they just set their first target on the African savannah. The helicopter was very fast. In a few hours, it reached the depths of the African savannah. The helicopter landed, and the American boss, Dong Xianzhou and others walked out of the helicopter and began their exploration in the depths of the African savannah. Xian'an continent. Nanluo College, on the large square of the outer courtyard. Many students sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice. Lin Fan naturally knew nothing about what happened on Earth. He was also immersed in practice at this time. The wild power in the surrounding heaven and earth, along with his practice, continued to gather towards his body. Zhang Xianlu walked back and forth. If a student wanted to ask a question, he would go over to answer the student's doubts. The time in practice passed very quickly. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xianlu clapped his hands and said loudly, "Everyone, you can stop now." Hearing Zhang Xianlu's words, everyone opened their eyes and withdrew from the state of practice. Practice should also be combined with work and rest. You can't practice all the time. It's easy to go astray. Today's practice here is over. You can arrange your own time in the future. Anyway, everything must be in accordance with the rules and regulations of the academy. Remember not to violate them. Okay, let's disperse, Zhang Xianmu said. Many students left here without delay and prepared to go to the cafeteria to eat something. At this stage of their practice, they must eat to replenish their energy. Nanluo Academy provides them with free food, so they naturally can't waste it. Shall we go eat something too? Lin Kingxu looked at Lin Fan and asked. She was a little hungry after practicing so far. Okay, Li Qing, Li Song and Wang Xiang had no objection. However, just when the five of them were about to go to the cafeteria to eat, Zhang Xianmu suddenly came in front of them. By the way, Lin Fan, are you free now? Zhang Xianmu asked. Yes, Teacher Zhang, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Fan asked curiously. He didn't expect Zhang Xianmu to look for him. But Zhang Xianmu is the instructor of the college, so he must have something to ask him. It is impossible to just waste time. Zhang Xianmu nodded and said, I do have something to ask you. I almost forgot it just now. Come with me and I will take you to a place. Okay, Lin Fan also nodded, and then glanced at Lin Qingxun and the other three, and said, you go first. Yeah, okay, Lin Qingxun and the other four nodded in response. Zhang Xianmu only looked for Lin Fan and didn't look for them, so they naturally couldn't follow him. After Lin Qingxun and the other four turned around and left, Lin Fan looked at Zhang Xianmu and said, Instructor Zhang, let's go. Okay, Zhang Xianmu smiled slightly, took a step, and Lin Fan followed closely beside him. Judging from the direction they were walking, Lin Fan guessed that Zhang Xianmu should take him to the area where the instructor lived. After all, he was very familiar with the base map of Nanluo College. Walking on the road, Zhang Xianmu said, Lin Fan, when did you find out that you have soul power? Teacher Zhang, I found out when I broke through to the 7th level of the tempering body realm, Lin Fan lied casually. From this, it can be seen that Zhang Xianmu's finding him alone should be related to his possession of soul power. Otherwise, he would not mention soul power now. When you reach the 7th level of the tempering body realm, Zhang Xianmu murmured, and then changed the subject and said, having soul power means you have the necessary conditions to become an alchemist. Do you know why I am looking for you alone? I don't know. Lin Fan shook his head. He could guess that it was related to soul power. But he really couldn't guess what it was. I want to take you to see someone, Zhang Xianmu said. Who? Lin Fan asked curiously. Zhang Xianmu did not answer directly, but kept it a secret and asked, do you want to become an alchemist? Become an alchemist? Is there any need to ask? Of course, he wants to. Lin Fan already knows how popular the profession of alchemist is in this world. It can be said without hesitation that after becoming an alchemist, you can walk sideways. Especially those high-level alchemists, even practitioners who are stronger than them will give them face after seeing them. Because no one can imagine how many friends a powerful alchemist has behind him, and they can't know how powerful those friends are. So, for this kind of question, he answered without hesitation, I want to. Hearing this answer, Zhang Xianmu smiled slightly and said, the person I want to take you to see is the alchemist of our Nanluo Academy. Let me learn alchemy from him, Lin Fan asked. Yes, Zhang Xianmu nodded and said, this person's alchemy level is quite high. Students with soul power in our academy will learn alchemy from this person. Is there also a distinction between the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard? Lin Fan asked again. Alchemy is not an easy and simple thing. It is difficult to succeed if you rely on your own exploration without anyone teaching you. Now that someone is teaching you, it is naturally a very good thing. No, there is no distinction between the outer and inner courtyards in the field of alchemy, Zhang Xianmu explained. There are more than 7,000 students in our academy, but if you are included, there are only 20 students with soul power. Besides, you can't think of it as a ratio of more than 7,000 to 20. After all, our academy is very strict when selecting students. The ratio obtained by selecting from so many excellent practitioners is not a normal ratio. What is the normal ratio? Lin Fan asked. Under normal circumstances, there is only one alchemist in 10,000 practitioners, Zhang Xianmu replied. Hearing this answer, Lin Fan's eyes also showed a touch of surprise. He didn't expect the ratio to be so low. Are you surprised by this ratio? Zhang Xianmu saw Lin Fan's expression and asked with a smile. It's quite unexpected, Lin Fan nodded. This is also the reason why alchemists have a high status in Xianidun continent, because alchemists are too rare, Zhang Xianmu said with a smile. He explained these to Lin Fan in such detail and showed great patience. In fact, he also wanted to establish a good relationship with Lin Fan, the future alchemist, in advance. Although Lin Fan may not become a high-level alchemist, more friends mean more paths. Under the leadership of Zhang Xianmu, they soon arrived at the instructor's living area, but the destination was not here, but to continue to walk to the back of the instructor's living area. That location is the junction of the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard. About 5 minutes later, They passed through the instructor's living area and came to the front of an attic. This attic is called Dan Building. As the name suggests, it is a place related to alchemy. At this moment, in front of the Dan Building, there is a peerless beauty standing. "Meet Elder Yi," Zhang Xianmu shouted respectfully when he saw the peerless beauty. Chapter 696 Elder Yeli's Affirmation. This peerless beauty was very tall and wore a light red robe. On the robe, you could vaguely see the pattern of flames. Moreover, the pattern of flames had a very vivid feeling, as if it was a real flame. The woman was extremely beautiful, with flesh where flesh should be and thin where thin should be. There was no flaw at all. Even in Lin Fan's eyes, such a woman was like a fairy descending from the earth. She was so perfect that it couldn't be more perfect. Lin Fan took a deep breath, and without waiting for Zhang Xianmu to remind him, he also shouted, "Elder Yi." "Yes," Yi Li nodded, and her beautiful eyes fell on Lin Fan. Being looked at by Yi Li, Lin Fan immediately felt that Yi Li saw through him from head to toe. This feeling was not something he could resist at all. "Elder Yi, this student is called Lin Fan, and he is the one with soul power among the students recruited this time." Zhang Xianmu looked at Lin Fan and introduced him to Yi Li. After that, he introduced Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, this is Elder Yi Li from our Nanluo Academy, and also a 5th grade alchemist from our Nanluo Academy." 5th grade alchemist. Zhang Xianmu's words surprised Lin Fan. He didn't expect Yi Li to be a 5th grade alchemist. Alchemists are divided into 1st grade to 9th grade, with the 1st grade being the weakest and the 9th grade being the strongest. As for whether there is a higher realm above the 9th grade, Lin Fan is not sure. And the elder Yi Li in front of him is definitely no more than 25 years old, probably only 23 or 24 years old. Although she looks younger, who would have thought that such a young and beautiful woman would have become a 5th grade alchemist? Such talent is really terrifying. "Release your soul power for me to see." Yi Li continued to look at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, and said lightly. Lin Fan did not delay, and released his soul power with a move of his mind. "Not bad, it has reached the level of the 1st grade, and you can start trying to make pills." Yi Li felt it and still spoke in a light tone. It seemed that nothing could change her mood. Zhang Xianmu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Fan's soul power had reached the 1st level. Soul power is also divided into levels, just like the levels of alchemists, from level 1 to level 9, with level 1 being the weakest and level 9 being the strongest. He always thought that Lin Fan's soul power was just at the entry level, and he really didn't expect that Lin Fan's soul power had already stepped on the right track. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that he can hear from Yi Li's indifferent tone that Yi Li is optimistic about Lin Fan. Yi Li is an absolute celebrity in Nanluo Academy, and her reputation is almost as great as that of the dean. There is no way. Alchemists are a very precious and rare group in this world, and with a beauty like Yi Li, who is so young and talented, it is hard not to be famous. Yi Li continued to look at Lin Fan, and after a few glances, he said, "Starting tomorrow, you will come here at 2 o'clock every afternoon. I will teach you how to make pills from the basics." "Thank you, Elder Yi," Lin Fan replied respectfully. In front of a person like Yi Li, he naturally would not show any pride. After all, Yi Li is a real genius, especially in the field of alchemy. Who knows how powerful his talent is? "Elder Yi, then we will not bother you," Zhang Xianmu also said respectfully. Even though he is a tutor in the outer courtyard, he dare not be arrogant in front of Yi Li. Because, these tutors in the outer courtyard usually receive benefits issued by the academy, which include pills. And those pills are undoubtedly from Yi Li's hands. "Well, you go back first," Yi Li nodded lightly. "Lin Fan, let's go," Zhang Xianmu said to Lin Fan. "Yes," Lin Fan nodded. Then, Zhang Xianmu and Lin Fan did not waste time and turned around and left here. Seeing Zhang Xianmu and Lin Fan disappear from sight, Yi Li retracted his gaze and turned back to the alchemy building. Walking on the road, Zhang Xianmu looked at Lin Fan and said in a deep voice, "It can be seen that Elder Yi is still very optimistic about you. You should learn alchemy from Elder Yi and strive to achieve something as soon as possible." "Teacher Zhang, don't worry, I will study hard," Lin Fan nodded. "Well, Elder Yi's status in our Nanluo Academy is very high. In fact, to some extent, her status is not necessarily lower than that of the dean," Zhang Xianmu pondered. "Oh? Not lower than the dean?" Lin Fan's eyes showed a deep surprise. "Yes, not lower than the dean," Zhang Xianmu nodded and explained, "the status of an alchemist is quite high, not to mention Elder Yi, a 5th grade alchemist. She is very famous not only in our Nanlo Academy, but also in the entire Dafan dynasty, because, in the Dafan dynasty, the total number of 5th grade alchemists does not exceed 10, the Dafan dynasty has no more than 10 5th grade alchemists. Lin Fan was very surprised by this number. Yes, no more than 10, Zhang Xianmu nodded. So rare, Lin Fan did not expect that the number of 5th grade alchemists was so small. 5th grade alchemists are very difficult to achieve, Zhang Xianmu said in a deep voice. Then does the Dafan dynasty have a 6th grade alchemist? Lin Fan asked curiously. 6th grade alchemist, Zhang Xianmu murmured, yes, but he has not appeared for many years. No one knows where he went, or in other words, no one knows whether he is still alive. Is that so? Lin Fan nodded. Well, anyway, you should learn alchemy from Elder Yi. When you become an alchemist, you will find that many things have changed, Zhang Xianmu said slowly. Many things he said had changed. Lin Fan actually knew what he meant. That was that his status and position would be improved. At that time, even the tutors in the outer courtyard would not put on airs when they saw Lin Fan. You know, not only is he an alchemist, but there is also another identity, that is, Lin Fan will be someone led by Yi Li. Who in the entire Nanlo Academy dares not give Yi Li face? Even the dean has to give Yi Li face. Zhang Xianmu and Lin Fan continued to chat, and soon they returned to the outer courtyard square. Zhang Xianmu asked, you want to go to the cafeteria? Yes, Lin Fan nodded. Okay, then you go to the cafeteria to eat, Zhang Xianmu said. Okay, Tutor Zhang, I'll go to the cafeteria first, see you tomorrow, Lin Fan said, and without wasting any more time, he turned around and walked towards the cafeteria. At this time, he was indeed a little hungry, so he had to go to the cafeteria to eat something to replenish his hunger. He just didn't know if Lin Qingxun and the other 4 were still in the cafeteria at this time. The outer courtyard square was not far from the cafeteria, and Lin Fan quickly arrived at the cafeteria. Lin Fan. As soon as Lin Fan arrived, Lin Qingxun and the other 4 saw him and waved at him. Lin Fan saw Lin Qingxun and the other 4 and walked towards them. I thought you had left, but I didn't expect you were still here, Lin Fan said with a smile. There are too many people. We have been queuing for a long time. We just sat down. You should go over there quickly. There are fewer people now, so we can get it done quickly, Li Qing said. Okay, you guys eat first, I'll get some food and come back. Lin Fan smiled slightly and walked in another direction. The area of this cafeteria is not small, but because many people in the outer courtyard eat here, it is very crowded at mealtime. When Lin Qingxun and the other 4 came here, it was indeed the most crowded time, which is why they wasted so much time. However, the good thing is that Lin Fan came here just in time to miss the crowded time period, and quickly picked out what he wanted to eat at the window. It must be said that the canteen of Nanlo College is still very rich in dishes, and each student can choose 5 dishes. These 5 dishes are basically made with the meat of some monsters. Lin Fan brought the dishes to Lin Qingwen and the other 4, sat down, and started eating. While eating, Wang Xiang asked curiously, Mr. Lin, what did Teacher Zhang ask you to do? Although Lin Qingxun, Li Qing and Li Song did not ask Wang Xiang's question, they were obviously very curious about this question, and their eyes were all focused on Lin Fan. Facing the gazes of Lin Qingxun and the other 4, Lin Fan had nothing to hide, and smiled and said, don't I have soul power? Teacher Zhang took me to see an elder who teaches alchemy. The elder told me to follow her every afternoon to learn alchemy. Learn alchemy. Lin Fan's answer surprised Lin Qingxun and the other 4. They didn't expect Zhang Xianmu to take Lin Fan to see such an elder. However, this is really good news for them. After all, when Lin Fan becomes an alchemist, they will also benefit from it. They all know Lin Fan well, so this can be confirmed. Mr. Lin, we congratulate you in advance, Li Qing said with a smile. With your talent, we all believe that you will become an alchemist soon. Yes, Mr. Lin, there is absolutely no problem for you, Li Song followed. Wang Xiang also echoed, when Mr. Lin becomes an alchemist, his status in the academy will rise sharply. They all know what an alchemist means. At this time, they should naturally get along better with Lin Fan. However, Lin Qingwen is very different from them. Learning alchemy should not be an easy thing. It is estimated that the suffering will not be few, Lin Qingxun said in a deep voice, otherwise, the profession of alchemist would not be so popular. Chapter 697 Fighting Arena. Lin Fan understood the praise from Li Qing, Li Song and Wang Xiang. After all, the three of them definitely wanted to have a good relationship with him. But relatively speaking, he liked Lin Qingxun's words more. After all, it was Lin Qingxun's words that showed that Lin Qingxun was sincere. Although Lin Qingxun also wanted to have a good relationship with him, he would not show it too obviously. At least in some ways, Lin Qingxun still cared about Lin Fan from the bottom of his heart. It was true that the profession of alchemist was very popular, but she knew that it took a lot of effort behind the scenes, and no one could succeed easily. Lin Fan was naturally very clear about the thoughts of Lin Qingxun and the other three. He did not care about them and smiled and said, "Anyway, just follow and learn first and see how far you can learn. By the way, Lin Fan, who did Instructor Zhang arrange for you to learn from?" Wang Xiang asked curiously. "Elder Yili," Lin Fan replied. It turned out to be Elder Yili. Lin Qingxun and the other three were very surprised. Wang Xiang couldn't help but say, "Elder Yili is very famous in the entire Dafan dynasty. Instructor Zhang arranged for you to learn alchemy from Elder Yili. It can be seen that he attaches great importance to you." Yes, in the Dafan dynasty, many alchemists who want to become Elder Yili's apprentice don't have that good luck. Although you are not Elder Yili's apprentice, it is a great opportunity to learn from Elder Yili, Li Qing said. Obviously, they have heard a lot of legends about the name Yili. Yes, Elder Yili's alchemy level is indeed very high. She is also a 5th grade alchemist. Learning from her is naturally the best result. Lin Fan smiled slightly, then changed the subject and said, "But as the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, and the learning is up to the individual. It still depends on how well you learn. We all believe that there is no problem with your talent," Wang Xiang said. "I hope so." Lin Fan smiled again, and did not say anything more on this topic. He changed the topic and said, "What are you going to do after dinner? We discussed it here just now, when you followed Instructor Zhang. We discussed going to the martial arts arena after dinner. Do you want to go with us?" Lin Qingxun asked. Martial arts arena. Lin Fan was slightly startled. Information about the martial arts arena immediately emerged in his mind. The martial arts arena is a competition place in Nanluo Academy. Nanluo Academy has a rule that students are not allowed to fight at will in the academy. Any unresolved grudges and hatreds must be resolved on the arena of the martial arts arena. If anyone fights at will, it will be considered a violation of the rules of the academy. If the academy finds out, they will definitely be punished. This also leads to the fact that the martial arts arena is very lively. In addition to resolving grudges and hatreds, there are also many people who gather at the martial arts arena to exchange ideas. As Zhang Xianmu said, it is not very meaningful to practice in seclusion blindly, and it is easy to go astray. Practice should be done in moderation. Moreover, for a battle, practical experience is also very important. When two people of equal strength fight, the one with more practical experience will naturally have a greater chance of winning. Besides, you can also use the competition to bet on yuanxi on the martial arts arena. I heard that some strong people can win a lot of yuanxi by competing on the martial arts arena every day, Li Qing said. Yes, just now many students who finished their meal went to the martial arts arena. I guess many people will use the competition to bet on yuanxi today. We just happened to go there to join in the fun, Li Song said. At this point, they all looked at Lin Fan, and there was no doubt that the decision was handed over to Lin Fan. If Lin Fan said he would go, then they would go together. If Lin Fan said he would not go, then they would not go. Lin Fan was also interested in this martial arts arena. Anyway, he had nothing else to do after dinner. He would start to learn alchemy in the Dan building tomorrow, and today he had time to go to the martial arts arena. Okay, then let's go to the martial arts arena together after dinner. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Qingxun and the other three smiled. It was obvious that they still hoped that Lin Fan would go to the fighting arena. With a strong person like Lin Fan by their side, they would be more confident. In the following time, they chatted while eating. 10 minutes later, they stood up, walked out of the cafeteria, and walked towards the fighting arena. The cafeteria and the fighting arena were in two different directions, and it took a lot of time to get there from the cafeteria. When they arrived at the fighting arena, half an hour had passed. As expected, the atmosphere here was very lively, and people could be seen walking everywhere. Cheers, applause, and discussion spread endlessly. Lin Fan glanced over and saw a total of 20 arenas. At this moment, There were students competing on each arena. Some students were average, and some were stronger. Of course, on the stage, Lin Fan saw that the strongest pair were both at the 8th level of the tempering body realm, and there were no students at the 9th level of the tempering body realm or the initial level of the earth wasteland realm. The fighting arena is also divided into the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard. Only students from the outer courtyard are allowed to compete on the fighting arena in the outer courtyard. However, the arrival of Lin Fan and others has attracted the attention of many people. Some people noticed Lin Fan when they were in the circle before. No matter what, Lin Fan is a person with soul power. Of course, this is always a minority, and most people are still unaware of it. However, among this minority, there are Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing. That guy is here too, Liu Qing said beside Yan Zhangping after seeing Lin Fan. Yan Zhangping looked at Lin Fan, narrowed his eyes, and did not say much. Seeing this, Liu Qing smiled slightly and said, "Don't you want to know how strong he is?" "What? Do you mean for me to compete with him?" Yan Zhangping asked back. "Any ideas?" Liu Qing asked. "He doesn't deserve it." Yan Zhangping shook his head and said, "Even if he has soul power, he is still only at the 9th level of the tempering body realm and has not entered the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. He is not my opponent." "Are you so confident?" Liu Qing's eyes flashed. "This is not a question of confidence or not, but the fact is so," Yan Zhangping pondered. But then, he changed his tone and continued, "However, you can let others test his strength." "Who should go?" Liu Qing asked. Yan Zhangping looked at another student and said, "Let him go." As he said that, he walked towards the student. Liu Qing followed behind him. "Brother Yan, Brother Liu." Mao Xiangxiang saw Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing coming in front of him and hurriedly greeted them. Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing are both at the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. Mao Xiangxiang and the two of them are under the same instructor, so he naturally knows how strong they are. Facing Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing, even though he had reached the peak of the 9th level of the tempering body realm and was only one step away from breaking through to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm, he did not dare to put on airs in front of Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing. He knew very well that with the strength of Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing, it would be very easy and simple to deal with him. Yan Zhangping nodded and said, "Mao Xiangxiang, I want to ask you to help me with something." "Brother Yan, it's too polite to say please. Just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse," Mao Xiangxiang said righteously. How could he miss this opportunity to get along well with Yan Zhangping? At least, he had to be very clear in his attitude, so that he could leave a deep impression on Yan Zhangping. Yan Zhangping nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you do this for nothing. I'll give you 3,000 yuanxi as a reward." "Oh, what does Brother Yan want me to do?" Mao Xiangxiang asked curiously. He didn't expect Yan Zhangping to offer 3,000 yuanxi as a reward. You know, 3,000 yuanxi is not a small number, especially for some ordinary families. It is likely to be the annual harvest of ordinary families. Of course, 3,000 yuanxi is nothing to a young master of the Yan family like Yan Zhangping, and he can take it out at any time. "I want you to go and learn from that person," Yan Zhangping said while shifting his gaze to Lin Fan. Mao Xiangxiang's eyes also looked at Lin Fan and locked on Lin Fan. He felt that Lin Fan's face seemed familiar. He thought hard and remembered it. "Brother Yan, this guy seems to be the student with soul power, right?" Mao Xiangxiang asked. "Yes, it's him," Yan Zhangping nodded and said, "I chose to ask you for help, mainly because it's inconvenient for me to take action." Mao Xiangxiang had heard about Lin Fan's soul power, and he knew that Lin Fan's strength was not simple. "Brother Yan, that guy has soul power, and his own cultivation is also in the 9th level of the body tempering realm. It's a bit difficult to deal with." Mao Xiangxiang frowned. "If it's easy to deal with, why would I come to you? Can't I just find someone else?" Yan Zhangping said. Mao Xiangxiang was speechless. Yan Zhangping's eyes fixed, and said, "Tell me, do you want to help me or not?" Mao Xiangxiang could hear the impatience in Yan Zhangping's tone. It was conceivable that if he didn't agree to help, it would definitely anger Yan Zhangping, and then the relationship between him and Yan Zhangping would collapse instantly. How could he cling to Yan Zhangping's relationship in the future? After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Mao Xiangxiang made a decision and said, "Brother Yan, I'll do you this favor. I'll go challenge him right away, no hurry. I'll give you the yuanxi first." Yan Zhangping was still very satisfied when he heard Mao Xiangxiang's answer. He then took out a small bag from his pocket and handed it to Mao Xiangxiang, saying, "There are 5,000 yuanxi in it. 3,000 yuanxi are the reward for your help, and the other 2,000 yuanxi are used to challenge him. After all, if you just challenge him like this, he may not accept the challenge, but if you take out 2,000 yuanxi as a bet, he may compete with you. No matter you win or lose, I will not take back the 2,000 yuanxi. If you beat him, the 2,000 yuanxi he loses will also belong to you." Chapter 698. Guess who will win? Yan Zhangping's words instantly made Mao Xiangxiang feel full of fighting spirit. After all, this meant that he used 2,000 yuan stones to bet with Lin Fan. If he won, he could directly get 7,000 yuan stones. If he lost, he could still get 3,000 yuan stones, which was no different from the reward given by Yan Zhangping. In other words, whether he won or lost, he would not suffer any loss, and it was nothing more than a big profit if he won. Of course, he was willing to do such a business. "Okay, Brother Yan, don't worry, I won't let you down." Mao Xiangxiang nodded, stretched out his hand to take the small bag and took it. "Okay, go." Yan Zhangping also nodded. Mao Xiangxiang did not delay, clasped his fists to Yan Zhangping, and then turned and walked towards Lin Fan. Seeing Mao Xiangxiang's actions, Liu Qing couldn't help but ask, "Do you believe he can defeat Lin Fan?" Mao Xiangxiang's strength is at the peak of the 9th level of the tempering body realm, and he is only one step away from the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. Even if he can't defeat Lin Fan, he won't be defeated by Lin Fan. "I am still very confident in his strength," Yan Zhangping said confidently. "Why? Don't you think highly of Mao Xiangxiang?" Yan Zhangping asked again. "Not very optimistic," Liu Qing shook his head. "Then let's wait and see," Yan Zhangping emphasized. "Okay," Liu Qing nodded and said, "we will know the result soon." While Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing were chatting, Lin Fan and the other 5 were also watching the competitions on the ring and chatting. "It seems that these people are all quite good," Li Qing said. "If you are not strong enough, it would be embarrassing to go up and compete. Commanding your disciples like that would make people laugh." Li Song smiled slightly. "Yes, do you two brothers have any idea of going up to compete?" Wang Xiang looked at Li Qing and Li Song with her beautiful eyes and asked. Li Qing and Li Song looked at each other, and the latter asked, "Are you talking about us brothers competing with each other?" "Of course not." Wang Xiang shook her head and said, "What I mean is, do you want to find someone else to compete with?" "Forget it. We are not familiar with each other yet, and it will not be too late to compete after we are familiar with each other," Li Qing said helplessly. "The main thing is that many people are not clear about their cultivation. If they meet someone who is much stronger than themselves, wouldn't it be a waste of yuanxi to give others yuanxi?" Li Song had the same idea. They didn't want to give yuanxi away. At this time, a figure walked in front of them. This figure was naturally Mao Xiangxiang. Mao Xiangxiang's eyes swept over Lin Fan and the other 5, and then fell on Lin Fan, saying, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Mao Xiangxiang, Lin Fan." Lin Fan said his name and asked, "What's the matter? I heard that your strength is very good. I want to compete with you." Mao Xiangxiang did not beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. To spar, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he used the ring to read Mao Xiangxiang's information. He could clearly know that Mao Xiangxiang had the 9th level of the body tempering realm. "Yes, to spar," Mao Xiangxiang nodded. "Why did you come to me to spar?" Lin Fan asked. "No reason, I just want to spar with you," Mao Xiangxiang still said directly. "It's not a sparring match for fun, but a bet of 2,000 yuan stones. Come, bet 2,000 yuan stones?" Mao Xiangxiang's words surprised Ling Qingxun and others. They didn't expect Mao Xiangxiang to bet 2,000 yuan stones as soon as he opened his mouth. You know, 2,000 yuan stones is already a very large number for many people. "Oh? Are you sure you want to bet 2,000 yuan stones?" Lin Fan asked, pretending to be a little surprised. In fact, he saw Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing looking for Mao Xiangxiang just now, but he didn't know what Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing talked about specifically. But now the situation is very clear. After Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing found Mao Xiangxiang came to him to bet 2,000 yuanxi for a competition. You can guess with your toes that this matter is related to Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing. Perhaps, those two people want Mao Xiangxiang to come and test how strong I am, Lin Fan analyzed secretly in his heart. Sure. What's uncertain about this? Mao Xiangxiang nodded very affirmatively. Okay, Since you are so interested, then I'll bet with you, Lin Fan agreed. If he didn't accept this kind of harvest that was delivered to his door, it would be a bit regretful. After all, it was 2,000 yuanqi. Hearing Lin Fan agree to the competition, Mao Xiangxiang's eyes showed a smile and said, okay, then let's go and hand over the yuanqi to the referee now. Here in the martial arts arena, if you want to have a yuanqi bet competition, you must first hand over the yuanqi to the referee in advance, so that some people will not admit their losses in the competition. As for the fairness of the referee, there is no need to worry about it, because the referees are all from the academy. Students from the outer academy don't have such a big face that the referee will judge against his will. What's more, the competition on the ring is generally determined by knocking down the ring. There are so many people watching around, whoever is knocked down the ring will lose, and there is no way to play tricks in this matter. Lin Fan looked at Lin Qingxuan and the other four and asked helplessly, who of you has 2,000 yuan stones? Lend it to me first and return it to you later. Lin Fan directly said that he would return it to you later. Those who understood knew that he had already won. Mao Xiangxiang couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Fan, as a cultivator with soul power and a 9th level cultivation in the body tempering realm, didn't even have 2,000 yuan stones on him and had to ask others to borrow them. This was really beyond Mao Xiangxiang's expectations. However, his purpose was to let Lin Fan compete with him. As for how to take out Lin Fan's 2,000 yuan stones, it had nothing to do with him, as long as Lin Fan got on the stage. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Qingxuan said without hesitation, I have some here. After the voice fell, Lin Qingxuan did not hesitate, and directly took out a bag from his body and handed it to Lin Fan. The bag contained 2,000 yuan stones. Lin Fan took the bag and said with a smile, thank you very much. Then, he looked at Mao Xiangxiang and said, let's go. Let's find the referee. Okay. Mao Xiangxiang naturally had no objection, nodded, and walked in front. Lin Fan followed. They soon came to referee. Lin Fan also took a special look. This referee had a perfect cultivation of Xianhuang realm, and he was the one with the highest cultivation here. Referee, we are going to have a gambling competition. Please notarize it, Mao Xiangxiang pondered. Okay, how many yuan stones do you want to bet? The referee looked at Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang and asked. 2,000 yuan stones, Mao Xiangxiang replied. Oh, the referee was a little surprised by this number. 2,000 yuanqi was already a big bet. Of course, he would not ask any more questions. His duty was just to notarize it. Then you should hand over the yuanqi to me first. There is no empty arena now. When an empty arena appears, I will arrange for you to compete as soon as possible, the referee said. Okay, Mao Xiangxiang nodded again and handed a bag to the referee. Lin Fan also did not delay and handed over the bag that Lin Qingxuan had just given. The referee reached out to take the bag and carefully checked it to make sure that the number of yuanqi in both pockets was no problem. Okay, wait for a while, the referee said. Although the competition on the fighting arena is free, if someone competes with a bet, the referee will make good arrangements. About 3 minutes later, the competition on a ring just ended. There were originally 2 people preparing to go to the ring to compete, but the referee said to them, you have to wait a moment, someone here wants to have a betting competition. Yes, the 2 had no choice but to nod in response. After all, they were just having an ordinary competition, not a betting competition, so they had to give up the ring first. You go to the ring, the referee said to Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang. Yes, Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang did not delay, walked towards the ring, and then stepped onto the ring. After the 2 of them got on the ring, the referee said loudly, everyone, the number 10 ring is now going to have a betting competition. Their bet is 2,000 yuan stones. Let us witness this competition together for them. As soon as the referee's voice fell, a heated discussion sounded all around. 2,000 yuan stones at stake? They are so rich. Yeah, I didn't expect to see such a big stake on our first day at the fighting arena. Does anyone know these 2? I think this is the first time I've seen them. I know the one on the left. He showed his soul power in the admission test. Yes, I remember that the one on the left does have soul power. Having soul power is amazing. He will become an alchemist sooner or later. Yes, the one on the right is also amazing. He even challenged a future alchemist. Aren't they afraid of offending him? Who knows what the one on the right is thinking? Anyway, let's just watch this competition carefully. Not bad, not bad. Guess who will win? I personally think the one on the left will win." Everyone's eyes swept back and forth between Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang, and the discussion became more and more intense. It must be said that betting competitions have always been quite eye-catching, let alone a bet of 2,000 yuan stones. Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang didn't pay any attention to the discussion. Their eyes were focused on each other. The referee looked at them and asked, "Are you already ready?" Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang both nodded in response. "Okay, since you are all ready, I declare now that the competition begins." The referee waved his hand and announced loudly. As the referee's voice fell, the atmosphere in the field solidified. Then, everyone saw that Mao Xiangxiang stepped on the ground and rushed towards Lin Fan. He clenched his fists and punched out with a slight sound of breaking through the air. The fist wind also whistled out at this time. 9th level of the tempering body realm. I didn't expect this person's cultivation has reached the 9th level of the tempering body realm. Yes, and from the feeling, he should be only one step away from breaking through to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. No wonder their bets are so big. It turns out that he is really good. This competition will definitely be quite exciting. The moment Mao Xiangxiang's aura was revealed, many people were a little surprised. They didn't expect Mao Xiangxiang to have the 9th level of the tempering body realm. Facing Mao Xiangxiang's attack, Lin Fan's eyes condensed slightly, and without delay, he clenched his fist suddenly, took a step forward, and collided with Mao Xiangxiang's fist. Bang! The collision of fists suddenly sounded a dull sound. Mao Xiangxiang's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Lin Fan's fist to be so hard. This time, he didn't gain any advantage over Lin Fan. However, this kind of competition is interesting. If he defeated Lin Fan casually, it would be meaningless to him. After a punch failed, Mao Xiangxiang changed his fist into a palm, and with a whistling palm wind, he slapped Lin Fan. Lin Fan had been paying attention to Mao Xiangxiang's movements. He raised his finger and poked directly at Mao Xiangxiang's palm. Mao Xiangxiang didn't expect Lin Fan's movements to be so fast, and his palm was poked right in the middle. There was no doubt that his attack was resolved by Lin Fan again. He didn't delay and raised his leg to kick Lin Fan again. Lin Fan was quick-witted and slapped his raised leg. With a snap, his leg attack was still blocked. Chapter 699 Winning the Competition. The battle between Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang attracted the attention of many people. First of all, the bet between Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang was 2,000 yuan stones. They had to pay attention to this number. Secondly, the cultivation levels displayed by Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang had reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. This level of battle was already considered a strong battle for them. If they watched carefully, they might be able to learn some experience. Therefore, many people focused their attention on the ring between Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang. Bang! 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 On the ring, Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang kept colliding with each other, and the dull sound was endless. Mao Xiangxiang's face gradually became ugly. He didn't expect Lin Fan's strength to be so strong. No matter how he attacked, Lin Fan could resist. In the audience, Liu Qing watched the battle between Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang and said, "So far, Mao Xiangxiang has not gained any advantage, and this is when Lin Fan has not used his soul power. Once Lin Fan uses his soul power, the situation in the field will change instantly." Yan Zhangping's face sank slightly, and he said, "That kid's strength is indeed not simple, but Mao Xiangxiang is not completely without a chance. If that kid is careless and reveals a flaw, Mao Xiangxiang can seize the opportunity to defeat him in one fell swoop." Yan Zhangping did not want to admit that he was wrong in his judgment of people, and he still held a glimmer of hope for Mao Xiangxiang. Liu Qing shook his head secretly and did not say much at this time. In short, he no longer had a good idea about Mao Xiangxiang in this battle between Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang. Careless in revealing a flaw? Isn't this kind of thing possible for Mao Xiangxiang? Since it is a matter of equal probability, there is no other difference. Lin is really strong. He can fight like this without even using his soul power. Wang Xiang watched from the audience and couldn't help but praise. Yes, Mr. Lin is really strong. When he is promoted to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm and becomes an alchemist, his reputation will definitely be very loud in the outer courtyard, Li Qing said. Then we can also benefit a lot by following him, Li Song said. Lin Qingxun didn't say anything on this topic, but she was naturally happy for Lin Fan's strength. On the ring. Bang! Lin Fan and Mao Xiangxiang collided again, and their bodies retreated a little backwards. Mao Xiangxiang looked at Lin Fan with a gloomy expression and said, "You are very strong. Next, let's not waste time. I want to see if you can take over my martial arts." Mao Xiangxiang knew very well that if he continued to fight like this, he would not be able to defeat Lin Fan, and he could only use martial arts. Kunlun fist, Mao Xiangxiang shouted, and the wild power in his body gathered towards his fists. Then his eyes flashed, locked onto Lin Fan, and rushed towards Lin Fan quickly. When he performed this set of Kunlun fist, it can be clearly seen that many fist shadows condensed in front of his fists. These fist shadows all carried a certain amount of power, and they were not useless things with fancy tricks. Is this the power that can only be unleashed by ordinary middle-grade martial arts? Yes, it is ordinary middle-grade martial arts. It's a pretty good martial art. See how Lin Fan can resist it. Everyone was talking about it. They thought that Lin Fan would also use martial arts to deal with it, but they didn't know that Lin Fan hadn't even practiced martial arts, and didn't know any martial arts. Facing Mao Xiangxiang's martial arts attack, Lin Fan could only use his soul power. Thinking of this, Lin Fan didn't delay, and with a move of his mind, he controlled 3 daggers to fly out. Whoosh! 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 3 daggers flew through the air, making 3 piercing sounds of breaking through the air, and attack Mao Xiangxiang directly. It's soul power. He used soul power directly. It seems that he wants to end the battle quickly. The outcome of this battle will probably be decided soon. When everyone saw Lin Fan using soul power to control the 3 daggers to attack, they discussed again. Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing also kept their eyes on the competition here. They also wanted to see how powerful Lin Fan's soul power was. First grade soul power. The referee felt the soul power displayed by Lin Fan and was immediately moved. He didn't expect that Lin Fan's soul power had already reached the first grade level. Humph! Looking at the 3 flying daggers, Mao Xiangxiang snorted coldly, and did not retreat at all, and continued to attack. Bang! 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 The 3 daggers kept hitting those fist shadows, making a series of sounds. The fist shadow was obviously no match for the dagger. Under the attack of the dagger, the fist shadow exploded one after another. Swish! Soon, 3 daggers cut into Mao Xiangxiang's arm. The bright red blood spurted out of the wound, and Mao Xiangxiang also screamed in pain. At the same time, Lin Fan rushed up without hesitation, came in front of Mao Xiangxiang, raised his foot and kicked Mao Xiangxiang in the chest before Mao Xiangxiang could react. Bang! With a dull sound, Mao Xiangxiang's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. After drawing a beautiful parabola in the air, Mao Xiangxiang's body fell back to the ground. Of course, the ground here is no longer on the ring, but outside the range of the ring. He won. I was right. Once the soul power was used, the winner was decided very quickly. Yes, the soul power controlled the 3 daggers to attack too fast. In addition, Mao Xiangxiang only used ordinary mid-grade martial arts. It was normal that he couldn't win. This can't be blamed on Mao Xiangxiang. After all, with the 9th level of the tempering body realm, it's already very good to be able to master ordinary mid-grade martial arts so skillfully. It's really a happy thing to have soul power. Everyone saw the result of the victory or defeat on the ring and couldn't help discussing it. Envious eyes were all focused on Lin Fan at this time. The referee glanced at Mao Xiangxiang under the ring and confirmed that Mao Xiangxiang was not in any danger of life. Then he looked at Lin Fan on the ring and announced loudly, "Lin Fan won this competition." Applause and cheers spread at this time. Yan Zhangping narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Fan, and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect that his soul power has reached the first level. Otherwise, he is definitely not Mao Xiangxiang's opponent." Unfortunately, he still defeated Mao Xiangxiang. Liu Qing said lightly, "Lin Fan will definitely become a strong competitor for us, so what?" Yan Zhangping said confidently, "I don't think he can surpass me." "You think he can surpass you? That's your business. These things are not up to us." Liu Qing shook his head. He knew very well that Yan Zhangping was the kind of person who was full of confidence in himself. In order to make Yan Zhangping admit that others were strong, unless Yan Zhangping was defeated by others himself, it would be impossible to hear the words of failure from Yan Zhangping. After winning, Lin Fan looked in the direction of Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing, but just glanced at him lightly and then retracted his gaze. This glance was to tell Yan Zhangping and Liu Qing a message. He knew that Mao Xiangxiang went to him to compete with him. "Lin Fan, you won this competition." According to your previous bet agreement, you will receive 2,000 yuanshi, the referee said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, jumped off the ring, and walked towards the referee. Lin Fan came to the referee, and the referee handed the 2 bags to Lin Fan without delay. In a blink of an eye, Lin Fan earned 2,000 yuanshi, which was indeed a very good harvest. Your performance is very good. Keep up the good work. I am optimistic about you, the referee smiled faintly. Thank you, referee, Lin Fan nodded. The referee is also a person, and the referee is also a cultivator. Naturally, he hopes to have a good relationship with Lin Fan, a future alchemist, in advance. Lin Fan did not delay too much, turned around and walked towards Lin Qingsun and others. Although some people were still discussing the competition just now, Lin Fan no longer paid attention to it. As for the empty ring, someone else soon went up to compete. This is the case here on the martial arts arena. Various competitions are held here every day, and no one will linger too much on a battle. Lin Fan came in front of Lin Qingsun and the other 3. Wang Xidang was the first to praise them. Mr. Lin, your performance just now was really amazing. Li Qing and Li Song also followed suit. Lin Fan smiled and said, that person's strength is not bad, but he still sent me 2,000 yuan stones. At this point, Lin Fan handed one of the bags to Lin Qingsun and said, thank you very much. This was the 2,000 yuan stones he had just borrowed from Lin Qingsun. Now that he had won it back, he naturally didn't need it anymore. You're welcome. Lin Qingsun reached out to take the bag and responded with a smile. Then, the 5 of them didn't delay here any longer. Let's go back to the residential area, Lin Fan said lightly. After returning to the residential area, they each returned to their own courtyards. At night, Lin Fan thought about it and decided to go to the martial arts building. Others have practiced martial arts. In battle, in addition to using their own strength, they can also use martial arts to enhance their strength. However, he has not practiced martial arts. Once others use martial arts in battle, he can only use soul power to deal with it. Soul power is his current trump card, and sometimes it cannot be used casually. Places like Nanlo Academy have special martial arts buildings, where students can choose martial arts to learn. Lin Fan did not plan to call others to go with him when he went to the martial arts building. But what he did not expect was that when he just walked out of the courtyard, Lin Qingsun also walked out of the courtyard, and the eyes of the 2 met. Mr. Lin, are you going out? Lin Qingsun asked, staring at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. In fact, she was going to find Lin Fan to chat for a while. But she did not expect to meet Lin Fan outside. Yes, Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile, I plan to go to the martial arts building to see if there is any martial arts in Nanlo Academy that is suitable for me to practice. Chapter 700 Martial Arts Building. Lin Fan felt that there was nothing to hide about going to the martial arts building. The existence of the martial arts building itself was to facilitate students to choose martial arts to practice. After practicing martial arts well, their strength will be improved. From the perspective of Nanlo Academy, they naturally hope that the strength of the students can be improved. In this way, they can gain a firm foothold in the Defan dynasty and attract more outstanding young talents to join in the annual enrollment. If a family or a force wants to develop for a long time, it must be supplemented with fresh blood. Moreover, these fresh blood must be excellent. Fresh blood that is not excellent is like a person who does not work hard when studying, and cannot contribute to the class. Going to the martial arts building, Lin Qingsun did not expect Lin Fan to go to the martial arts building at this time. She smiled slightly and said, if Mr. Lin doesn't mind, then can I go with you? Of course I don't mind. Let's go and take a look at the martial arts building together. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. He had never had any aversion to Lin Qingsun. You know, when they first met, Lin Qingsun had spoken for him before he showed his strong strength. Although Lin Qingsun had the reason to ask for Zhao Quan at that time, Wang Xidang did not stand on his side like Lin Qingsun did, but waited until he showed his strong strength before standing on his side. There is an essential difference between the two. So, relatively speaking, among the 4 people of Lin Qingsun, Lin Fan has the most favorable impression of Lin Qingsun. What's more, Lin Qingsun herself is also very beautiful, and it is normal to have a good impression of beautiful women. Seeing Lin Fan nod in agreement, a faint smile appeared on Lin Qingsun's pretty face. The 2 walked towards the direction of the martial arts building together, and talked happily along the way. When they arrived in front of the martial arts building, They looked up at the martial arts building and were immediately shocked by the layout of the martial arts building. I didn't expect a martial arts building of Nanlo College to be so big, Lin Kingsoon said in surprise. Yes, it is indeed quite big, Lin Fan nodded. The martial arts building in front of us is a loft, but its height is 100 meters. Moreover, the area of the first floor is conservatively estimated to be no less than 500 square meters. It is hard to imagine how many martial arts books are placed in such a large loft. During the day, there are many people entering and leaving the martial arts building. At night, it is relatively better and not so crowded. Lin Fan and Lin Kingsoon looked at each other, and immediately walked into the martial arts building without delay. The moment you enter the martial arts building, you can immediately feel a cool breath coming towards you. This cool breath can make people feel refreshed and energetic. Lin Fan glanced over and saw the most of the bookshelves placed in various places. There were books on these bookshelves. There is no doubt that all those books are martial arts books. Then, Lin Fan's eyes looked at the center of the hall on the first floor, where a table and a chair were placed, with very simple furnishings. Even the table and chair looked very ordinary. However, the person sitting on the chair was not simple at all. The man looked to be about 60 years old. Sitting quietly on the chair, but he gave people a sense of majesty without anger. Lin Fan used the ring to read the information of the man and found that the other party had the cultivation of the creation realm. Creation realm. It seems that he is an elder of Nanlo College, Lin Fan said secretly in his heart. People who can reach the creation realm must have a very high status in Nanlo College, and the position of elder is more suitable. This old man seems to be an elder of Nanlo College, responsible for guarding the martial arts building here, and if we want to take martial arts out, we must register with him. Lin Kingsoon also noticed the old man sitting there, and then turned his head to Lin Fan and said. Lin Fan nodded and said, it seems that there is a rule that says that students below the earthly desolate realm can borrow a maximum of 2 books at a time, right? Yes, Lin Kingsoon smiled slightly and said, this is also because the academy is afraid that we will be too ambitious and unable to digest too much. It is better to master it bit by bit. This rule was indeed formulated by the academy. Before this rule, some students would borrow several martial arts books at a time to practice. As a result, not only did a large number of martial arts books in the martial arts building appear empty, but also those students who were too ambitious did not practice anything well. Because when they failed to practice this martial art, they practiced another martial art, thinking that the other one would be easier to practice, but they still failed to practice it. So they chose a third martial art to practice, and the cycle continued over and over again, and nothing was accomplished. With such a precedent, the academy quickly formulated a rule that students below the earthly desolate realm could only choose 2 martial arts to borrow at the same time. As for students in the earthly wasteland realm and above, there are no restrictions. After all, the mentality of each stage will be different. Students who can reach the earthly wasteland realm will have a much more mature mentality and will work harder to improve their strength instead of biting off more than they can chew. The appearance of Lin Fan and Lin Kingsoon did not attract the attention of the elder. There were too many people coming in and out here every day. The old man was a very silent person. Except when someone registered, he would lower his head and read books at other times. As for the books he read, they were not about cultivation techniques and martial arts, but some records about the cultivation world. Do you want to choose martial arts? Lin Fan retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at Lin Kingsoon and asked. Take a look by the way. If there is a suitable one, then choose it. Lin Kingsoon nodded. Okay, let's go and take a look now. Lin Fan smiled slightly. This floor is all ordinary level low-grade martial arts, and the second floor should be ordinary level middle-grade martial arts, Lin Kingsoon said, and then asked, should we go directly to the second floor? The martial arts building is divided into 10 floors in total. The martial arts on the first floor are of the lower grade of the mortal level, the martial arts on the second floor are of the middle grade of the mortal level, and the martial arts on the third floor are of the upper grade of the mortal level. The rest are like this. And the martial arts on the 10th floor are of the middle grade of the earth level. But martial arts are not the same as the higher the level, the better. You have to look at it in combination with your actual situation. For example, if you only have the 9th level of the body tempering realm, it is meaningless to choose the best martial arts of the mortal level. Because the wild force in your body is not enough for you to use the best martial arts of the mortal level. This has nothing to do with your personal talent and growth potential. It is purely because of insufficient wild force. Generally speaking, the martial arts practiced by cultivators below the Earth Wasteland realm are all of the lower grade and middle grade of the mortal level. Even the upper grade of the mortal level is rarely chosen. However, Lin Fan can feel that his cultivation will soon make a breakthrough and enter the realm of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. If he has the cultivation of the early stage of the Earth Wasteland realm and still practices the lower grade of the mortal level or the middle grade of the mortal level, it is really not up to standard. Therefore, he decided to choose the ordinary middle grade martial arts and the ordinary top grade martial arts. While practicing martial arts, he could break through to the early stage of the earthly wasteland realm. In this way, he could do both without delay. Just go up and take a look, Lin Fan gave the answer. Okay, Lin Qingxuan nodded slightly. She didn't know that Lin Fan had already set his sights on the ordinary top grade martial arts and the ordinary top grade martial arts. She thought that Lin Fan meant to go up to the second floor to take a look at the ordinary middle grade martial arts. They walked towards the second floor. The area of the second floor was smaller than the first floor, so the number of martial arts books on display was naturally reduced. I want to go to the third floor to take a look, Lin Fan glanced at the second floor and said. Go to the third floor, Lin Qingxuan was slightly startled and said. The third floor is full of ordinary top-grade martial arts. Lin Qingxuan stopped talking halfway through the sentence. She remembered that they had just talked about the placement of martial arts levels on the first floor. Lin Fan naturally knew that the third floor should be filled with ordinary top-grade martial arts. I just want to take a look at the upper-grade martial arts of the ordinary level, Lin Fan said with a smile. My cultivation will soon break through to the initial stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. It is no problem to get familiar with the upper-grade martial arts of the ordinary level as soon as possible, otherwise the middle-grade martial arts of the ordinary level I practice will not be enough for me to perform, so that's how it is. Lin Qingxuan suddenly realized it, and at the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Lin Fan's progress was too fast. When they first met, Lin Fan was only at the 7th level of the tempering body realm. It has not been long since Lin Fan broke through to the initial stage of the Earth Wasteland realm. This speed is simply crushing them. They can't be compared with Lin Fan at all. Then you go up and take a look first. I'll choose on this floor. I can't practice the upper grade martial arts of the ordinary level, Lin Qingxuan said. Okay. I'll come down to find you later when I see it, Lin Fan said with a smile. Yes, Lin Qingxuan nodded. Lin Fan didn't waste any more time and turned to go up to the third floor. Seeing Lin Fan go up to the third floor, Lin Qingxuan also retracted her gaze and began to search on the second floor. She also wanted to see if there was any martial arts suitable for her to practice. When Lin Fan came to the third floor, he could clearly feel that there were much fewer books on the third floor than on the second floor. Of course, this less is relative. The books in front of him, roughly estimated, would not be less than 300. This is also the rich heritage of the big forces. If it were other ordinary forces, it would be very good to have 10 or so ordinary level top-grade martial arts, but in Nanlo Academy, the number of ordinary level top-grade martial arts displayed here alone is no less than 300. Rich heritage is the reason why big forces can continue to attract young talents to join. If there is no heritage, the arrogant young talents will not think of joining. Lin Fan walked towards one of the bookshelves and looked at the books on the bookshelf. Golden geese crossed the sky. Wind and rain in all directions. Climbing the mountain to catch the moon. The names of martial arts books appeared in Lin Fan's sight. Lin Fan quickly browsed through the martial arts books on a bookshelf, but did not pick out the martial arts he wanted to practice. He shook his head helplessly and walked towards the next bookshelf. On the second bookshelf, he did not see the books he wanted to choose, so he quickly went to the third bookshelf. On the third bookshelf, there was a martial arts book that attracted him. The name of this martial arts book is Thousand Illusion Palm. When it is used, thousands of illusory palm shadows will appear around the body, and the power is very powerful. Thousand Illusion Palm, it's you. Lin Fan took the Thousand Illusion Palm in his hand and made a decision quickly. After choosing the upper grade martial arts of the ordinary level, the next step is to look at the top grade martial arts of the ordinary level. Lin Fan did not delay and turned around and walked up to the fourth floor. There are about 200 kinds of top-grade martial arts of the ordinary level. When Lin Fan came here, he also saw another figure. Lin Fan was not unfamiliar with this figure, it was Liu Qing. Of course, to say that they are familiar is relative. Lin Fan's impression of Liu Qing is mainly because he has seen him several times, and he also knows that Liu Qing has the cultivation of the early stage of the earthly desolate realm. When Lin Fan saw Liu Qing also saw Lin Fan, and their eyes met. What Lin Fan did not expect was that Liu Qing walked towards him. Liu Qing came in front of Lin Fan, smiled slightly, and said, "Lin Fan, you come to choose the mortal level top grade martial arts." On the surface, he kept smiling, but in his heart, Liu Qing was still very surprised, or rather, very surprised. Lin Fan, who has only the 9th level of the body tempering realm, would actually come to choose the mortal level top grade martial arts. This is too unexpected. As a person who has been through it, he knows very well that with the 9th level of the body tempering realm, the wild force in the body must not be enough to support the use of the mortal level top grade martial arts. Yes, Lin Fan nodded, but did not hide anything. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.